Yeah. It's your boy Young and Hefe. Don't care about number with the check say.
Give me a little minute.
Yeah. There's a lot of little boys out here talking that talk, but ain't spinning and walking that walk. 5 bills to get you whacked. 50 shots up in the smack. Face shots to make the news. We just step when they relax. Group chats to get you tapped. Forehead up in my lap. When they pump, we run it back. Tell my youngin' cut no slack. 5 bills to get you whacked. 50 shots up in the smack. Face shots to make the news. We just step when they relax. Group chats to get you tapped. Forehead up in my lap. When they pump, we run it back. Tell my youngin' cut no slack. Impact and make it gooey. When I terrorize like Stewie. Gun chest, 10 choppers. Take my chances with the zoo. Little baby, she might lose me. Attitude, my fashion bougie. I'm attentive with this duty. Like my bitch is bad with booty. Hero Deo, get some Louis. True religion, little Gucci. Black and Asian like Karuchi. Teacup, she dress her Gucci. Keep a hammer, count this Moochie. Y'all be tripping off they coochie. DPs, I be like Boosie. Chopsticks with this sushi. Real hot boy like Tunchi. Blood stains on my blue feet. Navy with my crew meet. Clean up crew be too neat. Pros be moving too deep. All my roads been too steep. Wrote them like I'm too deep. Daily like the news week. Money hustle, new street. See and hate like who he. Solid rock come through me. Legend like I'm Bruce Lee. See these hoes, they group deep. Ruthless from that one street. Roof Chris when I won't stake. Niggas want that update. 5 bills to get you whacked. 50 shots up in the smack. Face shot to make the news. We just step when they relax. Group chat to get you tapped. Forehead up in my lap. When they pump, we run it back. Tell my youngin' cut no slack. 5 bills to get you whacked. 50 shots up in the smack. Face shots to make the news. We just step when they relax. Group chats to get you tapped. Forehead up in my lap. When they pump, we run it back. Tell my youngin' cut no slack. Resume my run up stats. 1,000 yards up in this flat. In the setup like the draft. Taller standing like giraffes. I go stripes with a zebra. And I'm conscious when I lack. Goofy niggas, they be playing. Put your body on this mat. Give my youngin' half a stack. We just jugging through the math. Patriotic in my path. Hit the jail, we fuck the staff. I'm a gangster, but I rap. Now a Remy did the path, cause I really stand on business. Niggas acting like they that. Couple rookies with me ballin'. Bitches hit me, they be calling. They go Hefe, he be all in. I just love they let the dog in. I just ballin' this ball made. Like tears with this hard pain. I've been building a large name. Hit the streets with a guard game. I know niggas that charge fame when you get out your yard lane. Niggas talk like they 10-2. To the chopper chop 10-U. Who gon' chop and defend you when we kill all your friends too? Pull up in that Benz proof. Pull up in that Benz. 5 bills to get you whacked. 50 shots up in the smack. Face shot to make the news. We just step when they relax. Group chat to get you tapped. Forehead up in my lap. When they pump, we run it back. Tell my youngin' cut no slack. 5 bills to get you whacked. 50 shots up in the smack. Face shot to make the news. We just step when they relax. Group chat to get you tapped. Forehead up in my lap. When they pump, we run it back. Tell my youngin' cut no slack. Shots up in the smack. Y'all pump, we run it back. Ruthless from that one street. Ruthless when I won't stay.
Oh yeah.
Niggas put that up, baby.
Should I say y'all can't help but get you whacked, Jack? You know. Hey man, salute to everybody tuning in. Kitty Frappuccino show in the house, man. Salute out there. Everybody tapping in, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that add button. You know what I'm saying? Run it up, hit that like button, hit that share button, man. You know what I'm saying? We on, Jack. Shout out to everybody tuning in, man. We got a lot to talk about. A lot going on. We got a lot of different news here. You know, we got a big U news. Shannon Sharpe, Club Shay Shay. We got Club Shay Shay news. We got President Trump news. We got Deion Sanders, Shadur Sander news. So much with that. So much with that. You know, we got to get it going. Salute Frappuccino. What's going on, kitty? Glad you could tap in. A lot's been happening. Shannon Sharpe been blackballed, it seems, or appears, but he is one of the #1 YouTubers. He has a platform and he doesn't really need them. Shannon Sharpe gets 20, 30, 40, 50,000 people anytime he goes on. Understand. We're going to get into some of this. Let's go to Law and Crime Network. Shannon Sharpe bombshell rape allegations. Everything we know. Subscribe to Law and Crime Network.
When it comes to the legal case against Shannon Sharpe, we have some new developments for you. From more responses, both from his attorney, his former co-host, to another former NFL player, to Sharpe making a surprise visit. A lot to talk about as the former NFL star and commentator faces serious allegations of rape and sexual assault that have led to his departure at ESPN. This time, we bring on sports attorney Dan Lust to break it all down. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. NFL Hall of Famer, podcaster, sports analyst Shannon Sharpe has been in the news quite a bit this last week, and as updates come in, we have been covering it here too on Sidebar. Now, we know that a Nevada woman filed a $50 million lawsuit against him on April 20th, claiming that he raped her twice in October of 2024 and once in January of 2025. And the sexual assault allegations are incredibly disturbing, that this purportedly happened while she was crying and begging for him to stop. This unidentified Jane Doe also claims that he recorded her without her consent, that he shared those videos with others, that he even threatened her. And I'm going to get into a response that we haven't even talked about yet in just a minute, but it wasn't just a lawsuit that was shocking. No, it was also the events that transpired afterwards. Because what happens? Sharpe released a statement on his Instagram.
To my family, friends, supporters, and colleagues, I want to speak to you directly and from the heart. This is a shakedown.
And he claims that Jane Doe's attorney, Tony Buzbee, is targeting black men because we know that Tony Buzbee previously sued Sean Combs, Jay-Z, Deshaun Watson, claims that he believes that her side is going to release a 30-second clip of a sex tape. And apparently he encouraged them, just release the whole thing, provide the whole context. Apparently, he revealed her name and also the name that she goes by when she purportedly uses or presents on OnlyFans. And overall, he and his team have been adamant that everything that happened between the two of them was consensual. And to prove that, his side released a plethora of text messages seemingly between Sharpe and this Jane Doe. For example, as reported by TMZ, there's one apparent message from October 2023 where Jane Doe seemingly messages Sharpe, "I want you to put a dog collar around my neck and choke me with it while you're bleeping me." Okay, you fill in the blank. The NY Post reporting on other messages allegedly from Jane Doe, like "tie me up and do bad things to me." Now, Buzbee responded and said that these messages are from before the alleged assaults. And really, a woman can say yes 99 times, but that one time she says no, that's all that matters. And in that vein, by the way, an audio clip was released by Tony Buzbee, or seemingly by him and his side, capturing the voice of a woman whom attorneys identify as the woman suing Shannon Sharpe, telling him not to manipulate her. And then you hear a man's voice, resembling Shannon Sharpe's, can be heard saying, "If you say that word one more time, I'm going to bleep and choke the bleep out of you when I see you." And the woman, allegedly, Jane Doe in this case, then can be heard saying she does not want that, while the voice resembling Shannon Sharpe responds, "Yes, you do. I don't think you have a choice in the matter." Then Shannon Sharpe, and we talked about this on a previous Sidebar, decided to temporarily step away from his job at ESPN's First Take. And Sharpe's statement that was posted to his Instagram account on April 24th says in part, quote, "The relationship in question was 100% consensual. At this juncture, I am electing to step aside temporarily from my ESPN duties. I will be devoting this time to my family and responding and dealing with false and disruptive allegations against me. I plan to return to ESPN at the start of the NFL preseason." A lot of money at stake in this case. And by the way, talking money, actually talking about how to get money back, let me tell you real quick about Upside, our amazing partner and sponsor. So Upside is great. It is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy daily essentials. I pump my gas, I can use Upside. I go out to lunch, I can use Upside. Maybe I get something at a convenience store, I can use Upside. And why not get cash back when I do all these things, right? And yes, this is actual real cash back. It's money that appears in your Upside app that you transfer right into your bank account. So once you have the free Upside app, you claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. You pay as usual using a debit or credit card. You follow the steps on the app, you get paid. So to find out how much you can earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen. But make sure to use our promo code SIDEBAR because you'll get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. And following Sharpe's departure, ESPN released a statement of its own. A spokesperson for the sports conglomerate writing, "This is a serious situation, and we agree with Shannon's decision to step away." But it was reported from outlets like Us Weekly that just hours later, Sharpe showed up at the NFL draft in Wisconsin and recorded an episode of his Nightcap podcast with Chad Ochocinco Johnson. Although they didn't talk anything about the allegations, it was interesting he made that appearance. Now, we have some more statements and responses that we haven't gotten into previously in other episodes.
Shout out to everybody tuning in. Now, I want y'all to understand, he distanced himself from everybody that he's associated with as far as these major shows, and publication. He has his own thing. Like, this is not a crime for him to have his own business. See, this is what's going on when you got the strength not to run. You don't have to run from all that bullshit. The average motherfucker been ran somewhere because they ain't got no platform. They can't. They have no voice. Shannon Sharpe got the same voice as the same haters and all everybody else that's going against him because they know this is bullshit. Now, you sitting up here judging a spokesman on how freaky they are, it's crazy. But people do that. People will do that. Like, man, the amount of hate is crazy. They trying to do a public lynching of Shannon Sharpe, but he too clean. Ain't no fucking crime in being a freak.
So it's a sidebar, but we're going to get into now. But before we do that, I want to bring on Dan Lust, sports attorney, host of the Conduct Detrimental podcast, and professor at New York Law School. Dan, so good to see you. Thanks so much for taking the time.
Jesse, good to see you as well. The story, as you would expect, is front page news in our world. So certainly happy to break it down with you.
I know. When it broke, we wanted you on immediately. We haven't talked about it. Your overall thoughts on everything that I laid out so far, and we'll get into more specifics. I know we're going to get into a little bit about what Stephen A. Smith had to say because we presented a little bit of his response in our last episode, but he has a much fuller response that we'll get into. So putting Stephen A. Smith to the side, just your overall thoughts on what you're seeing here.
Yeah, so this is a dynamic story involving a sports media personality, and we're seeing the case litigated through the media. So every day we have something new. And as I think you and I kind of exchanged some thoughts briefly last week, this was an evolving story, and I figured there would be an update this week, and obviously it's still somewhat unfolding. But, in big picture, we have Tony Buzbee, who is no stranger to high-profile cases involving, people in the sports and entertainment realm. And then we have, I guess, a character from the past, Lanny Davis, the attorney for Shannon Sharpe. So anytime you see kind of two high-profile lawyers on either side, I start kind of dissecting the lawyer beats in the conversation. So a lot to unpack, and certainly no shortage of legal tactics in the media to kind of look at here.
I said this before, I'll say it again. It feels like the Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni strategy. Litigate this in the media, right? Especially when you have a high-profile individual like this, because you're not only battling this in the court of law, you're battling this in the court of public opinion. I'm not saying you should do this, but what I think is we're seeing is if you put enough out there, it could create a situation where Jane Doe might drop her suit. If people start siding with Shannon Sharpe, if he presents text messages, it's getting quite ugly before there's some sort of protective order or gag order put in place by the court. What do you make of this strategy to litigate this for everyone to see?
This is the weird part. And I'll also add to that, like, there's a little bit coming from here, a little bit coming from here. And if you kind of create a circus about a story, maybe it loses its underlying heart and the sensitivity of the nature of the allegation. So I think that's a little bit what's going on. From a substantive perspective, and I know you alluded to it, right? There's I think it's a minute-ish clip, purportedly a phone call between Shannon Sharpe and his accuser. And there are, we'll say, and this is kind of the first domino, right? It's not a graphic video in terms of, it's not a video. It's actually just a phone call, and we're talking about some things. Put it this way, I don't want to make this kind of step in it, but you can say things on a phone call that will be two things that two adults are legally allowed to consent to with one another, right? There's nothing wrong with that. That initial phone call that went out, yes, it was somewhat graphic in its nature, but There's nothing really criminal that occurred on that phone call. So the next step that Shannon Sharpe's side took was basically to release, I think, a much more extensive array of text messages that also carried within the same theme of graphic messaging. Again, maybe not necessarily illegal, but things that consenting adults could consent to, right? There's no issue with this. You and I have talked on a previous episode about Trevor Bauer and those allegations with where someone was allegedly rendered unconscious, where legally you're not allowed to consent to that type of an act. So you asked me what my thoughts were on the strategy of litigating this. I don't really quite understand the strategic nature of releasing more things. Like Tony Busby's side allegedly released this a minute audio clip. The text messages are more of the same, none of which are criminal, but we understand, right? I think as a viewing public, we can understand there is some consent that happened to this, but you're not really litigating the case in the media, so to speak, by offering text messages that don't show consent of the underlying act of sexual assault that's here. So yes, it's just, to me, that move was really just muddying the waters, and we can certainly get into what I view as other confusing signals. We'll put it that way.
They're saying it was all role playing, right? The idea of what he said on that, or allegedly said on that audio tape, is another example of role playing, and that she agreed to all of it. And they're trying to gray up a lot of this. And, it's interesting because, and we'll get into this a little bit later, about the idea that he potentially offered her a $10 million settlement before she filed. Now, some people would say, if you offer that settlement, you're hiding something, right? You're guilty as sin. The other people say, I don't want this coming out. This is embarrassing for me. I mean, this is my personal, private, intimate life. I don't want any of this coming out. $10 million? What does that say to you?
I have some strong thoughts there. And this is where I was kind of getting to. So I'm happy you took us there. It's just mixed signals, right? You can't have a statement that basically dares someone to release the video. Release the full video, not the unedited. Release everything. We want this to be out there for everyone to see. We want it to be litigated above board. Let's get this all out. And at the same time say, well, I want to pay $10 million. And again, that's an admission from Sharpe's lawyer. That's not from Tony Busby and the other side. That's Shannon Sharpe's lawyer saying they're trying to extort us for a lot of money. Yes, we can all agree that sometimes the playbook, that there's some type of extortion that occurs. I'll put it in quotes because it's not really.
Boss Claus, salute. Shout out to everybody tuning in. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that share button, hit that follow button, hit that add button. Right now, we're on the Shannon Sharpe topic. Clearly, this is a money grab. Shannon Sharpe is caught in a situation where he got too involved with an escort. Shannon Sharpe is caught in a situation to where he has gotten too involved in a high-end escort. They've been plaguing the leagues for years. This is nothing new. NBA, NFL, hockey, rugby, soccer, whatever entertainment brings, it brings along a dark side that you in the normal eye won't see until it's happening to you. You can pray and get and receive everything you want in life, and you'll find out that's not enough. Understand, Shannon Sharpe was caught in a situation where he was too involved with a high-end escort. Malo, I'm Barry. Salute. What? Okay. That is. And we got to ban all trash. If you in the chat and you got a rant and all that, you see any kind of trash or anything to that degree, you understand what I'm saying? You got to take that out. You know what I mean? Immediately. Back to the topic. Fuck who Malo and Barry was. I don't know what that was. Fuck that. Back to the topic. Shannon Sharpe was just too involved. Recording conversations, She planned this from the gate.
An extortion to have a lawful negotiation back and forth. But to offer 10 million tells you that there's something in the case that they don't want to go out. So I don't know how you offer 10 million, which is not a nuisance level settlement. That's a giant number, right? 10 million, and then say we want everything to come out. We're totally fine with this, the truth being out there. Those two things are not consistent with one another in what is a general legal playbook for litigating things in the media.
By the way, what did you make of him showing up to the draft?
I think he's just
Balls Club salute, man. I don't know what these people be thinking about, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man, with these daytime soap opera shit, man. You know what I'm saying? I got real content going on, man. I have no time for daytime soap operas. You know what I'm saying? With the ghetto young and restless. Real motherfucking talk. I don't motherfucking play games. I don't run plays. I don't fuck with these people that do that. You understand what I'm saying? Don't be motherfucking coming up on my shit, playing with my motherfucking channel with no dumb shit. And that's for any of these motherfuckers. With that weak ass, puss ass, year-long dragging ass shit. Nobody got time for you lames. I got real shit going on. Stay true. What's happening?
just basically saying, business as usual, right? Like, I'm just going to show up. I was looking this morning to see if he's put podcasts out. Club Shay Shay is still alive and well. It's his own podcast. He's putting it out on YouTube, but I think ESPN, has somewhat distanced himself from the distribution, but he's putting it out there, right? And I think from his perspective, he's saying preponderance of the evidence is on the plaintiff. I can do whatever I'm doing right now. And he, as if this new media world, where he has his own independent podcast, Disney/ESPN can't control distribution of a podcast, right? Like, I have my own podcast. Like, even God forbid I lose my job at my law firm, I can still put my podcast out. There's no relation to it. But showing up at the draft with those level of NFL credentials is a different move. And recording a podcast with Chad Johnson, aka Chad Ochocinco, is, I think, another move. Just say business as usual. We're going to keep moving. But the problem, Jesse, and this is to the larger point where I have an issue with what Shannon Sharpe did, there is no onus. You don't have to put all of those text messages out. You don't have to admit that a $10 million offer was made. But once you put those things out, ESPN can, I think, take the position, which Fox Sports did for a period of time. And they're, I don't want to say similar, but another sexual assault allegation that occurred at work, sexual harassment. Fox Sports took the position, we don't know enough. This is just a complaint. We don't know enough from our side. We're going to conduct an internal investigation. But Shannon Sharpe's side really pressed the accelerator on this case. And they themselves put out a lot of details, which I think tend to make Sharpe look worse. So once you put your accelerator on your defense, I think ESPN is certainly free to say there's just too much out in the media from both sides. We have to part ways at this point.
Let me, and he says he wasn't fired, he was stepped away. And let me add to that, because now I want to go to Stephen A. Smith. We talked about Stephen A. Smith. This is Shannon Sharpe's co-host on First Take. We talked about him in a previous sidebar, but there was a lot more comments that he made, and I want to get into it. So this was on Smith's YouTube show, and he said the following: "Do I believe that Shannon Sharpe is guilty of what he's been accused of? Absolutely not. That's my personal opinion. The brother that I've come to know, I don't believe would assault or rape anybody, and I'm going to state that emphatically. But just as emphatically, I'm going to remind everybody it is my opinion because of what I feel about him, and not in any way imply that I know a damn thing beyond that, because I don't know. I'll always be here for him if he needs me. Just the same way I said that about Skip Bayless when he departed from Fox. Just the same way that I would say about any of my friends. That's what friends do, even in the toughest of times. Sometimes, especially the toughest of times. They ain't telling you you're right all the time. And hell, sometimes they may not stop you from falling into that abyss, but they're there to lift you up when nobody else will." He added, "When the news came down that he and ESPN had mutually agreed that he would need to come off the airwaves of ESPN, it was a blow to the show, a blow to me personally, because I'm going to miss him. But it was not a surprise. I've been at Disney since October of 2003. I know this place. I know the worldwide leader that is ESPN." And he added that he took a break from ESPN beginning in 2009. They didn't need any definitive evidence at this particular moment in time about all that stuff. Once all the things Shannon Sharpe's lawyer put out there, it was uncomfortable to listen to. And it was not something that Walt Disney wants associated with its brand. So to have him on the airwaves while all that stuff was put out, that was not something that Disney was going to take. This is what I mean when I say I'm not surprised. it wasn't difficult for me to figure out what was transpiring. ESPN and Disney have a wait-and-see attitude when it comes to whatever evidence they may learn about this entire situation involving Shannon Sharpe from a civil perspective. That's all I have to say, other than I hope he's back in this business real soon on linear television, talking some football, because that man knows his football, and he certainly knows how to entertain us. While he's talking about football, I'm going to miss him. So, Dan, a lot of things here. But I got to say, I don't know if I necessarily disagree with Stephen A. Smith. I mean, Disney does not want that, what he said, even if it was 100% consensual. It's not fair, but, this is not a court of law. This is a business. Does Walt Disney want their host saying these things, or allegedly saying these things in text messages and a phone call? And it makes me wonder, is Stephen A. Smith right? And how on earth could Shannon Sharpe ever come back to ESPN?
So there's one thing, and I'll answer the question, but there's one thing in Stephen A. Smith's statement that I told you that I think is somewhat telling, right? Stephen A. Smith is friends with Shannon Sharpe. They've talked about this. It's very clear and evident from their statement that they're friends. Stephen A. Smith, in the statement that you read, I'm happy we got it out there, right? They didn't need definitive evidence talking about ESPN once all the things Shannon Sharpe's lawyer put out there. So Stephen A. Smith is pointing the finger at the lawyer. And then later on, I think in that episode, I believe Stephen A. Smith said that Lanny Davis, while not referring to him directly, seemingly as we're talking about him, said he was, quote, not being impressive in this at all. So Stephen A. Smith seems to blame the lawyer's comments for taking this to the next level. So, that's, and Jesse, and I'll toot our own horn a little bit. If a client called us and said, how do we deal with this? You and I having some sensitivity for the media would say, like, listen, there is a way to litigate this through the media, putting this all up, but you're definitely jeopardizing your status at Disney, right? This is not Fox Sports, right? This is Disney, which is Mickey Mouse, right? PG-13. Think you can get away with having those consensual texts, which definitely rise to a level of provocative nature, even if they're between consenting adults. So do I think Shannon Sharpe can move on from this in his career? Yes, I do, because he has his own independent platform, which, I think at one point had a $400 million valuation. They were talking about the Shannon Sharpe Network. He brings on a ton of guests. So do I think he'll have a career? Yes. Do I think he'll have a career at Disney? That's a very different story. And Shannon Sharpe is admitting to these acts, which again, might not be illegal, right? And I'm talking about the acts between the text messaging consenting adults, but the optics of that are really bad, right? And it doesn't have to be a crime that was committed by Shannon Sharpe, but he's admitting to the nature of the text. And Jesse, you read them about dog collars and whatever else. And if Disney doesn't want to have that on their brand, they don't have to. So I'm not sure that Shannon Sharpe ever appears on ESPN again. Certainly, he could have a lucrative career working for any number of other football networks, but that's the nature of the beast. And if you were Shannon Sharpe's side, you've put your finger on the pulse. You want to put all of this out in the media, and there are ramifications to doing that. So, I
shout out to everybody tuning in. If he was truth telling, Shannon Sharpe is going through a classic case of black man success. Anytime you overstep the boundaries that people say aren't even there, but we all know the truth. It's right here. I slid in a few DMs. But they weren't on any bullshit like this. We laughed about it. And that, like, everybody get different action. You know what I'm saying? You got to always think about the action you receive. Because it's always jealousy with that action. Clearly you can see, you know what I'm saying? Like, anybody who know me know I know what I'm talking about with that. You know what I'm saying? We got NBA boss clause. He know about that action. These chicks, it ain't like this is something brand new. All stars get that action. And the ones who can't get it, they'll find a way to try to take it from you. They'll cry, they'll plead, they'll beg, they'll lie, because they want your action. But they not you, so you ain't got to worry about that. You can laugh at that. Shannon Sharpe had the #1 show in YouTube history. I saw this. I watched this. I seen this. It's not a game. You understand what I'm saying? Shannon Sharpe interview with Cat Williams, the #1 viewed YouTube show of all times. Of all time. Of all time. Oh, Cat, come on now, Cat. Cat, come on. Nah, Cat. Go Jane, go Jane, go Jane. Stephen A., can I please speak? Man, I'm watching First Take. Stephen A. been stealing my game for years, but never. We go on Shannon Sharpe. There's Shannon Sharpe. I was watching First Take. Molly, she been dressing all kind of, provocative the whole time. Something real nice. You know what I'm saying? All the time. As soon as these allegations come out about Shannon Sharpe, she go from seductive to this bitch got a fucking jean jacket on, covered up, all of it. I said, damn, Shay, this how they doing you, brother? It was stated that the female workers at ESPN said they were going to quit if he wasn't removed. Do you understand? The fix is in on Shay. $100 million deal. Club Shay.
I just hope Shannon Sharpe was advised of that properly. But from Stephen A. Smith's perspective, he's pointing a finger at the lawyer, which you never want to be the subject of the story.
It's an interesting point. You hope that they're on the same page moving forward, but I hear you. It's a good point. Okay, I want your reaction to this. So there's another statement. This is a statement from Shannon Sharpe's litigation counsel, Mitchell Schuster. So one of the things that he addressed is why Sharpe would be willing to pay $10 million, this settlement, to Jane Doe before she filed the suit, saying when she learned that he would not father a child with her, she resorted to extortion. While Shannon was willing to pay her a substantial amount of money to avoid the intimate details of his personal life from being exposed, as many high-profile individuals often do when they're being threatened. Dan, first, let me start there. Thoughts on that?
I think it's funny that another lawyer is now giving statements trying to do some CYA for the first lawyer. That's my perspective. But yeah, I mean,
that's fair.
I'm just a different lawyer. Usually you don't have two different lawyers within 72 hours giving statements in the case. Someone takes the reins. So I think our friend Stephen A. Smith gave us some hints here. But yes, yeah, statement's interesting. But yes, keep going. All good.
Okay, so there's another part where Schuster also explained that Sharpe intends to pursue claims against, meaning Jane Doe, and all who have assisted her with the dissemination of her fabricated story. And this is interesting, right? Does that mean he's going to file a lawsuit for defamation against her? Because I don't know how that works. There's a litigation privilege, right? Somebody can file every lawsuit. The other side's going to say is not true. It's all lies. You can't just turn around and file a defamation lawsuit. You have to have the ability to present your claims. What could he sue for?
It's not that different. And I think Shannon Sharpe referenced this in his Instagram post probably at some point last week. But he said Tony Busby is the same lawyer that went after, Jay-Z, and that lawsuit was later dropped. And I think if memory serves, I believe Jay-Z is going after Tony Busby, the lawyer behind that case, for putting that case out. The underlying case was dropped, but I believe Jay-Z is pursuing a defamation case against Tony Busby in connection with that.
And extortion too. Yeah.
Extortion, right. So it depends again what state we're based in. But if you wanted to tell me, not defamation, right? But if a video is doctored, right, you're not really necessarily protected by the judicial privilege if you are manufacturing and faking a video, which seemingly was the allegation from Sharpe's side. So, you could always defend it and say litigation privilege. We filed this lawsuit ahead of time. We're certainly protected, but it's not going to stop someone from suing and maybe applying the same pressure tactics that Shannon Sharpe's side was accusing Tony Busby of in the first sense, right? You might have some exposure, and maybe your malpractice carrier has some money they want to pony up instead of litigating the case in the court system. So you certainly could do that. But, it's not the first and certainly won't be the last defendant to fire back and say, these claims are defamatory, I'm being extorted, and I'm going to sue you, right? And maybe not via a counterclaim, but via a separate action. That's certainly possible.
And we have just a couple of that. Marcellus Wiley, also a former NFL player, reacted to this lawsuit Sunday during an episode of Dat Dude TV on YouTube, saying his, quote, spidey senses were tingling when he heard about the filing. He said, something just ain't right with the timing of the settlement offer, the allegations, and even the temporary leave of absence. Either Shannon got played or you and me are getting played as well. Did she know that deal was happening or she didn't know? Because on Friday it was reported and on Sunday she filed. What happened between Friday and Sunday? Dan, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think what Marcellus is alluding to, there had been some reports of a very lucrative deal that Shannon's podcast network was being acquired. I think the number was, again, floated around 400 million. So if you're asking me why 10 million was offered, right, and obviously you and I are joking about Mitchell Schuster's second statement seeming to try to explain why Davis was talking about the 10 million off in the first place. If you stand to make $400 million, certainly $10 million is a drop in the bucket with respect to $400 million. And if you could pay 10 and then you net out 390, maybe you pay 10. Maybe that makes sense. That's the type of cost benefit settlement that we talk about. I'm not aware that we were that close to a statute of limitations, and I could be wrong. But filing on a Sunday is somewhat odd. Filing on a Sunday tells you want to get the media for that entire week. And let's not kid ourselves. Last week was the NFL draft. It's the middle of the NFL offseason. Usually if you file on a Sunday during the NFL season, people are talking about football. They're talking about Sunday night football. They're talking about Monday night football. This is the dead time with respect to NFL media. So when you file on Sunday and there's no football activities until the draft on Thursday, you're winning the war in the headlines for those dates. So I think Marcellus is probably right that there is some gamesmanship there. And I do think this was related to the impending deal that Shannon was about to sign. Now, I had the thought, Jesse, this morning, do we think Tony Busby is happy that Shannon Sharpe put his foot on the accelerator and sped up this case in the court of public opinion by releasing those texts? The answer to that is probably no, because there's less that Tony Busby can now leverage Sharpe with, because now Sharpe seemingly is, I guess, a temporary free agent, whatever you want to call it, who's temporarily off the air, whatever they're phrasing it as. There's not that much more leverage that Busby could do, because every day he could say, listen, they'll take you off the air tomorrow if I put this out. They'll take you off the air the next day. And that leverage is now gone. It's not to say that the case is going to be any different, but I'm sure Busby was licking his chops at the ability to threaten the release of this video over time. But now he doesn't have that anymore. There's seemingly less bullets in the trigger.
Yeah, it's hard to believe it's just been like a week, because it really feels like we accelerated and we heard so much. I want one final point. So, again, Mr. Schuster addressed something else in Jane Doe's lawsuit. So in Jane Doe's lawsuit, there was a reference to another lawsuit filed against Shannon Sharpe by a woman named Michelle Evans back in 2023, and it's still ongoing. She's suing for a variety of claims, including defamation for Shannon Sharpe allegedly sexually assaulting her. And in fact, there was a reiteration of one of the same allegations as Jane Doe in this current lawsuit. For example, Evans' lawsuit claimed that Sharpe told her during a sexual assault that he would, quote, make it so no other man would want me. And in fact, in Jane Doe's lawsuit, it reads, Sharpe would repeatedly tell Doe that he wanted to do things to her that would make no other man want her. Okay, so take it that way it will. But according to a sworn affidavit from Shannon Sharpe, he denies the allegations from Michelle Evans that she laid out against him, says it was actually Evans who manipulated and threatened him, says that she was harassing him via text messages and phone calls. Well, again, his attorney, Mr. Schuster, has made a comment on that too. Quote, this is exactly what is happening to Shannon Sharpe, and the resurrection of the case involving Michelle Evans is a perfect example. Sadly, Miss Evans became obsessed with Shannon and decided to manufacture a claim against him. When she could not find a lawyer to pursue her outrageous story, she filed a civil complaint on her own that is completely devoid of merit. And basically that's because we believe she's representing herself. Quote, bottom line, Shannon has done nothing wrong and intends to fight back against these malicious lies, not with manufactured defenses or imaginary stories, but with documentary proof and real evidence. So Dan, we have a situation here where now you have two separate claims, right? And some would say strength and evidence, right? It's coming together against Shannon Sharpe. or he's on the defensive and says, this is just another example. It keeps happening to me and I'm innocent. What do you take away from the inclusion of Michelle Evans here?
See, this is why I'm happy you brought me on the show. I mean, I spent probably 2 years, I was going to say litigating, but covering this case as if I was litigating myself, the Deshaun Watson case where Tony Busby was the plaintiff's lawyer. So there were, I think about 26 civil complaints that were filed. And you as the lawyers, I'm like, okay, I understand what's happening here, and we'll break it down for the viewers, right? Tony Busby represented essentially I think 25 of 26 plaintiffs in that case. So a lot of non-lawyers would look and say, wow, these complaints have so much in common. It's basically the same exact thing. There's this common nucleus. It's this pattern. And all these women, some are from different states, from different employers. How are these complaints so similar? And I teach at New York Law School. I do these kind of conversations a lot. And I said, well, same firm. You're basically being asked to draft the same complaint over and over. So a lot of cut and paste jobs that are happening here. So I just want to point that out as a decision point in Tony Busby's history. We've had it, and again, I don't blame Tony Busby. There's nothing wrong with copying and pasting a lot of the same versions of the complaint and putting it out. But the outside public viewed that as being a pattern. Now, does it make sense for Tony Busby to look at other allegations that are out in the public realm against Shannon Sharpe that may or may not be out there, right? You're doing your research. Maybe it's not public. Maybe you're kind of going through the grapevines. You're talking to people in and around the space. It's possible, right? Just think about it practically. If an ex-girlfriend will know about the history of people that Shannon Sharpe has been with, maybe they've had these conversations. So I don't view it as being definitive one way or the other, put it that way. I don't view it as being a pattern. I am someone that really staunchly believes the plaintiff has the preponderance of the evidence. They have to prove their case. So I do think, yes, it's interesting. But again, in the sports and entertainment realm, this happens a lot, right? We could talk about Deshaun Watson, right? 5 people came forward and all of a sudden we had 26. That, to me, as a human being that speaks common sense, that's probably not the best sign if you're Deshaun Watson, but it happens a lot. Justin Tucker, the kicker for the Baltimore Ravens, it happened with Trevor Bauer, even P. Diddy, it's happening with. So other people to come out after the fact doesn't always show a pattern, right? These could be 10, 15 years apart from one another, maybe just different things happening at the same time. Jesse, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't point out, right? We're talking about a football case, a sports media case. I still think it is very telling, and I mean this sincerely. I'm not intending to joke about it. Mitchell Schuster has now taken over control as the public narrative and the public face of the media side of Shannon Sharpe's defense. That's almost unheard of for one lawyer, Lanny Davis, a lawyer who was very involved in some political lawsuits. People can feel free to look that up. But another lawyer has superseded control, and you have Stephen A. Smith basically being the first lawyer for why his friend might be getting in trouble from ESPN. Obviously, we know what happens. So I would read very closely the difference between these two statements. And I do think it's just not something I would have done. And again, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. Every lawyer has different strategies. But putting out a $10 million offer was made looks really bad in the court of public opinion. If you have nothing to hide, release the video. We have nothing to hide, but we'll also pay you $10 million. I can make sense of it from a cost-benefit perspective.
Sure.
And I can also make sense of Tony Busby saying it, right, and breaching the confidences of a settlement conversation. Again, not that it's okay, but I understand it.
For him to be,
I really don't understand Sharpe's side doing it, and I really do think that's the reason he's not at ESPN right now.
And both in the discussion we had today and the discussion I did in the last episode, that settlement offer, the news of that has made a lot of people look at this very differently. And so I can hear exactly what you're saying. Interesting. Okay, let's see who responds next, because I'm sure this is not the end of the responses and who we're going to hear responses from. Dan Luss, thank you so much for coming on. It was great seeing you. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Anytime, Jesse.
All right, everybody, that's all we have right now here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever.
Yeah, this is something that's been going on quite some time. It's nothing new. I really get it's happening to Sharpe. And that's the whole thing with this journalism type of aspect and deal. Once you put your face out there, jealousy, envy, hate, you know what I'm saying? Like, people will do anything to tear you down for some money or just to see you down. Shannon Sharpe, as we know, has been accused of, somewhat of sexual assault or something like that degree. But in all these cases, these women are the aggressors. But the camera wants the people to bat the eye and just put it all on Shannon, when that's just not the case. It's not the case. Shannon Sharpe is breaking boundaries. Club Shay Shay, they talk shit about the name, and I mean, people was hating on that. I thought it was, I never thought too much of the name. Like I just thought it was I thought it was a friendly name, but I mean, at the most, I didn't really go. I mean, you can add on little sound effects to it and all that kind of shit, but I thought it was a universal name to where it, for all genders. I thought it was good marketing. Something you can market and do your thing with. Shannon Sharpe. Look, I know he got one Super Bowl ring, maybe two. Hall of Famer. Like, what are we talking about? I want y'all to check this out. Leaked audio of Matt Barnes informing others that Shaq was offering big money to anyone who had dirt on Shannon Sharpe, allegedly over Shannon being chosen over Shaq for the $100 million deal with the Volume Network.
I don't know if you're on this kind of time, but I was in a group chat the other day, or actually just yesterday, and Shaq said he's paying top dollar for any information on old boy. So, I don't know if you're on that kind of time or not, but Shaq is known to throw large sums of money around, so just want to put that out there. Hey, be quiet. Hey, he said, please keep it quiet. He said that Shannon did some shit back to him a while back, and he's been off him. So that's why he's doing this. But please keep his name quiet.
To that. Have you guys talked?
We haven't. Shaq feels the way he feels, and he's perfectly fine to feel that way. I said what I said. I still think Shaq is a phenomenal basketball player, even though, he minimized my career. I'm fine. The thing is,
First off, fuck your bitch in the click you claim. West Side, we rock 'em, equipped with game. You claim to be a player.
Shaq don't like Shannon Sharpe? Holy, that's a good one. Where's that beef stemming from?
There you heard that. Shaq and Shannon Sharpe has been. Let's go back and listen to what Shannon Sharpe public statement was.
and from the heart, this is a shame. To my family, friends, supporters, and colleagues, I want to speak to you directly and from the heart. This is a shakedown. I'm going to be open, transparent, and defend myself because this isn't right. This is all being orchestrated by Tony Busby, who has targeted Jay-Z. Tony Busby targets black men, and I believe he's going to release a 30-second clip of a sex tape that tries to make me look guilty and play into every stereotype you could possibly imagine. That video should actually be 10 minutes or so. Hey, Tony, instead of releasing your edit, put the whole video out. I don't have it, or I would myself. You know what happened, and you're trying to manipulate the media. The encounter in question took place during the day at her invitation, and now that appears to be a deliberate setup, coordinated by Gabby, also known as Carly on OnlyFans. Gabby and Tony Busby want $50 million. What they're getting is sued for defamation and trying to take me down. My career is all about real talk and honesty. I know my family and fans know exactly what this is about. And I'm going to be out there telling you whatever I need to say, just like I always do. I love all you guys. Thanks.
Club Shay Shay.
To my family, friends.
You know, it's interesting conversations we have in here.
Well, you're coming to LA tomorrow?
Yes.
Engaged in an activity.
As you know, there was an incident with the phone going on while he was doing some activity or whatnot. He apologized. This is all educational purposes. You know, they make these allegations and things about Sharpe, but Shannon proven time and time again to be a winner. This is you know, this is horrible shit that they're doing to him, and the fact that they're able to do it is even crazier. It's people out there who should be pressed, but they, you know, more money, more problems, you know. Let's see what we got on Shannon Sharpe and Shaq. Let's see what that's about. Let's go to self-talk. Let's go to self-talk. Shaq responds to Matt Barnes leaking. Shaq responds to Matt Barnes exposing his bounty on Shannon Sharpe live, setting up for lawsuit.
To the news that's going around circulating that DJ Academics had exposed on this platform. Academics was reacting to a video that I had posted almost a year ago highlighting Shannon Sharpe and Shaq's beef. Academics had put out the information that Matt Barnes put out a PSA that Shaq is paying top dollar to get information on Shannon Sharpe. Let's check out that clip again right here, guys.
The fact he's so petty, it's either he got too much money or there's some other issue going on. I don't really care to know. But when it came to the Shannon Sharpe, I was like, I thought it was just me because I know rappers don't like me for whatever reason. You get what I'm saying? But with the Shannon Sharpe, I'm like, wait, Shannon just disagreed with you and kind of like calls you a hater. How do you hate him that much? Because he went off on his tirade. Hold on, we already just played the audio. Let me play the audio again. Like, Matt Barnes runs the whole podcast. Why the hell Matt Barnes sounded like he's Lil Woody on the phone? Why are you saying this?
I don't know if you're on this kind of time, but I was in a group chat the other day, or actually just yesterday, and Shaq said he's paying top dollar for any information on old boy. So, again, I don't know if you're on that kind of time or not, but Shaq is known to throw large sums of money around, so just want to put that out there. I ain't quiet. Hey, he said, please, please, please keep it quiet. He said that Shannon did some shit back from a while back, and he's been off him. So that's why he's doing this. But please, please, please keep his name quiet.
So anyway, I just had to put that out there because all that little lovable Shaq, it's like, I'm telling you, it's all cap.
That's the video footage Academics had put out on his platform, and everybody was like, yo, could this be the reason why Shannon Sharpe is in trouble right now? Does this involve Shaq? Because remember, Just Hilarious even said that Shaq had white women in his house.
Quick random observation. I'm at Shaq's house yesterday, right? Yo. And yo, this man is living like Neo. He got 4 white big booties in there. Like one is in the kitchen cleaning, the other one is in the basement. The like
Shaq,
4.
who, Shaquille O'Neal?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know another Shaq. I couldn't believe
getting there, sir.
4 white women.
So there could be a correlation with that, right? But Shaq had responded to it on his Instagram page. Let's check out the video footage Shaq had put out on his IG page, guys. Here's that video right here.
Hey, this is Shaq. I'm paying top dollar information. You know where Charles Barkley's at?
Yeah, I know where Charles is at. I got him.
All right, I'm also paying information. You know where Kenny the Jet Smith at?
Yes, I got Kenny too. I know exactly where he's at.
Okay, now this one right here gets you going. I'm gonna give you some motherfucking big dollars. Do you know where Ernie Johnson is at?
Ooh, let me work on that one right quick. That's a tough one.
All right, and remember, I'm paying top dollar for all that information. Love you, boy. All right, hey, don't tell nobody.
All right, one.
All right, go.
So as you can see, Shaq is trying to play into the situation.
Yeah, so for all the ones who saying this and saying that, it's something to this. There's definitely some type of conspiracy or bounty on Shannon Sharpe. I know an inside fix when I see it.
Like, yo, hey, remember, I'm paying top dollar. Like, he's trying to get ahead of the situation to make it seem like, you know, it's a joke that Matt Barnes said that, you know, he's paying top dollar to get information on Shannon Sharpe. But we all know Shaq is sensitive. We all know that it's true that Shaq would do stuff like that, because this is not the first time Shaq's name has been involved in something like this. As you can see, Academics even reacted more to that as well.
So again, like, I remember when Shaq was talking so crazy, I'm like, what the fuck? So after I had to do a whole deep digging into Shaq's history, because even when I was talking to Gilly, Gilly was like, yo, Ak, I'm going to be honest with you. Shaq tapped in with the streets. I'm like, bro, we're talking about Superman, the nigga who like fucking is the big goofball at the NBA All-Star games, like dribbling like crazy, and we laugh at him and we love him. And they're like, no, he's tapped in. And I'm like, what? But I went into all his history. Shaq think he a street nigga. So anyway, I just had to put that out there because all that little lovable Shaq shit is like, I'm telling you, it's all cap. All cap. Like, nigga talk like he's a Big U descendant. Except Big U broke compared to him. Like, he's rich. You know what I mean? Shaq ain't gonna bust a grape and fruit fight. But he'll pay for niggas to get you hemmed up, beat up, shot, stabbed, killed. And the funny thing, and I'm like, nigga, you know, this could be an open air. Like, Shaq, nobody's impervious. It don't matter how long you live on this earth, my nigga. They'll get you at some point. Like,
so yeah, guys, that's how petty Shaq is, man. If you get into a beef with him, man, he's definitely one of those type of guys that pay top dollar to try to destroy your career just so he can have a ha, point your finger, laughing moment. And yeah, man, that's a true character of Shaq. Remember the post that he put out at the time when him and Shannon Sharpe was beefing? He was like, yo, I know what you did to get where you at, and I got more money than you. Like, he went off on this long Instagram rant, all because Shannon Sharpe said on his Nightcap podcast that Shaq should have been more successful in his NBA career. Definitely should have had more rings. Even Shaq himself has said that as well. So I would like for you guys to get in the comment section down below. I would love to hear your thoughts about today's video.
All right, let's read some of this. Shaq, you took me sticking up Shay, ass jealousy of. Joker shows how smart you are and how you say anything to get clicks. Here's some clickbait for you. If you ain't ranked in the top 10 in your profession, then you can't speak on me. Don't forget, I know what you did to get where you at. Me jealous sounds like you jealous. I know you trying to stay relevant by gossiping on your podcast. We don't believe you. You need more people. And in case you forgot, 4 rings, 3 finals, MVP, top 50, top 75. Google me. Google me. And to be quite frank, all this new success you got, you still under me. You don't know my work ethic, but according, I work less than you, but I'm worth more than you. Make it make sense. Harry, you're not into my profession, and your GOAT debate never wanted to be the GOAT. I wanted to be who you should greet me as, the most dominant ever. Shaq Diesel. And look, I always say that. Anybody listen? And this is my first time ever saying this, but Shaq is the most dominant player ever to play in the NBA. Man, fuck all that Michael Jordan shit. Man, please. That was some bullshit. You understand? That was some bullshit, literally. Compared to what Shaq did, Steph Curry doing, KD, LeBron, Kobe, you know what I'm saying? About 10 more other players I can name. Man, that Michael Jordan's so overhyped, man. That shit, man. Nike sponsor these shows. That's why they keep pumping them lies like Michael Jordan was just the god of basketball. That's bullshit. Now, I mean, the players that came after Jordan, that motherfucker taking up people. I mean, like, people, they should ban. I mean, I ain't gonna say all that, but like, I mean, listen, it's so many stars that don't get mentioned because of this one dude. And it's just, I'm sorry, shit, please, you gotta stop it. You gotta stop it. My judge shit. All right, let's go to a nightcap. Shannon Sharpe reacts to Shaquille O'Neal calling Unc out for criticizing Joking interview.
Dress just brought to my attention is that
Subscribe, nightcap. Here's my review. Shannon Sharpe reacts to Shaquille O'Neal calling Unc out for criticizing Joking interview.
Ocho, everyone's family. Okay. Shaq, about the comments that I said last night. Shaq said, you took me sticking up for Shay as jealousy of Joker shows how smart you are and how you say anything get clicked. That's not what I did. But anyway, so here's the clickbait for you. If I ain't ranked in the top 10 in your profession, then you can't speak. Don't forget, I know what you did to get where you're at. Me jealous sounds like you jealous. I know you're trying to stay relevant by gossiping on your podcast. We don't believe you. You need more people in case you forgot. 4 rings, 3 finals MVPs, top 50, top 75. And to be quite frank, all this success you got still under me. You don't know my work ethic, but according, I work less, but not blah, blah, blah. But anyway, love you too. If you need help making money, it's better ways than gossiping. I'm too old for this ish. Love always. The most dominating big man ever. Never took it serious. Remember, I know you and you know words of Skip Bayless. I'm better than you. Hashtag G14 classification. I have it. You don't. Not in my profession.
Wait, when that happened?
He just about.
All right, so this is what Shaq said about Shannon Sharpe judging his work ethic. I guess Shannon was listening to one of them Kobe Bryant comments or whatever. I don't know. But let's get to it.
About 10 minutes ago.
Wait,
I've never.
Shaq in the chat?
No, he on IG. I've never professed. I've never professed that I was as great as Shaq.
Mm-hmm.
But what I will say,
yes, sir.
I got what I got because I worked my ass off. Now,
Yes, sir.
Shaq has been the one that said that he didn't work as hard, he didn't train as hard, he didn't eat as well as he should have.
Right.
Shaq is the one that anytime someone wins an MVP, he talks about how he should have been the MVP over Steve Nash. Now, you guys have heard me speak glowingly. I say Travis Kelce is better tight end than I was. So was Gronk. So was my guy, what's his name? For the Chargers. Antonio Gates, Gonzo, Big Winslow. I'm cool. I got no problem. You know why I got no problem, Ocho, with giving people credit?
Right.
Because I got everything out of my God-given ability. God gave me the ability to do what I could do. But he gave me discipline. He gave me dedication, the way I trained, the way I ate, the way I slept. So this was all I could get.
Right.
Now, I would have felt some type of way if I'd have got these numbers and I half-assed it. But I never half-assed it. Kobe said Shaq should have won, and they should have won.
Right.
But my thing is that you can't, and it said greatest characters. It's Shaq, I'm the greatest character. No, am I a top 100 player? No. Am I the equivalent as a football player as Shaq was as a basketball player? No. But what I did do is that I maximized that. And my question, if Shaq and this rough on the back. My question is, do you believe that you gave everything you possibly could in basketball? Did you train the way you should have? Did you eat the way you should have? That just goes to show you how great you was. That you allowed your weight to get out of control. The injury started to creep up and you got 4 rings and you got 3 finals MVP.
See, I'm mad, man. I wish I understood.
Why you mad?
Because I wish I understood goddamn basketball. So when you talking about Shaq, especially during that time, think about this. If I don't know basketball now the way I should, the way you do, like what you telling me right now, it's like I'm trying to process the shit.
Think about it.
But I can't because I wasn't watching back then.
Think about it, Ocho. He's the most dominant big man in the history of the game.
I know that much, yes.
And he got 1 MVP.
So, but think about this. Think about how I'm not going to say rob. I don't want to use the word rob.
How they robbed?
How they robbed Shea. 30 points. Number 1 seed. But he doesn't get it.
They were
so what's the criteria? What's the criteria for MVP if you just gave it to Joker again?
But I don't think they gave it because Joker was top 10 in points, top 10 in rebounds, top 10 in assists, and they basically had the same record. They just had OKC just had a better division record. So you're talking about. So it's not like Shea. They were the number 1 seed and Joker was number 10.
Right. Okay.
Shaq, if you took what I said as a slight, okay, I can get it. And people say, well, see, my thing is that I'm not saying that I've never said I was the equivalent, and I'm quick to say that when I talk about Kevin Durant or I talk about any player, I said I'm not the equivalent basketball player, but all I can do is maximize my ability.
Right.
Shaq know deep down, he can take all the shots. Yeah, you got more money. Yeah, you're more famous than me. Yeah, you're more well-known. You're going to have way more money than I ever have. But nobody will ever say that I was lazy or I cheated myself. That's
see, and that's the whole thing about Shay. You know, he has justification for what he says. or anything. Like, you know, he's well-rounded. That's why they coming at him through all these different angles of hate, because he's a sharp individual. He's right about what he's saying right now. Shannon Sharpe was a top tier tight. He was definitely the man in his era. If y'all talk about Michael Jordan and shit like that and all that, back in when Shannon Sharpe was in, he was the Michael Jordan of the tight end position. Black Dog was happening. Shannon Sharpe was the man at the tight end position for quite some time. And then you start having a wave of new tight ends that come through. And eventually the tight end position started getting better and better and better. But Shannon Sharpe was one of the beginning of that deep threat or you know, perfect route running tight end. You know, that throws into the spotlight. So Shannon Sharpe deserved a ring, and he got one. One thing about it, what he just said right there, you could never say he was lazy. You could never say Hassan Tyree salute. You could never say he was not in the best shape. The NFL got way more players on the field than the NBA, so the game can be dictated in all kinds of different ways. Shannon Sharpe was the man.
That's all I got for you, big bro. I ain't got nothing else for you, Shaq. I ain't here to argue with you. I'm not here to debate with you. It is what it is. I can't do any more on the football field. You can't do any more on the basketball court. Yes, you were great. Yes, you were great. But you know deep down, you should be in the top 5, not top 10. Because you just said, who else was the most dominant? You said you were the most dominant. Most people agree you were the most dominant.
So I have a question. Now,
yes.
See, here we go again with my lack of basketball fucking knowledge. If Shaq was the most dominant to ever play at his position, right? The 5, the center. How is he not in the goddamn top 5?
Ask him. Ask the people that say is Shaq in their top 5. Ask them.
But I'm assuming people, okay. I need to take a fucking course or something. If he's top 5, if he's the best big man of all time, then he has to be in everyone's top 5. You got Jordan, you got Kobe, LeBron. I'm assuming I don't know how the
what I've done. I've told people my criteria for the top 5. I say for me, for you to be in the top 5, you have to have more than one regular season MVP. That's my criteria. Now, some people say, well, Shannon, as long as you got this or as long as you got that, that's their criteria. Like you said, what is the criteria for the MVP?
Wait, I have a question. Why does the individual award matter to be included in the top 5 as something in general? If you're the most dominant at that position,
you got
why
most
does
dominant.
the MVP matter though?
You're the most dominant, and you only won one MVP. So how dominant were you? I believe you're the most dominant. I do, because I watched him play. Now I didn't see Wilt. I'm not going to say I didn't see Wilt. I just see Wilt's numbers. But for the guy, and I started following basketball back in the late 70s.
Right.
So as far as dominant, Shaq was it. Shaq was it. Shaq is the most dominant player, which means he should have more than one regular season MVP.
So when he was playing and he was dominant during these years, who the hell was winning the damn MVPs?
Jordans. LeBron won some MVPs. Shaq came in 92.
Right.
So Jordan, Karl Malone, Charles Barkley.
Hey, Barkley won MVP.
Hakeem Olajuwon, David Robinson, Tim Duncan, Steve Nash.
Hey, hold on. Barkley won MVP, huh?
Yeah.
Tamiko, salute. Shout out to everybody tuning in. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button.
Hey, when I look at Charles,
no. See, people laugh at Charles and all that. No,
he can play
Charles
some
was
ball, huh?
what? Hell yeah.
Hey, what Charles? He was the four. He was the four.
He was a power forward. Yeah.
But he look undersized though. He
very
look
undersized. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's crazy. I can't see Chuck outside of TNT or I can't see him outside of golf. Picture him dominating on the basketball court.
No. He was the real deal.
Oh, okay.
He was the real deal.
Hey, that's live. That's live. Hey man,
but I put it like this here. If Shaq, let's just say Shaq came in 92 and he stayed at 325. Ain't no way he doesn't have 4 or 5 MVPs. There's no way he doesn't have 4. He doesn't have 5, 6 finals.
Wait, when he was in Orlando, you say he was 325?
When
as y'all can see that everybody's taking a piece at Shannon. Everybody's taking a piece at Shannon Sharpe right now. Some of this stuff is unbelievable, unreal. A lot of it is flat out like, come on. Really? $100 million make them do a lot. Let's go to Ticket TV. Breaking news, Shannon Sharpe, ESPN co-workers threatened to quit if he was not removed from network. Subscribe to Ticket TV.
All them shorty?
Out, right? And it's stepping aside over the R-word accuser scandal. And it says ESPN sources say and Shannon Sharpe have been getting preferable treatment behind the scenes at ESPN. And I'm like, hold on, y'all mad about that? They're the 2 biggest stars. They're going to get the most preferential treatment because when you're the biggest stars, you're going to get preferential treatment. But now, since this situation happened, it was already tensions because they were calling Stephen A. Mr. Greedy and all this other stuff because they said that Stephen A. was getting his money over everybody else and all this other stuff. Blah, 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 blah. So they had the nickname for Stephen A. Smith called Mr. Greedy. And they just said that Stephen A. Smith and Shannon Sharpe were just running around here, behind the scenes, acting a fool, basically, is what the, co-workers were leaking out. But now with this new story that comes out, it has some shocking and absolutely turning twist to this story. Now, I'm going to read this article to you guys. And so you guys can come along with me in this article. It says, an NFL legend has emerged as one of the favorites to replace Shannon Sharpe on First Take, sources have told the U.S. Sun. Now it says that Sharpe, who's 56 years old, is currently facing sexual assault allegations from an unnamed woman who was named following the end of their relationship in 2024. Now it goes on to say, on last Thursday, Shannon Sharpe announced he temporarily stepped away from ESPN duties. Now it says additionally, right now, it says that the U.S. Sun has obtained a lawsuit filed by another one of Shannon Sharpe's former girlfriends, Michelle Bundy Evans, who also claims she was assaulted. While the 3-time Super Bowl winner has maintained his innocence, he stated that he will take time off ahead of the new NFL season later this year. An ESPN source, however, told the U.S. Sun that the Super Bowl winning legend right there on your screen, Jason Kelce, who's 37 years old, is being considered as one of the top candidates to step into Shannon Sharpe's role on ESPN First Take. It says that the former Philadelphia Eagles star, now retired, is highly regarded at the network after an impressive debut season as a pundit. ESPN executives reportedly believe that Kelce's outspoken persona would be a strong match against Stephen A. Snitch. Now it goes on. right? It goes on. It says, one insider revealed, right? Now listen to this. One insider revealed that other talent at ESPN, such as Monica McNutt, you guys see that on your screen? It says Monica McNutt is one of a number of ESPN employees said to have been rocked by Shannon Sharpe scandal. It goes on, you guys. It says Mad Dog, Sad Dog Russo, and also Dan Orlowski are also evaluating the situation as developments unfold. And
These the same people called him friend. You know, these the same people he trusted, same people he thought was his friends. Soon as they get a chance to put their claws in it, look what they do. Gotta watch the jealousy and the hate.
also, you guys, also from the rafters, y'all, Molly Karam. Shannon Sharpe's in trouble, bro.
Now remind you, I told you, now you see what she got on now. Remind you, I told you, you know, she wears these nice outfits and things like that. You know what I'm saying? Soon as them allegations came out, she gets on the show in a jean jacket. I'll show it to you one of these days. She's on there with a jean jacket on, covered up. Like the whole time she had, and like she was just, you know, just covered up around there and all that. It's crazy. If you ask me, they putting a lot of jealous women on the show. And they starting to get in their feelings. And it's starting to show.
See, it's all coming out now while Stephen A was acting like he was acting. Molly Karam, who sat up there and had no issues when Dana White pushed his wife on that tape, and Dana White came back on ESPN, and he told him on ESPN, Dana White, I ain't punishing myself. I ain't going nowhere. Molly Karam, who have been loud, outspoken about every other brother's issues, was quiet till she sat up there and kikied with Stephen A. Snitch and Dana White. But they're saying Molly Karam now and other ESPN staffers have reportedly found the ongoing storm surrounding Shannon Sharpe difficult to take. He's done. Remember, all LeVar Ball told Molly Karam was, well, Molly Karam said, hey, LeVar, let's shift gears. LeVar was like, hey, I shift gears any day you want. LeVar Ball gets banned from ESPN, demonized or banned from ESPN. You haven't seen LeVar Ball on ESPN yet. Again, since. He was banned. And Molly Karam ran with that. And like I said, he was banned for that interaction with Molly Karam. But Dana White, who pushed his wife twice on tape, still does business, still's on the show. They still have no smoke for him.
Peace, fam.
But now they're saying that Monica McNutt, Molly Karam, and these other staff.
Yeah, right now we're going through some of the ESPN and their feelings. And why that Shannon Sharpe took a departure from the network. Right now it's Ticket TV. Reaction, breaking news, Shannon Sharpe, ESPN co-workers threatening to quit if he was not removed from network.
First are feeling away about Shannon Sharpe. Now you start to see why Stephen A. Snitch, who just got that $100 million contract, why he in his mouth, because he don't want that fire. Because remember, and I'm going to tell y'all, I'm going to remind y'all of something. Stephen A. Snitch, the last time there was a controversy about a black man and a black woman, it was Ray Rice. Now, let me remind y'all about what happened with Stephen A. Smith and Ray Rice. Ray Rice got caught on later, right? In a situation with his wife to where it got physical. He put his hands on his wife, and Stephen A. Snitch went on national TV and said, I do not condone Ray Rice putting his hands on his wife for no reason. But Stephen A. Snitch said that, but I will say this, woman should not be, and I'm going to say it again, he said woman should not be provoking a man to hit them, is what Stephen A. Snitch said. For those comments, Stephen A. Snitch co-workers at the time, specifically Michelle Beadle, was irate. And Michelle Beadle, she broke company policy. And she went off and spoke about this situation, and she demonized Stephen A. Smith. For you guys who don't know what happened, she demonized Stephen A. Snitch for this situation. Demonized him. Hold on one second, y'all. Hold on one second.
Man who was raised by women. See,
Beadle, right? She went in on Stephen A. Snitch, right? I'm going to play those comments because I'm going to put this all together for y'all about what happened at that time with Stephen A. Smith and the reason why Stephen A. Smith is now refusing to take Shannon Sharpe's side. Now, I'm going to put this for you guys, for everybody to see right here. And we're going to get to this. This is what Stephen A. Snitch said that got him suspended that day.
About you. And here's what I mean by that. We keep talking about the guys. We know you have no business putting your hands on a woman. I don't know how many times I got to reiterate that. But as a man who was raised by women, see, I know what I'm going to do if somebody touches a female member of my family. I know what I'm going to do. I know what my boys are going to do. I know what I'm going to have to remind myself that I work for the worldwide leader. I'm going to have to get law enforcement officials involved because of what I'm going to be tempted to do. But what I've tried to employ the female members of my family, some of whom you all met and talked to and what have you, is that, again, and this is what I've done this all my life, let's make sure we don't do anything to provoke wrong actions. Because if I come or somebody else come, whether it's law enforcement officials, your brother, or the fellas that you know, if we come after somebody has put their hands on you, it doesn't negate the fact that they already put their hands on you. So let's try to make sure that we can do our part in making sure that that doesn't happen. Now, you got some dudes that are just horrible, and they're going to do it anyway. And there's never an excuse to put your hands on a woman. But domestic violence or you know, with or whatever the case may be, with men putting their hands on women is obviously a very real issue in our society. And I think that just talking about what guys shouldn't do, we got to also make sure that you can do your part to do whatever you can do to try to make sure it doesn't happen. We know they're wrong. We know they're criminal. We know they probably deserve to be in jail. In Ray Rice's case, he probably deserves more than the 2-game suspension, which we both acknowledged. But at the same time, we also have to make sure that we learn as much as we can about elements of provocation. Not that there's real provocation, but the elements of provocation, you got to make sure that you address it, because what we've got to do is do what we can to try to prevent the situation from happening in any way. And I don't think that's broached enough, is all I'm saying. No.
So
I agree with that assessment. Nevertheless, when you at the level that these guys are at, sometimes people take the majority vote over the friendship. I feel Stephen A. said a lot. You know, he doesn't believe that this is true and things of that nature, but at the same time, he has a lot of people to keep face with. So he throws all these shotguns out, these shotgun pellets out, this and that, this and that, this and that. He's trying to please everybody. So that's the main thing that you hear when you see these people talking. The ones who not being that direct, they're trying to please somebody.
Those comments, and I'm playing that so y'all can get a clear history on why Stephen A. Snitch sat up there, and why Stephen A. Snitch sat up there and did what he did. Now with Shannon Sharpe, because in the past, when there was the controversy, Stephen A. Snitch made those comments, and Michelle Beadle came out smoking Stephen A. Smith for that. And then y'all seen the aftermath of that whole situation. Y'all seen the aftermath. ESPN went on to, it was either they suspended or fired Stephen A. Smith, is what they did. Now, Stephen A. Smith, they broke him all the way down to a molecule, because what they did with Stephen A. Smith, they caught him after that, right? They caught him on TMZ coming out the airport. I never forget it. And when they caught Stephen A. Smith coming out the airport, when he was on suspension, right? When he was on suspension, right? Stephen A. Smith looked like a defeated man when they caught him coming out that airport. And I'll never forget it. And when they ran up on Stephen A. was a broken man, point blank period. He was a broken man. So now we have this situation too, is where, you understand, you have Shannon Sharpe. Now I'm going to play when they ran down on Stephen A. Snitch. Now y'all heard what he said on that tape. Stephen A. got suspended for saying that no man should put his hands on a woman. He said that a woman shouldn't provoke. That made her upset. Now let's see what happened right here when TMZ ran down on Stephen A. Smith.
Stephen, how's it going, sir? I'm all right. Just want to know how you're holding up after everything. Man, deal with the things that you do. Have you heard from or reached out to Michelle Beadle at all? No. No? Do you think you'll be hearing from her anytime soon? It doesn't matter. She's a colleague. She's a professional. She's a great person. She's very good at her job. And that's it. Did you at all try to appeal the 1-week suspension that ESPN gave you? Not at all. No. It's my mistake. ESPN has every right to make the decision that they made, and I support the decision. How do you feel like seeing all the supporting? And there's been a lot of people have come to your defense and supporting you. Don't worry about that. Will you be taking any classes or courses to educate yourself on domestic violence? I have a family full of women, and I know a whole bunch of women that have talked to me about it. And of course, anything associated with domestic violence is something that I've always supported. I've always been a staunch advocate against any man putting his hands on any woman, and that will never change.
Now, that was Stephen A's being broken, so they had to break him when he said that. So now when this situation happened with Shannon, I realized what happened. Stephen A just got a $100 million contract. Ain't no way in hell he's trying to come up off that. And Stephen A got the pulse of all these things that's been going on behind the scenes. I told you guys. You guys have to look at the lawsuit that's out against Shannon Sharpe from the other girl. And that lawsuit and the exhibits, before Shannon Sharpe was going to ESPN, this girl had emails that was sent to ESPN inquiring about them potentially hiring Shannon Sharpe. So Shannon Sharpe already had people at ESPN that was on his helmet that didn't even like him or wanted him to come over there because of allegations. Because remember, the other girl that's suing Stephen A. Snitch, she worked at ESPN for the worldwide leader. That's Michelle Bundy. That's Michelle Bundy Evans, I believe that's her name. That's her on the screen. She worked at ESPN. She was interviewing Shannon Sharpe when he played football. So all of these people, this whole time, she has maintained contacts throughout ESPN. So people had already.
This is what I be talking about when you got these stalker fans this exact same thing here. It happens all over the place. It happens all over the place where you got people shining. You got these leeches like this bitch here. Soon as he's not doing whatever she wants, or they break up, or whatever they can, now all of a sudden, sexual harassment, this and that, all this and that. Like, come on with the games. It's the same play. They running the same play on Shannon, play after play after play. Shannon done got caught up in it. Oh. They done got me again. They done got me again. RONI. Goddamn. How can they judge? Everybody talking about the age gap. These are grown people. 19, 20. Belichick got a 24-year-old. He's like, what, 75, 64 or something like that. One of them. Like, what are we talking about? It's like, it's always some type of, discuss or something when the brothers do it. Oh, I got me a young girl. I got me a young girl. My girl younger than yours. It's a problem when I do it. Belichick been doing it. Hugh Hefner done it. Now it's a problem. I don't Shay. Now they got a problem with Shay doing it. Tell y'all something. Shannon Sharpe a good dude. He deserves everything he gets. Positive brother. Somebody you can look up to. The fact that they trying to throw these skeezers on him like this is crazy.
Wow. You're doing a fantastic job of deep diving tonight. I just wanted to tell you that.
I appreciate it. Thank you. They have been trying to have a public lynching of Shannon Sharpe, but he is blessed beyond belief. He has the money to fight it. He has the strength and the courage and the fans not to be able to have to run away. Like I said, anytime he cranks up his show, Nightcap Club, Shay, whatever, doing 20,000, 50,000 in the chats. That is a network, people. That is a network.
Over at ESPN. Felt the way. But Stephen A. Smith, with the power that he had coming back, putting the network at number one, the power he had was enough to get Shannon Sharpe on the show with him. Remember, Stephen A. was going at Skip too, so he wanted to destroy Skip Bayless. So by any cost, he was going to destroy Skip. So him going to get Shannon, that was just an extra stomping down on Skip Bayless at that time. So Shannon comes over to ESPN, the ratings double. So all the people behind the scenes, they upset. They really don't like Shannon or Stephen A. Stephen A. already told you. Go back and listen to the live Stephen A. did when him and Jason Whitlock got into it. Stephen A. told you on that live that he had people that was trying to get him fired. Then the reports came out that they was already didn't like Shannon Sharpe and Stephen A. and they was causing and allegedly running hell behind the scenes at the network. So now, you guys, it comes to this. So now you understand why Stephen A. Snitch was backpedaling, because now she fell away. Molly Karam fell away. Monica McNutt fell away. Sad Dog Russo fell away. Dan Orlowski fell away. So Stephen A. Snitch, once he got the pulse of how all these other co-workers felt, he just signed a $100 million deal. He ain't finna go against the grain and lose his money again for nobody. So that's the reason why Stephen A. Snitch was like, man, Shay, I can't. Because remember, and M.A. $E, shout out to Mason Betha, he called this out. He was like, yo, Stephen A., When Jay-Z got accused, you had no issue jumping out there for Jay-Z saying, hey, man, I know his character. He innocent, period. When Shannon Sharpe got accused, Stephen A was like, oh, that nigga looked like he lost his puppy. But that's because Stephen A was put between a rock and a hard place, because the last time he made commentary on this, he got suspended from ESPN. And Stephen A ain't trying to do nothing to jeopardize his money, because he already has many people behind the scenes that have went to the bosses that have tried to get Stephen A. Smith fired. So he don't want to ruffle no more feathers. Now, y'all, this story gets even crazier, right? So it says, however, they claim that Jason Kelce now, right? This guy right here on your screen is the name that everyone lips right now, describing his potential role on First Take as the perfect fit. So now they're going to bring in this guy to replace Shannon Sharpe. It says a lot of people love Jason Kelce because he knows about every major U.S. sport and can engage in great, intense conversations with Stephen A. and the other hosts, claim the insider. He's clearly the favorite to land the gig in October 2024, right? Now it says, and I will read from before this too. It says many colleagues, right? Many colleagues. Oh, let me read this before first. My bad, you guys. So it says an ESPN source suggested it was impossible for the former Denver Broncos tight end to remain on First Take, noting that many staffers questioned why ESPN hadn't suspended him immediately after the first allegation surfaced earlier this week. One quote was, "It's a massive mess," he said. "Everyone's in shock. He's ruined his reputation and most likely his career," this ESPN source said. And then it goes on, right? And then it goes on right here. Another ESPN employee described the situation as creating an unbearable war zone atmosphere, right? Another one says this: many colleagues were reportedly disgusted that Shannon Sharpe had been involved with a woman more than half his age. Now, this is where now I want everybody to listen to this. Don't jump at what I'm saying. I want to show y'all something. It didn't say the allegation right here. It said many colleagues were reportedly disgusted that Sharpe had been involved with a woman more than half his age. But these same people on a daily basis, and I'm going to say it, they have no issue with what I'm about to show you right here. And they have never, ever, and they will never go on national TV and speak about this. They will never do it. But those...
No, this is my first time really seeing this video. Now, he makes a great point. The same thing I was saying earlier. Nobody speaks on this Bill Belichick and his young lady. It's none of their business. Matter of fact, Bill Belichick had an interview and she intervened in the interview. She stopped the interview when asked about her age, asked about how did they meet and things of that nature, anything about it. She stopped the interview live. Nobody says nothing about that. This just happened. This is current events.
ESPN colleagues, not about the assault, it said. No, we ain't talking about that. We ain't talking about that. See, I'm going to tell y'all what it is. They said many colleagues were reportedly disgusted that Sharpe had been involved with a woman more than half his age. Now, let's keep going, because this thing gets even worse, y'all. People now think that he's toxic, the source added. Staff would have complained to the board or even quit if he hadn't stepped down. Trust has been broken. It goes on to say, it goes on to talk about in this article, Michelle Evans and those allegations from when she filed that restraining order in 2010 when he was at CBS, and then the lawsuit she has going on against him since 2023, right? Now, this thing is crazy, bro. They're saying that Dan Orlowski is said to be monitoring the situation with Shannon Sharpe. A lot of people don't like him behind the scenes. They want him gone. This is just crazy work, man. Shannon Sharpe is, I don't think he'll ever be back on national TV ever again, bro. And again, they got people at ESPN. They're saying that many of the people are just upset at his age difference, is what they're saying. Not even the allegation, the age difference. This is in the article. I'm gonna put a link to the article in the comments so y'all can read the article. But they ain't got no problem with this. You make that make sense. Bill Belichick is 73 years old. His girlfriend just turned 24 years old in March. They met in 2021. You do the math. And yes, she's legal. I'm not going to say she's illegal. It's legal for him. We're not saying it's illegal. What we're saying is that the same ESPN staffers that praise Coach Belichick all the time, they got a problem with Shannon Sharpe. They're disgusted. Look at the quote. Disgusted that Shannon Sharpe would be with a girl he's, 30-something years older than. Right? They disgusted about that. All right. Damn near what they say? Damn near 40 or something like that? They disgusted about that. But y'all boy, he damn near 50 years older than that girl. They ain't gonna say nothing. Like I said, look, this is the ESPN people. It's the ESPN people. So now you look at this situation. Now you see why Stephen A. Snitch came out and didn't want to double down on Shannon Sharpe, because his homegirl, who he shout out all the time, she allegedly ain't down with the play. She allegedly ain't down with the play. Molly Caron. So Stephen A., he damn sure, if Molly Caron ain't feeling Shannon Sharpe's situation right now, he damn sure can't come out standing 10 toes for Shannon Sharpe, because now that's going to cause a real issue, because, like they said in the report, not just Molly Caron, not just Monica McNutt, but multiple other women. It says everyone is in shock, is what the ESPN person said, that he was not suspended immediately. And it says it's a massive mess. And that everyone's in shock. He's ruined his reputation and most likely his career. And then they went on to completely bury Shay Sharpe. He ain't going back. It says people now think he's toxic. Staff would have complained to the board or even quit if he had not stepped down. Trust has been broken. So you had ESPN people that was...
I don't know. I think that's kind of far-fetched, but people will say and do anything these days. I personally don't think they would have went anywhere. These people get on their high horses when somebody else getting kicked down. Like I said, Shannon Sharpe has done nothing illegal. Say it again. Shannon Sharpe has done nothing illegal.
Was willing to quit their jobs over Shannon Sharpe ain't going back, man. Because what's going to happen is now here's going to be the situation, right? They're going to go back and talk about situations like what happened with Paul Pierce. Paul Pierce got fired for doing something in his own home. That's illegal. And many people like Paul Pierce. Paul Pierce, the truth, got fired for doing something legal in his home. All Paul Pierce was doing was getting a massage on his shoulders. smoking a cigar, and playing cards. He got suspended for that. I mean, excuse me, fired for that. Fired immediately. This man Paul Pierce got fired on his day off. He got fired on his day off. Remember that. A lot of them people over there, they really like Paul Pierce. You never really heard people saying, hey, man, I don't like Paul Pierce. I don't like Pierce. Think about that. So Shannon Sharpe, he had already had these reports where, and it was coming out with him and Stephen A. that people didn't like. So Stephen A. like, man, I got $100 million, bro. I'm picking this cheese. I'm picking this Skrilla. Because if Stephen A., who had already been through it with that one situation where he'd been suspended, if he would have came out and stood on business and said, yo, man, I'm telling y'all this, right? Stood on business and said, hey, man, to the person who says Shannon Sharpe owns everything, owns all his mess. Excuse me, sir. What do you mean Shannon Sharpe owns all of his mess? That's not true. If that's the case, then his own NFL football colleagues wouldn't be calling him out. You know how I know? Do you know how I know? Because I got proof. You know how I know? I'm going to play it for you. Shannon Sharpe, football colleague, Ryan Clark. Here's what he had to say, sir.
To whom much is given, much is required. Right? And once you reach a certain stature, it's like the whole...
and by the way, whenever you come in this comment section running your Rudy Poo candy ass mouth at me, boy, I've always got a response. I got an instant clap back, boy. I got extendos around here. So don't you ever come in here running your little punk ass mouth. Because I have, you got the questions, I got the answers, Sway. I got the answers.
Folks always used to tell you, boy, don't let that money go to your head. Right? And now, a lot of times, people just are who they are. And you're looking at Shannon, his brand has never really been anything that said he might not be into some of the things that we're learning. Right? You can go back to the IG Live, or you can listen to some of the things that he promotes as sponsors of his show, or just certain ways he talks about women during nightcap or whatever it is, right? Like, okay, never hid that. And that's not illegal, though, right? And like I said, people are going to feel how they feel about the age gap and what that means to them, right? My preference isn't that. If I have, and I do have a 20-year-old daughter, my preference for her, my advice to her, the things that I will and will not be comfortable with for her aren't that, right? I wouldn't be comfortable with my daughter who is 20 dating someone his age, but that's also not illegal. When you start getting tied into some of the things he is being charged with, accused with, or has allegedly done, no man wants to be associated with those things that's not his intent and that's not his heart. And so my biggest thing for him is, if these aren't actions that are of him, I hope that he's cleared of them. Right. And then for the young lady, if these are things that has happened to her, you hope that she's able to process that and in some way feel like she has been not only compensated, but that she has sought and found the justice that she's looking for. But it's like you said, period. It's just a bad look. The text message, whether it's the voice messages, whatever it is, it's a bad look. And it's a testimony for these young men who are getting their name called tonight to keep your nose clean, watch your front, watch your back, and so with people who truly support you. That's your family, that's your friends, that's the woman or significant you choose. Because those people, a lot of times, will bring you down more than you'll bring yourself down. And I think that's what we're kind of witnessing here. A man who's at the height, talking about getting $100 million deal, and now you're dealing with this. It's about decision making, bro. That's what it is.
So now he's saying it's about decision making. That is the reason why I've been getting on Shannon Sharpe the whole time, because Sharpe you always say, man, don't fumble that bag, baby. You get that bag. Shannon Sharpe wait till after he's retired to fumble. That's crazy. And that's the thing that when you tell all, like, bro, you got to know these signs. You have to know what you're dealing with, bro. And you have to be able to put yourself in better and smarter situations because this is the result. If you don't, you will get hit with these type of shit, especially when people know your public business. It's easy for people to go out there and look up how much money you make. When Shannon Sharpe sat up there and say, nah, I don't want no older chick. I want a chick that's worth my pay. When he say that he want a chick that's on his pay level, he keep talking about money. When he talking about chick, all the audio's out there. Y'all all heard it. They sitting back waiting. They like the gang right. So what Shannon Sharpe have to do is Shannon Sharpe have to say, you know what, man, I have to understand. Because remember, his lawyer said, Shannon Sharpe's lawyer said that his relationship with the girl was consensual. And at the end of the relationship, he said it turned out to be transactional for money. So what's the mistake Shannon Sharpe made? You paying this girl. Because now she's seeing you willing to come out that pocket. So now she's seeing you willing to come out that pocket. And then you on the show, you saying all these things. Everybody's seeing these things you saying. Then you have Monique come on your show and tell you, Shay Sharpe, leave them young girls alone. You refuse to be obedient. Cat Williams come on your show. Shay Sharpe, leave them girls alone, man. They finna bring you down. You laughed at them. Laughed it off. Refused to be obedient. Now, you see what's going on. The drip, 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 drip situation. Anything he had in his past, coming back. Your co-workers. Now, they letting you know how they really may have felt about you from the first place, but couldn't say nothing because of your position of power. You had the flex coming in, so your co-worker, they ain't got no flex. They can't really say nothing to the boss because you bringing in numbers. They ain't bringing in numbers you bringing in. But now, since you have allowed with your irresponsibility of dealing with that type of chick, and Shannon Sharpe have been on there bragging about OnlyFans chicks. This nigga did it to himself. He was bragging about the other OnlyFans chick. So you on OnlyFans, you've put yourself out there in front of the world. Now all these girls on OnlyFans, man, they already know. Then you breaking rule number 1. You saying stuff on the phone that can be interpreted to straight up destroy you as a man. You know.
Yeah, definitely. Shannon Sharpe, in his process of trying to, clear his name, he's definitely speaking a lot. I don't know why and who's telling him to do it, but it is being done. Whether it's good or bad defense, who knows?
And you're not even thinking like, yo, this might be taped. So now they really got you in the vice grip. You said, am I saying Shannon Sharpe became a sugar daddy in the end? I'm not saying that. His lawyer said it. Because his lawyer said that it is a fact that's not known, but soon will be. And the reason why his lawyer said that is because his lawyer's trying to get ahead of the story that he knows is going to come out in court. That they're going to, because what his lawyer knows is that Tony Busby and them are going to hit them with, hey man, how dare he talk about she's trying to extort him for money when he willingly was paying for the booty. So that's why Shannon's lawyer got ahead of it and said that she's money hungry. It went from being consensual to at the end, it was transactional. So everybody was getting on the girl for saying, $25K per cheek. She doing that because Shannon Sharpe opened up he was vulnerable and opened up himself to that by the things.
Shannon Sharpe, 25,000 ass cheek spending. Maybe the co-hosts were jealous.
You are killing it.
Maybe the co-host got jealous. He's spending 25K ass cheek.
He say out of his mouth on these podcasts. Shannon Sharpe and them be having 20,000, 30,000, sometimes 40,000 lives. You don't think half them Jones is chicks that's trying to get on? You don't think that? Now they pulling up old video on Shay Sharpe. They pulling up old photos and videos from 2024 on Shannon Sharpe of chicks running up on him. See what I'm saying? You see how y'all see how that chick was all up on Shannon Sharpe? Y'all see how she was all up on Shay Sharpe? TMZ and them, they running this stuff now. This right here. See how short all them shorties? Now, Shay Sharpe, he gonna move and think different now. He gonna move and think different now. And that was Shorty who ran up on Shannon Sharpe. Sign my bag. Whispering something all in his ear. And look at all those people standing right there behind him. Watching. So when you at that position and you in that type of juice, the way Shay Sharpe had that type of juice, man, people looking at you like, man, this game right here. That's why you got to be smarter than that. Way smarter than that. You got 100 million on the line. Think about this, y'all. You got Shay Sharpe already getting bread, but you got 100 million on the line. Real talk. You got 100 million on the line. And to the brother who says, hey, why you lying? This shit ain't true. I ain't lying. Sir, you can go look this article up right now. I don't have no reason to lie, sir. Article just came out today, a couple hours ago. So I'm going to block you just for coming in here capping. Get off your knees, boy. You blocked. See right there? See the time it was published right there at the bottom of your screen, sir? Nigga, I was never capping. You better learn not to come play these games with me. And that's the reason why I screenshots of the article. And that's the reason why I put this stuff on the screen. What does it say right there, sir? People now think he's toxic, the source said from ESPN. It says the staff would have complained to the board or even quit if he had not stepped down. How am I lying? How am I capping, nigga? Brush your teeth, boy, and wash your face when you come in here talking to a real man, nigga. Like I said, I'm trying to help dudes from not losing 100 million, bro. You got 100 million on the wood. Everybody looking at you, dog. When you get paper the way Shay Sharpe was getting paper, everybody looking at you. Shannon Sharpe was on live bragging about the money he made from the Cat Williams video. What you thought these OnlyFans freaks was going to do? What you thought they watching? You got 30,000, 40,000 people a night in the chat, nightcap, and you letting them know? He straight up said, I want a center. I don't want no good. I want a center. And God said, go to hell. He asked for it. These are facts. He said on his show, he said, nah, Ocho, I want a center, boy. He got sent one. And that's going to cost you 100 million plus. That's going to cost you 100 million plus. That's why it was lame of him to use any excuse, because Shannon Sharpe's the one who allegedly approached this girl. That's the same way as your parent telling you when you were a kid, do not touch that stove. That stove is hot. But you refuse to follow instructions. So what did you do? You're like, nah, I'm going to go check this out. You burn your hand, and now you screwed. You refuse to follow instructions. Shannon Sharpe was given wisdom and knowledge and advice from Monique and Cat Williams, two prominent people in the Black community. And he refused that advice. He came on TV and said he wanted. God sent him exactly he wanted. Now everybody mad. Can't happen like that. He said that. He said on the show and bragged about OnlyFans chicks. About one OnlyFans chick named, I forget what her name was, Sky something he was bragging about. Yeah, bragging. What you think these chicks is doing? They watching. Shay Sharpe went up there. He bragged about how much money he made from the Cat Williams interview. Yeah, you thought I made that? Double it. So what the chicks was doing? They doubling up on you. They tripling up on you. They on game. They on code. They on code. Shannon Sharpe got to be on point. See, somebody said this today and they so right. When your money go up like that, your senses and your brain and the way you move got to go up too. How you think. You can't get wilder the more money you get. The more money you get, the wilder you get, the more problems you're going to have. It's like the more money you get, the more on point you got to be. The more paranoid you got to be. The more cautious you got to be. You got to move in a different type of way. I'm telling y'all this. You got to know what type of chick to deal with, man. Who, you know what I'm saying? Like, real talk, bro. That goofy chick, man. Look at this girl, man. I'm just being honest with y'all, man. We have to be on Shay Sharpe. This can't happen, bro. Come on, man. Come on, bro. Come on. Come on, bro. Bro, you Shannon Sharpe, man. You in an NFL Football Hall of Fame, bro. One of the greatest players that ever played a game. You're one of the biggest personalities on all of TV right now, Shannon Sharpe. And this is what you wrote? This? Come on, bro. Come on, man. Let's come on, bro. What we doing? There ain't nobody else to blame but him. I got $100 million on the line. Ain't no way in blue hell. Ain't no way in hell. You got to be down bad, personally. Nobody around you had game to put you onto this stuff?
I live down the street from ESPN headquarters in Los Angeles, and man, they got janitors that look better than her. This is I don't know, man. I just think Shannon had a fetish for this type, and he's getting caught up in a scandal. Sad situation to watch, but they do it all the time when you come up.
So again, bro, when you look in the mirror and all of the preaching you was doing to everybody else, that's the thing. You can't have that on your helmet when you was saying all that stuff you were saying to the other football players, specifically Deshaun Watson. When you said Deshaun Watson, he did this to himself. And Deshaun Watson was getting hit by Tony Busby, and Shannon Sharpe knew it. And he told Deshaun, you did this to yourself. Well, Shay, you did this to yourself, brother. And that's the reason why y'all see more cats that's on YouTube and more cats that's in the community that is backing Sharpe up than cats that's actually at celebrity status or actually on that level. They got a lot of money because they understand the dynamics of these certain situations. See, a lot of people that take up for Shannon Sharpe, they wouldn't even have made the move Shannon Sharpe made. $100 million? I got $100 million bag on the way. I got to get this $100 million from the company to my house.
Get some money, little 20.
I ain't fucking that shit for nobody.
Period.
I'm not running no red lights.
Dance, but you know what I mean? Like some pennies on the dollar kind of shit.
I'm driving in between all the lines.
Fake celebrities, dude.
I'm following all the directions.
On this for my class when I was in college, and they laughed at me. I got a B on that paper. Here it come out 30 years later, all of it, right? Everything I was talking about 30 years ago.
What happened?
using my signal every time I change lanes. Damn it, I might not even change lanes unless I have to. And I'm riding in the slow lane. You ain't even gonna have no opportunity to say I'm speeding. We got to get that thing home. So again, Shay Sharpe was wilding out. Now it shows y'all. Now all of this stuff with all of his co-workers and stuff, now y'all see this stuff coming out, how it is now. Y'all see the play now. Now he get to see how these people really feel. Not benefit of the doubt, but people may feel a certain way because things behind the scenes that they may have seen or felt. Didn't say that, but now they feel like, oh, yeah. See what I'm saying? And they using the words of, you know what I'm saying? Unbearable war zone he's created. That's crazy. They're using these type of words. They're disgusted. Football player just told you, he was like, if I got a 20-year-old daughter, ain't no way in hell she coming home with no Shannon Sharpe. That ain't happening. I don't give a damn who. He said, Ryan Clark said, hey, man, I got a 20-year-old daughter. She ain't coming home with Shannon Sharpe. I don't care what y'all. He said, it's legal. Y'all do it. You do whatever the hell you want to do over there. He ain't coming home. You ain't coming home with my daughter. That's how he feel. So when they say this, a lot of people feel different ways about that. But it's funny to me. I said this again. They only did that with Shannon Sharpe. These people did not look down on Hugh Hefner like that. Hugh Hefner was celebrated before he passed away. Everybody wanted to go to the Playboy Mansion. Think about all these things I'm putting in y'all's brain. You can take this same coalition and look at the situation and a whole different thing with primetime Deion Sanders. Primetime Deion Sanders, legend in the game, paid the cost to be the boss. Won Super Bowl with 2 different teams. Legendary player. This dude went and played baseball, almost won a major league championship, and would have been an MVP if his team would have won. In baseball. That's how bad primetime Deion Sanders was. Primetime Deion Sanders come out here, he not putting nobody in prison. He ain't hurt nobody. He ain't taking nobody's life. None of that. All he doing is talking a little bit of smack, which is what everybody do on the football field, and raising his sons. That's all he doing. He come out here and do the same thing that Archie Manning did with his sons. And Archie Manning's son looked like he didn't even want to be up there when they drafted him to the Chargers. And his daddy said, hey, man, the Chargers better not draft my son. Chargers took his son first. And guess what? He didn't get blackballed. You know what he did? They probably made a call behind the scenes and said, hey, man, if you don't get my son the hell up out of there, 40 minutes later, his son was traded. His son was traded 40 minutes later to the New York Giants. Primetime Deion Sanders said, hey, man, look, man. Hey, man, my son, man, I don't want my son going to Cleveland. Guess what happens? Not only did they drop him to the 5th round, not only did they publicly humiliate him by allowing his private number that was only by the team personnel to get out so they could prank him and demoralize him in front of the world, they drafted him to the Cleveland Browns, the same team as Daddy said he didn't want to go. And Cleveland got 4 or 5 quarterbacks for what they saying online. Public humiliation. And Primetime Sanders put in way more work than Archie Manning. And y'all seen this. So again, they always gonna put you, and then you got black folks out here telling Deion, Stephen A. Snitch go up there and turn on Deion talking about, it's your fault, Deion. You ain't say that about Archie Manning. You didn't open your mouth on Archie Manning. Stephen A. Snitch. Peyton Manning, brother, Eli Manning was drafted in 2001. You ain't say nothing about him. You didn't grill his daddy like that, but you dare come out and grill primetime Deion Sanders. I never talked to Stephen A. Smith ever again about his primetime. Because if you ain't had that same energy for Eli and Archie Manning, why you coming in here hooping and hollering at me on TV today? You know why? Because Stephen A. got to let them know, y'all pay me this $100 million, I'm going to stay in pocket. Remember, Stephen A was out here. He was talking super gangster. Yeah, LeBron ain't finna do nothing to me. I got security. And you see that 30-pound guy right there? Yeah, man. And when I go city to city, they got the FBI, they got the police, and everybody watching after me. I'm an investment. I make money for the mouse. He let y'all already know what time it is.
Yeah. Shannon Sharpe, man. Definitely a wild case. Let's go to Law and Crime Network. Crips leader Big U wants Trump to intervene in murder case. Subscribe to Law and Crime Network.
Looks like Big U is still up to his ways, even while in federal custody. In court paperwork filed just this week, federal prosecutors say the OG is trying to get his celebrity pals to help him out. Plus, he's making a big ask, well, a huge ask. He wants the White House to intervene on his case. I'm Elizabeth Milner with Law and Crime. Big U has remained in federal custody since he turned himself in earlier this month. Now, the feds claim he's running a mafia-like organization, but in a nearly 30-page brief written to the court, federal prosecutors outlined everything he's been up to since he's been in lockup. And they were listening to him allegedly come up with this whole elaborate plan. For years, Eugene Henley, better known as Big U, likely thought he was untouchable until a sprawling indictment came down accusing him of being the head of a racketeering enterprise. Plus, he's accused of kidnapping and murder and scamming some very high-profile celebs.
I just need y'all prayers. I need y'all to... I don't even know what to say.
Big U does claim he's innocent and that this is a whole big misunderstanding. Plus, he pleaded not guilty to his charges. And like most defendants, he wanted to be given bail so he can fight his case from the outside. But in a 26-page document, which even had a table of contents, federal prosecutors outlined every single reason why a judge shouldn't grant him bail. Literally on page 1, federal prosecutors come out swinging. They wrote, quote, "For decades, defendant Eugene Henley Jr., also known as Big U, has put on a public facade masquerading as a reformed gang member and legitimate businessman whose only ambition was to better his community." But defendant wasn't helping Crenshaw. He was helping himself. In the shadows, defendant was secretly operating as kingpin of a criminal enterprise that has ruled Los Angeles through violence, fear, and intimidation. Now he seeks pretrial release under the guise of his reformed persona, even though his criminal activities have included murder, extortion, robbery, wire fraud, bank fraud, and human trafficking. They're asking the court to keep him in custody for the safety of the community. In the filing, they wrote, quote, "Even in his short time in custody, he is up to his old tricks, once again trying to use some of those same celebrities for his personal gain. He has even suggested that he can manipulate the president of the United States into intervening in the case and dropping the charges, even as he simultaneously derisively refers to the president as the Orange Man while in custody." We're normally not political here, but don't think calling Donald Trump the Orange Man will help him out here. So initially, when the indictment came down, authorities believed Big U was on the run. According to this document, when he received notice of his arrest, Big U allegedly destroyed evidence and attempted to paint a false narrative of his criminality. Maybe federal prosecutors are talking about those videos he posted to Instagram declaring he did nothing wrong.
I'm looking at all these charges on the news. Headed back to LA. And then I'm looking at the people that arrested. How you gonna go arrest people that I don't even talk to? That's a built-in liar right there. You know what I mean? So is that how they gonna work the case? Everybody know I don't can. Everybody know I'm baby. So if you want to arrest certain dudes, and put them next to me, them is the dudes you gonna have that call themselves turning against me. Well, ain't no turning against me. I ain't going for that. You might as well go get 600 a whack. These dudes been saying I did all year. So is they go on the internet and these dudes say that I did shit on the internet. Then when you say I did on the internet, they go investigate it. Now you raiding my houses, raiding my shops, raiding all this stuff. And talking about I'm committing crimes and covering up with developing option. What crimes am I committing to cover up with developing option? You know what I'm saying? I ain't committed no crimes and covered nothing up with developing option.
Yeah, damn lie.
Crazy. But this how they get you. They get one of.
Pardon me?
I said he is a damn lie. I ain't did no crime.
Shit ain't did nothing. But you know something we don't know?
All I know is that when I went out there, when rest in peace Nipsey was first unalived, word on the street was they was already back then talking about Lauren London and Big U. That's what those are the two names I remember.
What about
him? Just somehow they got him set up some kind of way. That was just the general thing. And then they were saying Little Shitty. Somebody put $80,000 on Little Shitty EBT card, and that's why he did it.
Come on now, you can't. Come on. How that sound? Somebody put.
Bruh.
What? How can you put 80,000 on somebody's EBT card?
Wait a minute. Didn't somebody just say somebody else gave somebody an EBT card and it had $15,000 on it? Who was that? That was recent.
That was food stamps, and that was 8,000 in food stamps.
It was an EBT card. They didn't say if it was cash or not. You could get cash on your EBT card. I don't know if you know that.
You know 80,000 on damn EBT.
That's how they know it was an inside job. You know, Big U was known back. I don't know. But allegedly, Big U is connected. Like he was fed. He just did too much. Allegedly. Now let me tell you how. This wasn't just gossip per se. Of course, it's gossip, but these were street niggas telling. At the time, my ex, who had a lot of street cred, so they wasn't just bullshitting. They was telling shit from the street, right off Crenshaw. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm trying to be discreet about some things, but I'm just telling you that's what Lil Shitty said, allegedly.
Well, I don't need to. I mean, you already said 80,000.
So you saying how did they put 80 grand on it? Well, whoever was connected with.
What I'm saying is, you might as well. I mean, when you go that far as to say that, you might as well tell everything.
I don't know everything. However, I'm just saying, word on the street was Big U helped set him up. That's what I was hearing on the street. And why? Because Nipsey did not want to break bread with, like they were starting to be around more celebrities and stuff. Oh, hey, infamous. Yeah, you could get money on your EBT card. So in California, but I think they had where somebody frauded this and they took everybody cash. But word was Big U was allegedly mad because Big U wanted celebrities to break bread when they came to LA. And Nip was kind of like, man, I'm trying to, he was trying to be like, I'm trying to get into like legitimate situations. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be on no street shit with this business shit. And Big U was like, nigga, you're not bigger than 6'0". And he was like, I'm not saying I'm bigger than 6'0". I'm just trying to like, expand and shit. You like on some big levels. And Big U got mad, and I think they had like a fight or something. And I can't remember the whole story, but I think Nipsey's brother got into it with them, and he was just like mad. Like he got a big ego, this Big U dude. I've never met Big U, or I might have met Big U and just didn't know he was so-called Big U or whatever, but it was ego shit. And then, he was thinking he was holding it down for 6'0", by trying to be like Nipsey and being loyal to the gang. And, I think Nipsey did outgrow that gang shit. Personally, I think he outgrew all that. But, once you're in,
money will make anybody outgrow bullshit.
You feel me? And then that little chick that was hanging around that was supposed to be helping promote him. I forget her name right now. She's Haitian. I forgot her name. I had to look it up. I have to give me a minute. I'll look it up. But it was just a lot of dirty energy around him. And then he was hanging with Puffy and shit. And I don't know if you've watched my thing on Puffy and him, but Puffy was always putting a drink in his hand. And then that Whack 100 was talking about he had some videotape of Nipsey doing nasty stuff with nut in his mouth and all this kind of shit. Yeah, Whack 100 was saying that, and we was all mad about that. Like, don't be disrespecting Nipsey like that, But allegedly, supposedly, you know, Puffy had Nipsey on tape too. So then a lot of people was mad at Lauren London because they felt like, because you know, allegedly Lauren London was one of Puffy's hoes, you know, one of his hoes. You know, she was supposedly besties with Cassie, and Puffy had a bunch of little women he could get to do things from. That's all I'm trying to say.
Right.
And Lauren is one of them. So when Nipsey let it be known he had a crush on Lauren back in the day, all of a sudden she in his DMs and shit. It was just weird. So word on the street. I'm getting this from the streets.
She was with Wayne when he
Right. So I think Puffy and Jay-Z just didn't want no new kids blowing up and nobody blowing up bigger than them. That's what I really think. And somehow I think Jay-Z, and I've always felt that Jay-Z was connected to this Nipsey shit, but I wasn't quite sure how Puffy was connected until I saw these videotapes, not tapes, but these clips of Puffy talking about somehow he got his executive producer bag on Nipsey's album. And I'm like, how did you executive produce some shit that was already produced? You know what I'm saying? After Nipsey's died, you got your name all over his shit. Like, what? So that was crazy to me. And then when I see these clips of Nipsey hanging out.
Hold on. You saying Puff Daddy is a executive producer on Nipsey Hussle album?
Puffy said it himself, like, not to be putting my channel on spot, but if you go over to my channel, I even put a little shorts on it. There's a clip where Puffy's talking about, you know, God rest his soul, whatever. Nipsey would have wanted me, you know, on his album, and so he hustled something and made something happen where some DJ ended up dead, and then all of a sudden, Puffy's name is on. Go look it up. Executive producer on Nipsey's album after Nipsey died. Like did Puffy put his name on Nipsey's album like 2-3 years ago? Yeah. But when you look at interviews of Nipsey when he was on like the Breakfast Club and shit, all he said was he already had the music done. It's just Puffy would be like, "Oh yeah, that's dope. You might want to tweak up this or turn that on," or I don't know, but it wasn't no full executive producer kind of shit. I'm just saying, if it was, wouldn't he have put it on there when the album came out, right? Marathon, when it came out, he would have put his name on it, but Puffy's name wasn't on it when the album came out. You know, it's just dirty ass business, and I think niggas was jealous because Nipsey was getting better and better looking, and you know, he was even planning on opening a hotel in Vegas and stuff and working with Puma. And I think he would have got more into film and he just would have kept going, you know. And I don't think Jay-Z and Puffy wanted anybody bigger than them. Hence why Mo3 passed. Hence why Dolph, like in Texas, they got rid of the rep. In Memphis, they got rid of the rep. Ain't nobody been coming out of New York forever, you know. And then Nipsey would have been representing the West, right, as a new young West. And they just didn't want that. They didn't want it. I don't think Kendrick was a threat at all at that point because he was more like underground, whatever. And he wasn't pushing gang stuff, you know. So yeah, it's just wild. But you know, they didn't need Big U anymore. And Big U was doing too much. He extorted too many people. And then him allegedly have something to do with his son's best friend getting murdered. This is why he's on blast right now. His son's best friend was like this. I think he was going to be like a professional football player. I think he was getting drafted maybe. And he was staying with Big U and his son for a minute and all that. And they got into it. Next thing you know, the boy was found dead or whatever. And I think his son was just really pissed off about that. His son is a professional NFL player, ain't he? Yeah, his son.
One of them is.
Yeah, his son, the son who played for the NFL, his best friend was the one who all of a sudden ended up dead. Okay, so that's what pissed people off. Like Big U was just doing too much, bragging about it too. They went on that dude's show, whatever his name, I forget, Adam 22, telling and spilling all their tea. And then that nigga, what's his name, Loose Cannon. I remember this, SendáRoni. I remember this. They had as last photo, it was Loose Cannon, but his name was not Loose Cannon back then. It was a picture of Nipsey with this Loose Cannon dude, and they claimed that was the last. They said it was a fan at the time. It was like Nipsey's last picture with a fan at 3:15, 15 minutes before he was murdered. Now, Loose Cannon tells the story like, I talked to him on the phone. I called him. Maybe he did, but I remember that was one of the last pictures that Nipsey took. So that nigga was there. So Loose Cannon was lying. Loose was there. I remember. I saw the picture. It was all on Instagram and shit. You know what I'm saying? So Loose Cannon ain't tell the whole story. He actually was with Nip before he passed. Because Nip got shot, let's say allegedly, like Nipsey got shot at like 3:30, right? The picture with Loose Cannon was like 3:12, 3:15, something like that. But Loose telling the story like, oh, I called him. Because he said Big Newt, you was like, hey, Nipsey dead. And then he was like, what? And he made it like he called Nipsey and was like, hey, Nip. And then, you know, he hung up. And then Wack was like, how come you didn't tell him that Big U said he was dead? Which was weird to me, too. I was like, why didn't you tell that nigga? That nigga said you was dead. That could have saved his life or something, you know? And his argument was, well, because they was beefing at the time, and I really just wasn't trying to get in the middle of this and that, whatever. And I get that too, but oh man, there's so many choppy business up in there. And then look, after Nip was dead, Lauren London had these like pictures with with Diddy, and everybody was looking at her side eye like, why are you taking these like romantic ass pictures with Puffy? And then they took them off the Instagram or whatever. But I didn't forget that shit. And there's somebody that screenshot. I'm pretty sure it's on Google somewhere. And that's also why LA was suspicious of Lauren. Like everybody in LA feels like Lauren London has something to do with motherfucking Nipsey getting pow. So
Hey, SendáRoni, hello. How are you?
greetings.
I put a link in the back where she's talking about how P. Diddy has executive producer rights. I got more information, but I'm gonna try to go grab it. But I'm on my tablet, so I don't know what my audio sounds like. Right.
Word.
So I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna grab that, and then you want me to send it to your phone, or do you want me to send it to the back chat, Ronnie?
Oh yeah, put in the back chat. I'll see if I can click on it. Yeah.
Right now. I'll be right back.
Thank you. Yeah, check that shit out, man. Listen, I did like a whole like 3-hour podcast on this thing with clips and stuff. So yeah, what she's sending you is real. It's real. Sad too. Oh, this is the audio. Yeah, there's a video too, because he was on the Breakfast Club. But yeah, we can't play that, I guess. I don't know.
Yo, Diddy, let's talk about your work with the late great Nip. Long live Nip. It's like, yo, man, I want you like mentor me. You know what I'm saying? Like Nip had no ego. So you know what I'm saying? Like Nip came to me and said, I want you to mentor me. You know, I want to get into real estate. I want you to teach me all your, you know what I mean, like your business secrets. You know what I'm saying? I was like, whenever you got questions, pull up. And then on his last album, people do not know this. Somebody tried to jerk me, but I fixed it. I actually am one of the executive producers.
Can y'all hear that?
Nipsey Hussle's last album.
Victory Lap.
Yeah, Victory
Yep.
Lap. So a lot of people don't know this. We got them to change it in Wikipedia. Somebody over at the label tried to leave my name out, but he came to me and said, I want you to be a part of helping me finish up this album. And so I was a part of not just the records I was on with him on his last album. He was like, yo, I'm a big fan of like Life After Death. You know what I'm saying? And I know you got like that vibe. I'm bringing like that vibe. Like my stuff, it has a West Coast sound, but also has a bad boy sound. So I felt like, yo, I really need you to come and help me out with this. So that's why I have so much footage of us in the studio, because like the last 5 days of him finishing the album, he came to me and said, "Would you come on as one of the executive producers?" And man, we had just started really getting extra close and tight, and then everything happened.
Paul. So they got extra close and tight.
Oh, sorry, you didn't even hear what I was saying. I was saying, hey, I wanted to send you this link if you were interested in DJ Official, who was, I think, connected somehow to the Nipsey situation. And he was just sitting in his car with a homeboy, and at like 4 p.m, like who shoots somebody 4 p.m. while he's chilling in his car? It was just weird. But next thing you know, Puffy is on the album. So
that might be where the problem with Big U came in at.
I think Puffy snitching on everybody. That's what I think. Puffy just telling on everybody.
So
Puffy,
Big U, you right. So check it out. So Big U didn't go Big. Yeah, so Big U didn't get jammed up till Puffy got jammed up.
Correct.
Wow.
I think Puffy telling on everybody.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and I think he knows Big U has something to do. You know.
So
just
basically, Puffy got Big U name out of there, put his name up there, and that's what Big U had the problem.
I don't know, but that's not too far removed, I believe. Because they all feds. They all feds. Whack 100 to me is a fed. Big U's a fed. Puffy definitely works for them people. And I just think that when they overdo something or they cross the line, you know what I'm saying? They have different factions of people. I just think that, they're all of the brotherhood, but then there'd be divisions in the brotherhoods too. But when I saw them clips of Puffy hanging out with Nipsey and then passing him a glass of wine or glass of some shit, I was like, oh no. You know what I'm saying? Damn. Then there was this clip of one time. They cut all the clips off. You can't find none of them now. But there was this clip. It was like Lauren and Puffy. Because I was like, why did Lauren take Nipsey to go see Puffy? But you can't get in the game unless you go visit Puffy. He's like the king of the game. But I, at the time, was feeling like, I don't know. I didn't even know all this about Puffy back then. But I just was like, no, that's not good. So these men, they're crazy, man. Money makes people do crazy stuff. So, and jealousy. I think he was jealous. You know how you can hang out with, like, not you, but how you hear about people hanging out with people and they don't even like a motherfucker. Like,
I see it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I see it all the time. All the time.
So I feel like Puffy was sniffing Nipsey out like the ops, but faking like he was cool with him and chumming him up. I think Jay-Z's the one that brought him in the fold, but Puffy ended up taking over. And he couldn't stand it. He like wanted to smash the pretty bird. You know what I mean? That's how I feel about it. Yeah, he's that kid that used to pull kill animals and destroy baby dolls. That's Puffy to me.
Puffy? Really?
Diddy, yeah, I think so.
You get that kind of vibe with Diddy?
You know, I worked with Puffy. I don't know if you knew that. And
no,
I didn't feel nothing bad. I didn't feel no shitty energy. But then again, you know, it's a professional environment. So, and I'm not in the inner circles of nothing. So he could be very charming. That's how he gets in with people. He's charming. He can be charming. He was charming to me. He was cheap as fuck, though. He was cheap.
I met Puffy twice. I met him the first time at the Essence Festival. I mean, not Essence Festival, Essence Award in Los Angeles.
Okay, when was that?
It had to be like 2011, 12 around the time.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. They had the Essence Award out there. He was out there.
Yeah, he can be charming. That's why people want to work with him. Because, you know, when I met him, I did that Can't Hold Nobody Hold Me Down video with him and Mace.
Oh, you was a cameo in that?
Not cameo. I'm just an extra. And I did have to rub his chest.
You was rubbing oil on Puffy's chest?
I was rubbing his chest with about 3 other girls. He used our hands. I was a hand model. And then I stood out because I made sure to rub his chin. Like, I always like to stand out. So I rubbed his chin. But anyway, I'm in another part, like at the 5-minute and 2-second mark. Thank you. You can see me doing the bankhead bounce.
In that video?
Yeah, it took 3 days to do that video. Yep. And he only paid us $50 a day. I was pissed about that. But, you know, we wanted to.
Like
No. At that time, we was. Let me see. What year was that?
50, 100, depending on.
That ain't shit, because when we would do like Bone Thugs and Harmony.
It's like $100. It's an hour though.
That ain't no. We'd be on video sets for 12 to 15 hours a day. Yeah.
Hey, Roni.
He was cheap. That was cheap.
The link. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. The link that I'm trying to pick up, it's an iHeart Radio. It's iHeart.com content, and it's the date is 9/16/2022. Diddy explains how he executively produced Nipsey Hussle's Victory Lap. So the that I'm gonna put it in the chat. It's probably too big for you to grab. So that's the date of the iHeart. It's www.iheart.com /content, and then it says another /2022 9/16 with the dashes in between.
If you want to deep dive into that, there's like a whole bunch of information I could send your way about that. But
in the back, I don't know if you can use it or not, but it's at iHeart.com. And it's a recording of him speaking about it, I guess. Like it's a clip of it. I just put it in the search thing. I do that often just to make sure that he has what he needs when he's talking about stuff.
Yeah, I think it's the same. Is it the same? I think this might be the same article.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. It's the same article.
All right. When I put in the search, it gave me some sources.
Yo, Diddy, let's talk about your work with the late great Nip. Long live Nip. It's like, yo, man, I want you like mentor me. You know what I'm saying? Like, Nip had no ego. So, you know what I'm saying? Like Nip came to me and said, I want you to mentor me. You know, I want to get into real estate. I want you to teach me all your, like your business secrets. You know what I'm saying? I was like, whenever you got questions, pull up. And then on his last album, people do not know this. Somebody tried to jerk me, but I fixed it. I actually am one of the executive producers of Nipsey Hussle's last album. Victory Lap. Yeah, Victory Lap. So a lot of people don't know this. We got them to change it in Wikipedia. Somebody over at the label tried to leave my name out, but he came to me and said, I want you to be a part of helping me finish up this album. And so I was a part of not just the records I was on with him, on his album. He was like, yo, I'm a big fan of like life after death. You know what I'm saying? And I know you got like that vibe. I'm bringing like that vibe. Like my stuff, it has a West Coast sound, but it also has a bad boy sound. So I felt like, yo, I really need you to come and help me out with this. So that's why I have so much footage of us in the studio, because like the last 5 days of him finishing the album, he came to me and said, "You come on as one of the executive producers." And man, we had just started really getting extra close and tight, and then everything happened.
Sure it did.
He's such a weasel.
Oh, I can't stand him. I can't stand him. SendáRoni, I just put a YouTube in there of Karen Civil. Karen Civil was the one that was working with Nipsey. Can't find. She got real quiet after she was working. She was working with him all the time, and I felt like she liked him or something at the time. And she's kind of a shady character to me. She steals money. She copies ideas. And even that one podcast dude, I forget his name right now, said that she had paid somebody to delete his whole like YouTube, websites, everything. And then she ended up like apologizing to him like a couple years later. But she just funny style. She's a shady chick, Karen Civil. She was very close. Oh, you got it. Okay. Not that, of course, Keisha Cole, but Karen Civil is interviewing. Keisha Cole is interviewing, I guess, Karen Civil on that one. See, if you just even go on her page, Karen Civil and Rosenberg squash beef. What's the other one? Joyner Lucas calls out Karen Civil for stealing $60K. Jason Lee, Meek Mill. Let's see, what is this? Jason Lee, Meek Mill chime in. She's just shady. She's just a shady ass character. But she gets the job done. Nobody's saying she's not a genius, but she's just shady as fuck. You know what I'm saying? And she was working with Nipsey last, and I just thought that was something interesting about that.
Does a little shady ways.
Yeah. I don't know. She's just a funny style character to me. And then the way she used to be extra on Nipsey, like you could tell she really liked him. I don't know if he ever smashed, but I wouldn't doubt it. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. I don't know if they took all that stuff up. But she was all in his mix all the time. She was with him all the time. She was always making sure she looked super cute. I ain't mad. You know what I'm saying? I ain't mad. She always made sure she was super cute around him and stuff. Or I just thought she was under like mental distress. Like, I would be very devastated if an artist I was working with suddenly passed, you know what I mean, in a shady, murdered way. That's what I thought at the time. But then once I learned more about her character, I kind of was like, maybe there's more to this Karen Civil story. What I just sent you, SendáRoni, was Karen and Nipsey on some interview or whatever, and you could just see their little chemistry and stuff. That's the last YouTube I sent. So I'm just saying.
Let's go to NYX News. Nipsey Hussle opens up the Karen Civil.
2013, you released the $100 mixtape, and everybody heard about it. From Jay-Z buying copies to Wendy Williams to every possible entertainment entrepreneur was supporting you. Right. And then you followed up in 2015 with the release of your $1,000 project. What was the mindset behind this? Because you didn't go the traditional route as most artists do with releasing a $9.99 project.
The idea to pump the price up, it was like a combination of a lot of different things going on that I just took notice of. But mainly I just realized that I had been giving out free music for such a long time, and I hadn't charged for nothing. So I didn't do a traditional record contract, but just the business side of it, the value for the CD, we lost value for the CD completely. Just by everything on digital, everything being on iTunes. I come from an era where we get excited to open that CD up, read the credits, you know what I'm saying? Look at the artwork, all of that. But we don't really need to. We got everything on iTunes. So I look at it like I wanted to create a collector's item, something that's limited, something they call scarce. It's not a lot of these. I know people don't have to buy the CD, so I want to make it, you know, there's only gonna be 1,000. So the people that did, they're gonna have something that a lot of people don't have. And then attach an event to it to make it something that you can't get from the digital version. I've done research on it. I realized that what it was called is called creating artificial scarcity. Once the CD or once the music is digital, it's abundant, it's everywhere. So, you know, you can't really charge for it because people can get it for free. But by making it a hard copy, something tangible that you gotta hold on to, it creates scarcity.
Infamous truth teller, you hit the net. You're right. There was no posthumous project, but I still stand by. If Nipsey had wanted him on the project,
Right,
he would have had his name on it. You know what I'm saying? And he didn't have him on there for a reason. So
exactly.
then all of a sudden,
So
DJ.
I just copied it. That wasn't my personal opinion. That was just what I put in. I had copied and pasted.
No, yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm just clarifying. Thank you for all that. You're a great researcher. I'm just.
You you're the source for information. Real. I respect what you do. You got good information.
I just have some favorites who do massive deep dives. Like, you know, there's a few people I go to, and then I use their information on my show. You know, shout out Chill Murray. And there's this other sister who really did a hell of a deep dive. I got to get her name, but she did like a whole 3-hour thing on this. I was so impressed. That's what made me want to do a podcast on that, you know, because of that girl and Chill Murray. But
right.
Some people do deep dives on this stuff. Sometimes you don't find it in the algorithms for whatever reason. But it's all sad. It was so sad. Like there was a serious cloud around LA until probably like last year, man. Everybody was sad about Nipsey. I went to his you know, his store. They had a big memorial. It was deep.
You been to the hamburger spot yet?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I was there with my ex-husband. My ex-husband, by the way, infamous, is a rapper named Volume 10. He had a song called Pistol Grip, Pump on my lap at all times.
Oh yeah.
And him and Nipsey was cool. You know, him and Nipsey was cool. So when he had learned he was murdered, he was crying, he was sobbing. I think that went viral too, because he was just really like, no, man. No, I can't believe it. You know.
I watched the interview with his brother, an interview that somebody did with his brother, and it was, you know, just them talking about their childhood and, you know, how they grew up. He said Nipsey always had the ideas, and I was the one that, you know, kind of brought the money to the situation. You know, like they collaborated together very well as brothers. You know.
Yeah, I saw that. I always get choked up when I see Black talk because he got so much passion for his brother. You know.
He did.
So much anger, so much just like he never got to get it off to balance out the energy. You know what I mean? He never got to like, what's the word in Kung Fu? You know, like in the movies and Chinese movies, karate movies, when they revenge. He never got no revenge. You know what I mean? You know, and then Nipsey's mom, she just be walking around like, everybody know what's up, but then they feel powerless, like they can't get nothing accomplished or get nothing done. So the fact that Big U got arrested for snitching on himself, like everybody could talk about it around LA all they want, but he literally went on a show and told on himself. Loose Cannon also kind of told on him with Whack 100, and then Whack 100 shady to me too. I mean, he called himself Whack 100. That's whack.
That's what I was gonna say. He's whack.
He's totally whack. And then he had another name before that. You know, he's Ray J's manager and all that. He's just a slimy character. I'm not feeling him. But he did work to get Big U arrested, didn't he?
So you really believe Big U behind a lot of this?
Hell yeah! I mean, he already told everything. He told how every time somebody come to town, they got to break bread. Every time a celebrity come to town, and then they think he has something to do with what's that other rapper that was smoked backstage? They had like 30,000 people, and this nigga got stabbed backstage. What was his name? He was a Blood, I think.
You talking about? No, he was from Grape Street. You talking about OG? You talking about damn, what's that dude's name?
I know. Wait, hold up.
His name Draco or some shit like that.
Yeah, Drakeo, that guy.
Yeah, Drakeo. Yeah.
Somehow it's all connected. YG, all them niggas, they all connected to that some kind of way. I'm not in that gang shit, so I don't really pay attention like that. I wish all that gang shit would just go away. Finally, please. Jeez. It's just awful. But it's just so detrimental to the community, period. You know, now that they ain't gonna have too much drugs on the street, maybe it'll go away.
What you mean now they ain't gonna have too many drugs on the street?
Man, Trump talking about if you get caught selling dope, it's considered a terrorist act now. You getting locked for life or the death penalty or sent out the country. He's not playing. Yeah,
wasn't he on a hot mic talking about how American citizens, the criminals and American citizens need to go into the Venezuela jail or prison or whatever? He was on a hot mic or something talking about it.
Yeah, he was. He was literally trying to get shit passed, man. He not playing. He said, if you sell dope or if you go against the government or if you talk stupid about the president and stuff, he going there. As you shouldn't be talking shit about the president. Like, that's disrespectful to me. You know what I'm saying? Even if you don't agree with the president, they had a song called F Donald Trump. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just be having songs talking about F the president. That's crazy. Any other country you do that, you getting locked up or you getting murked, you know? People think they could just do that. No, you can't. Trump's reminding you. No, you can't. You can maybe make jokes of me on Saturday Night Live. That's one thing, but nah, Trump ain't trying to hear none of that. He getting rid of LeBron for the same reason. All of them fools is gone. LeBron was talking heavy smack about Trump. He about to be gone. He was at the Puffy parties too. Now they bringing up Shaq old shit. Y'all heard about that, right?
What?
Did y'all tap into that earlier when y'all talked about Shannon Sharpe?
What about Shaq?
He's putting money for information and to get what? Yeah.
But now that made people relook at Shaq. So there's some news articles. If you Google, if you type in Shaq's ex-bodyguard sues and you put in the year 2011, see what pops up. Shaq's ex-bodyguard sues him 2011. See what pops up.
I'm gonna put it in right now on my phone.
And let me tell you why you're looking it up. His ex-bodyguard was an ex-gangbanger, right? And I don't know why they fell out, but after they fell out, as gangbangers do, he snitched on Shaq and was telling about how Shaq had paid him. He was his muscle. He wanted certain people unalived, even some pregnant chick that wouldn't get an abortion. You know what I'm saying? And when he was suing Shaq, he told all Shaq's business. He said he got bodies.
Says lawsuit claims Shaq ordered multiple murders. Shaq's former pal Robert Ross, an ex-gang member, is suing O'Neal for allegedly masterminding a plot to have him kidnapped and kidnapping, sex tape. Here comes the doozy from TMZ. The website has obtained a lawsuit filed against Shaq on Friday that alleges the big man requested and directed multiple murders on gang members, a record producer. Let's see, record producer and a woman he got pregnant, and even put out an order for someone to break an NBA player's shooting arm. You're, you immediately thought about Carlos Boozer and his mystery gym bag, didn't you? And then it continues on. Yeah.
Ain't that crazy? And then, us LA folks that know that Shaq is a sheriff. So how he was a sheriff, and then you going around talking about offing people and stuff.
Shaq's former pal Robert Ross, an ex-gang member, is suing O'Neal for allegedly massacring. He had kidnapped by other gang members back in 2008. In documents filed today in LA County Superior Court, Ross claims O'Neal organized and funded a series of murders and brutal attacks on people who did him wrong. In the suit, Ross alleges for many years O'Neal requested and directed Ross to perform many personal favors and directed him to perform various tasks, including, but not limited to, ordering Ross to kill a member of the downtown gangster Crips who had disrespected O'Neal in front of his wife, Shawnee. O'Neal is also accused of issuing an order to kill a woman who O'Neal had impregnated and paid for her abortion, and an order to kill a renowned record producer. Ross also alleges that O'Neal issued an order to break an NBA player's shooting arm, who never says whether the alleged hits were carried out, is suing for unspecified damages. Shaq's representation is naturally refuting the suit, as Michael J. Kump, Shaq's lawyer, told TMZ the outlandish claims by Robert Ross in his civil complaint are pure fiction. Shaquille O'Neal befriended Mr. Ross in an attempt to help him turn his life around. Sadly, Mr. Ross abused that friendship again and again. Shaquille's commitment to law enforcement is well known and documented. He will not dignify these defamatory allegations with a response. It definitely sounds like a pathetic attempt to cash grab on Shaq, because the whole story certainly doesn't lean on the side of believability. I'm sure friends have tried the same type of maneuver a bunch against famous athletes and celebs. But there you have it. Some guy filed a civil lawsuit alleging Shaq is a murderer, and in a metaphorical sense, as in he totally murdered Chris Dudley on this play. Definitely didn't see this one coming. That's it. That's all it says. Crazy.
See, and so they said they was re-examining the shit that went down with Kobe's helicopter now. See, Shaq opened a can of worms with that shit. Kobe's helicopter. And even when they said, he had something to do with setting Kobe up with that hoe back in the early 2000s. Remember that big scandal? Y'all were kids probably then.
In the hotel room?
Yeah.
No, when Kobe got that rape charge?
Yeah, when they had the 12 different Siemens in her panties or something, whatever. In her poontang.
She had fucked like 8 players before that.
Right. They ran a train on her is what really was happening.
Yeah, and staff members and shit.
But they didn't say it like that. They didn't say we ran a train on her nasty ass. But you can't just be doing shit. And then that whole Tom Brady blocking Deion Sanders' son, he all smiling in their face. There's pictures with Tom with Deion and the boy Shadur. I don't know how do you say his name, but Shadur, whatever.
Yeah, Shadur Sanders.
But then you flip around and Two-Face is fuck. I always wondered, like, did Deion call Tom and cuss his ass out? Because Tom had no business doing that, man. That was dirty.
Well, the whole thing was Tom Brady's supposed to be his homie.
That's what I'm saying.
Mm.
That's like I work at Burger King. Your son need a job, and I tell them, no, don't hire his son. The fuck?
Yeah.
That's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? That's cool. That's not cool. That's Two-Face as hell. And then did y'all? I missed a bunch, and I'm sorry, but did y'all tap in on them finding out who actually did the prank call?
Yeah, it was a Falcons defensive coordinator.
Okay, cool. All right. Y'all hit it all. Shit. But
Hey,
Shannon,
did you see? Did you see? Terrence Howard refused to do the Marvin Gaye role.
because he said he didn't want to kiss a man.
Yeah, he said Marvin Gaye was really gay.
Marvin Gaye was definitely bisexual.
Right.
I'm telling you, you couldn't get in there. You snort enough cocaine and you sitting around with a bunch of dudes and shit. They end up sucking each other's penises and fucking each other and all this. Yeah. Marvin was wild.
And the
His
cocaine
daddy was.
back in the day probably was potent as a mug too.
I'm thinking his father molested him, man.
Oh, that's why he killed him like that.
And then there was a rumor that, when he was a child, and then there was a rumor that Marvin Gaye was a serial murderer. Did you ever hear that rumor?
No, what happened?
That was a hell of a rumor back in the day.
Serial murder, like what?
Like killing prostitutes before he got his big deal. Like he allegedly murdered like several prostitutes.
That's crazy.
Like beat him up and then accidentally or whatever. Not even accidentally. Shit, if it happened more than once. Allegedly, supposedly.
Yeah.
Then he got he got Berry Gordy's little 15-year-old niece pregnant.
Oh.
He's just shady, man. When he was married to Berry Gordy's sister. He's just shady. He's just a shady ass nigga. And then they end up adopting the baby as if it's their own, you know. It's filthy.
When was this? This is all back in, like,
the Marvin Gaye getting Berry Gordy's niece pregnant.
Yeah, it's my first time hearing this.
Yeah, that was in the 60s, late 60s. That chick, the 15-year-old, she ended up marrying, Miss Tina's ex-husband, Tina Knowles' ex-husband. What's his name? You know what I'm talking about? The actor. Oh my God, it's so late. Hold on, let me Google. I can't think of names right now. Tina Knowles ex-hubs. Richard Lawson. Remember Richard Lawson, right?
Okay.
Richard Lawson was married to the little 15-year-old Gordy when she grew up. That's Bianca Lawson's mom. The actress Bianca Lawson. So I'm saying, yeah, I didn't even know that was Berry Gordy's great niece. The industry be small, man. You be wondering how people get these parts and shit because they already in the game. Just like I did a whole podcast on, did you know Berry Gordy and Jimmy Carter was cousins?
Never heard of that.
Yeah, I did a podcast on that shit. Basically, yeah, they share the same grandfather. Black. No, white. Hold on.
Yeah, it gotta be white because Jimmy. I know exactly where Jimmy Carter from. So
Jimmy Carter's.
all his people was white.
No, his mama wasn't fully white. Yeah, Lillian Gordy. Lillian Gordy was not fully white. I'm sorry. Lillian Carter. His mother, Jimmy Carter's mother, was not fully white.
Where does that say that at?
She's a Melungian. You know the Melungian? You ever heard of Melungian?
What is it?
A Melungian, although they wouldn't call that in Georgia. White people in Georgia were probably descendants of black people if you go back 100 years or 150 years. Most black people who were enslaved, let's say in the late 1700s, that's why they stopped bringing ships over here and shit. Let's say, for example, the census would say, let's say in Savannah, Georgia, they brought 100,000 enslaved people, right? By the course of a generation, which is like 20 years, they had double that. Well, all of them motherfuckers was mixed. You know what I'm saying? And so by like the third or fourth generation, they wasn't looking black no more. I mean, don't y'all see that now? Y'all see that happening now with some people, right? So
it was more. They got the ones they wanted to get out, and they sent them on a trail of tears, and then the ones they wanted to keep that was strong and fit enough to breed more, to make more babies, and do more work. They kept those, and they listed those as Negroes, and so a lot of natives and everybody got mixed into that pot.
Right. But the ones that look more white, they went on and passed for white. They wasn't fully white though. But they white now, I guess.
I mean, you got $5 Indians all the time, but I'm trying to tell you, I've seen Jimmy Carter's family like all my life, and they all white people.
Well, all
Now,
I know.
I'm talking about the main characters. I'm not talking about the ancestors.
But yeah. So Lillian Gordy's
his mom, dad, all that kind of stuff. Those people was white.
Lillian Gordy's father is Barry. I'm sorry, Lillian Carter. Gosh, Lillian Carter's father is Barry Gordy's grandfather. So yeah, he did have I guess he had a black woman on the side then.
Yeah, no, that's
his last name was Gordy. Lillian's birth name is Gordy, just so you know. So her last name was Gordy. She married a Carter.
Okay.
But I don't know if they only showed the Carter family. Did they show the Gordy family? You know what I'm saying? Did they show Lillian's Gordy family? You know what I'm saying? So Barry's dad and her were first cousins. Anyways, that's what I hear. I hear most white folk in the South, in Georgia, especially, of course, Louisiana, but in Georgia, in the South Georgia, you go back about 2-3 great grandmothers or something, and they was black. You know, that's what they say. So
Georgia is one of the 13 colonies.
I did do a podcast on passing actors and rock stars, like that dude from Aerosmith. His grandma black.
Yeah, I can
What's
believe
his name?
that. With
His
the big lip
grandma
Tyler.
Yeah, his grandma's black. Old boy from what is that? Panic at the Disco or whatever? I can't think of the group. I'd have to look it up.
Not Guns N' Roses. Slash.
Well, Slash definitely. I didn't know it back in the 80s, but now you could definitely tell. But no, it's another one of these. Jessica Simpson's sister, Ashley Simpson, was married to the dude. Before she married Diana Ross's son, she was married to that dude. Hold on, let me look it up. Shit. Ashley Simpson's first hubs. Let me put out husband, not hubs. Husband. I forgot it. I always forget his name. Pete Wentz, Fall Out Boy. Yeah, Pete Wentz, Fall Out Boy. His mama's black. But when you look at him, you wouldn't know he was black. But then I saw pictures of him in middle school. I was like, he's definitely black. He straightened his hair and dyed it blonde or dyes it black. It makes it straight. Pete Wentz. But he black. Passing. There's a lot of them, though. There's a lot of people passing for white in the industry.
Well, they had them $5 Indians back in the day, so they still carry that.
Yes, sir. I'm clear on that, but I'm just saying I saw a picture of his mama. She looked like my mama. So, but you're right about that. That is true. $5 Indians. They wasn't really Indians, but no, these people, when you see the pictures, and that's why they kept pictures in black and white for a long time, even though they had color pictures, because they didn't really want you to see who was really like not fully white. Like Elvis.
Abraham Lincoln, you know.
He's a Melungian, as is Elvis.
Yeah.
Okay, so a Melungian is like, and no, Georgia was not one of the 13 colonies, but West Virginia. West Virginia is where these Melungian just means like mixed with Indian and black and white. You know, when the governor of Virginia thought there was way too many mixed people, he kicked all of them out of Virginia and then passed the law, you know, the no miscegenation law, no mixing, right? So he made all the mixed people, all the Indian, all the whites, all the blacks, move who like each other, move to a place they developed called West Virginia.
Yeah.
And then that's the Appalachian Mountains. That's the whites they call the white trash, so-called. They call them white trash because they're mixed.
See, that Tennessee had to be by force had to be forced to release their slaves. They didn't want to. They didn't want to conform. So they had to basically by force, basically by gunpoint, and had told them, you need to release release your slave. They didn't want to. That's
Yeah.
it. You see it today. You can still see the racism. You know what I mean? All that. It's still real thick in Tennessee. Real thick.
Yeah. And have you ever seen Roots?
Yeah.
When they show Chicken George and Tom and Kizzy. I don't know if you remember. So Tom is Chicken George's dad, and then Kizzy is Chicken George's dad. I mean, Chicken George is Kizzy's daughter. They made him look all like really brown skin on Roots, but in real life, Tom was mixed, Chicken George was mixed, and Kizzy was mixed. They were all mixed. So I thought that was interesting. A lot of that stuff about slavery is very interesting. As a matter of fact, let me send you this link.
No, Kizzy wasn't mixed. No, Chicken George was mixed and all that. Kizzy
George was mixed. Okay. I think I saw a real, a picture of Chicken George. And he had
what
a lot of eyes.
Out of context, but that movie Life with Eddie Murphy, remember when they had that baby and he kept holding it up to each one of the prisoners?
Ada Pappy.
Yeah.
That's the funniest scene ever. I just sent you something just now as well. Speaking of that, you heard Trump and them is trying to get all the black art and black artifacts from they're getting rid of the African American History Museum at the Smithsonian.
That's because he's racist. He's always been racist.
They claim they're trying to make it like
yeah,
we're
trying
American. We don't need this. It's like it's history though. It's here. It's American history. Why would you get rid of that?
What he's trying to do. He's trying to whitewash stuff.
Where is it going? Like, where are they going to put all them artifacts now?
I don't know. I don't think they're probably going to do something with it that they're not supposed to do with it.
Just dirty, man. Just a hot
I think it's something about Christopher Columbus or something like that.
What about that?
He said something about Columbus Day being just I don't know, something. I read something. I didn't really understand the title. It said something about Columbus Day. It's just going to be Columbus Day. I don't know. It said something like that. It didn't make sense.
I think it's because, do you guys have children?
I do.
In school? So most schools do not celebrate Christopher Columbus Day anymore. Remember, we used to get that day off. Yeah, they used to give you Christopher Columbus Day off, or it was a special day. But for many years now, October 12th, they haven't done shit. They don't celebrate Christopher Columbus Day. So I think that Trump is trying to bring back Christopher Columbus Day. He's getting rid of Gay Pride Month. I think that's gone. He's going to make that like Veterans Month, like people who were in the veteran, in the military.
In the military, and then he got sent to military school because he got caught with a knife at school or something like that. Yeah. So they sent him to military school. Yeah. So he never was like officially in the military. He just learned how to manipulate. I think as
Hold on. Did you say Trump had a knife at school?
Yeah, he got sent to military school.
He got sent there because his dad didn't want to deal with it. He didn't want to deal with it, so he just sent him to military school.
Like Trump had a knife. He ain't going out like he ain't trying to be bullied at school and all that.
That's right. But now he's passing a law. I think it already passed last week, where if any child gets caught with a knife or any type of weapon at school, they get banned from the district, period. They can't go switch to another school or nothing. They just get banned from the whole district.
Well, no, they can always leave the state and go to school.
Right, but damn, you got to go through all that. You can't just get a 3-day suspension no more, or expelled and go to another school.
So then we don't pay attention to the other stuff.
Right. But I'm gonna have to get off of here. I actually have to work in the morning with children.
I am too. I'm gonna get down to.
And I really enjoy this, and thank you so much for letting me come on here. I don't take that for granted. I really appreciate that. So thank you.
So everybody coming on
your channel. You got a good channel.
Hey, you got a Cash App?
Money sign Roni Boo 1. It's on the screen at the bottom.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Roni Boo for the win. You've been playing that. That's my jam.
Take care, okay?
Thank you. I'm not hopping off quite yet. I'm about to, but Roni Boo for the win.
Running low anyway.
Because you've been very respectful to me. You've never disrespected me, Ronnie, SendáRoni.
No, ever.
And but there was this other cat. I listened to him every morning, 4 a.m. He's got extremely great commentary and information. But when he does his Friday night thing, you know, I'll be telling my little Hollywood stories, Ronnie. You know me a long time. Well, you know me for a minute now. He told me I was lying, bro. I was like, why would I lie?
You know what I'm saying? So, like, the stories are going to be, you know, it's going to sound superficial to them because they ain't never did that. You know what I'm saying?
I was like, have you ever been to LA? No. But he talks shit about LA all the time. And he thinks all women on the, LA are witches. So they
I wanted to find out about, remember when you did that story about the WB and holding all the film, all those films with all the black and white films? WB channel or WB, the station or whatever.
Warner Brothers?
Yeah, Warner Brothers. I remember you did that a long time ago. Did they ever? Was there any solution to that, or no? Or are they still holding it?
To SendáRoni?
I thought you were talking to you. I did something on Warner Brothers.
I'm talking to you too.
Oh, me. Oh, yeah, what was the context?
Yeah, the Warner Brothers and the film, the black and white films with the African American people and like all the film that they had, that they were holding tight, that they weren't releasing it or whatever.
I'm not sure about that, but damn, that sounds like someone. I did that. I'm like, I don't know. I don't remember that, but
for a long, I don't remember what his name was, but somebody you've known for a really long time.
I don't know, but they shady as fuck. I was trying to get put on over at Warner Brothers, and because my homeboy worked over at Warner Brothers, and he was like, for you to get because I had an idea for a reality show. This was like 15 years ago. And I was like, I got an idea for a reality show. And he was like, for your reality show to get approved, you got to present it to like 12 old white, like 70-year-old men, and they got to like it. And for some reason, I just didn't feel like doing that. I didn't feel like dealing with all that. I don't know what a 70-year-old white man will like of me or whatever. It just sounded weird. So I just was like, fuck it.
Yeah. I did do a show on that. It was a while back.
Wait a minute. Oh, wait. Okay. Is this what you're talking about? I said that I used to sneak onto the Paramount Studios lot. Oh, I don't know if that's what you're talking about. But I used to sneak on the Paramount lot.
Somebody I don't remember his name, but he's a really good friend of yours. You've known him for years, and you guys were talking about the WB and that there's a lot of film footage that they refuse to release, or they refuse to release to
you talking about my boy Mario Reyes was talking about that, I think, on one of my shows. Yeah. Why? What was the reason they was holding it back? I don't even remember.
I think that they were just like for history purposes. I think he was trying to obtain it, or somebody was trying to obtain it, and they refused to release it. Like they want to act like it doesn't exist.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah, there's a lot of black films that people just don't even know about. All they know about is Cabin in the Sky, which ain't really a black film per se. Yeah. But like the Oscar Michaud films and stuff like that, Yeah, Oscar Michaud. First of all, most people haven't even heard of him, but he had a whole movie movie studio and all that back then. Yeah, I know about that, but
Those
girl,
are
I
good
don't know.
I thought about. I don't watch WB anymore. Like I don't want anything to do with WB anymore. Ever since I heard it, I was like, that's fucked up. You know, that's pretty
Mm.
jacked.
You know what I've been wanting to do on a podcast on? I might do it sometime soon. I'm really annoyed that Damon Wayans talking about he learned how to tongue kiss from kissing Marlon, and then next thing you know, he loses his show.
Ew, that's so gross.
People
Crazy.
just don't.
But
You
then
heard
check
that,
it out.
right?
As soon as Damon Wayne said that, Kanye West come out about him sucking his cousin.
That's what I'm saying. You connected the dots on that too.
Mm-hmm.
One of my students asked me today. They was like, "Miss Gilbert, did you hear Kanye's new music, new song, or some?" He tried to imply about the 14, about him doing that. And I just was like, "Bro, I don't even listen to Kanye. I'm cool. I'm good."
All right.
I think it's.
I like the old Kanye.
I mean, I try to see the positive in it because, child on child molestation is extremely common to the point where they made us teachers do a whole workshop to be aware of that. And that made me aware because my son was molested by a boy at his school, man. And I still haven't gotten retribution for that. Like I still haven't, like they fired me. Like I worked at the same school, right? And when I tried to get the principal to do something, she fired me.
Because they're trying to keep everything quiet, and that's what's wrong with society. I think that they keep things, they don't talk about it, don't this and that. But that's what's wrong with this. All this trauma just keeps carrying over and carrying over and carrying over.
Right, and we need to pop that pimple, let it all come out. So even though it's tacky, okay, sorry.
I want y'all to check this out. Let's go to SendáRoni TV. Dave Blunt's right. Kanye West's new shocking song.
Oh my God, I gotta find you.
My cousin read it dirty. Magazine. See two niggas kissing, we ain't know what that shit mean. We start reenacting all the pictures we would see. Get my cousin head, get my cousin head, get my cousin head, get my cousin head. Shit hard. I know these niggas about to judge me now.
Now I want y'all to know this young man right here, Dave Blunt, wrote Kanye West's new album.
Shut up.
Yes.
What he says, is that what he really says in his song? Oh, shut up. Shut your mouth.
Kanye West told him what happened. He wrote a song for him. He wrote the whole album.
Wow.
Just don't help me, it's just put me in a trance. I'm talking about euphoria, I'm not talking about a man. Told her don't leave me, cause I need you by my side. As long as you don't leave me, then I'll probably be alright. That one time that you left me, I didn't get no sleep that night. That one time that you left me, I took 10 perks to get high. 10 perks to get high, ain't that no doubt. What if I die? See you in the sky. 2 bites in the grave, don't leave this day, let's go on a day. World War III about to be the best motherfucking album, nigga. In the world behind. It just put me in a trance. I'm talking about euphoria, I'm not talking about a man. Told her don't leave me, cause I need you by my side. As long as you don't leave me, then I'll probably be alright. One time that you left me, and then I'll probably be alright. Took 10 perks to get high. 10 perks to get high. Ain't I no doubt. If I die, you in the sky. 2 bites in the grave. That World War III about to be crazy when that shit drop. In the world behind. 10 bucks to get high. They had them die. But if I die, you in the sky. 2 bucks to the crazy. Don't leave this day, babe. Can't leave the world behind.
He looked like a fucking fat demon.
He said this song is called Cousin, about my cousin that was locked in jail for life for killing a pregnant lady a few years after I told him we wouldn't look at dirty magazines together anymore. Perhaps in my self-centered mess, I felt it was my fault that I showed him those dirty magazines when he was 6. Then we acted out what we saw. My dad had Playboy magazines, but the magazines I found on top of my mom's closet were different. My name is Ye. I sucked my cousin's dick till I was 14.
Is that for real? Is that for real, or is this a parody thing? What is
No. That's for real. Yeah.
Oh.
You know, when I was younger, it bothered me because my sister used to put makeup on me and hide it. My cousin made me suck them off.
I know that face.
Bill, oh, that shook me up like a pouch. I'm scared of that content, man.
Oh my God.
Niggas be lost.
I'm mute right now. I'm over here. That's terrible. You're funny. Ooh-wee.
Y'all want to run it back? Run it back one time. Check it out.
Magazines. Seen 2 niggas kissing, we ain't know what that shit mean. We start reenacting all the pictures we hanging with my cousin reading dirty magazines. Seen 2 niggas kissing, we ain't know what that shit mean. We start reenacting all the pictures we would see. Get my cousin head, get my cousin head, get my cousin head, get my cousin head. Shit hard. I know these niggas about to judge me now.
They want to judge me now.
I get my cousin head. I get my cousin head.
Get off my dick, Snoop Dogg.
Damn. Rap is dead.
I don't know about that. I mean, I think Kanye West tries to stay in the algorithm with the algorithm. So basically, like, if somebody says something true, you know what I mean? Like that whole Damon Wayans thing. Soon as Damon says that, all of a sudden Kanye comes out with a song about, incest and all that.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of this shit is, is premeditated and
it's called social programming. It's called predictive programming. Yeah. Disgusting. I get my cousin head. I get my cousin head. Why do we gotta know? Why do we gotta know about that?
What is happening?
So I don't know what I said. Now I'm making songs about my cousin head. My cousin head.
Niggas looking dumb out here and shit. I get my cousin head. He could have said anything. Wasn't this nigga a preacher like last year or something?
Yeah, he had a school too, remember?
Oh, he sure did.
Shit, that's the same
As
way.
they all do. They all do the same program. LeBron had a school.
I caught it in that shit. Now LeBron's school is in full motion.
Oh, that shit's about to be shut down. Trust and believe.
For what? LeBron don't need no government fund.
First of all, okay, LeBron is about to be shut down though. I guarantee it. I could put money on it.
Maybe in the playoffs, but now they no money, no education.
Yeah, he about to be off the team. This is about to be his last year.
Off the team? He's going for ownership.
This shit
what are you
is
talking about?
They gonna sabotage the shit out of him.
LeBron gonna be the owner.
Ronnie, I could put money on it. I could bet you about this.
Listen,
let's put money on it.
I bet you $100 LeBron ain't going nowhere.
Bruh, I got $100 by. Let me see. Let's give a date. Okay, I'm gonna say by September. By September, it's gonna be a complete full circle on LeBron's full character / public persona. He ain't gonna be on the team no more. He ain't gonna have that school. All that shit's gonna come out about him being a fucking power bottom of Diddy. It's coming out. It's gonna come out.
Damn.
Oh yeah.
You hear this shit?
It's gonna come out.
God.
It's gonna come out allegedly. Okay,
$100. Jay Green, you want some of that?
Diddy's got it.
Come out.
Anybody else want to wager? Anybody else?
No,
Roni, if you come to Vegas, I'll take you for a tomahawk steak.
All right, that's a bet.
Okay.
Roni, that come out. I'm going to full kill among all the Brian fans.
I'm telling you, man. Green, listen.
This y'all key?
Green,
this y'all key?
Let me tell you something. There is no way on earth. You need to sign papers. You got to sign papers just to go in the same room with the nigga. How in the hell he gonna get caught up on some shit?
LeBron is a power bottom, and I will tell you, whenever they had these hotels with him and Lil Durk and all these niggas, they said there was blood on the fucking ceiling, blood on the fucking blankets and sheets, mattresses, shit.
Let me tell you something. That wine will run through a motherfucker, man. You drink some good wine and champagne and shit, man. Fuck around, explosive shits and all kind of stuff.
Look, it was ritualistic acts going on, dealing with the anus and the penis.
You drink enough red wine, you'll take a shit and it might look like you was bleeding out the ass.
And the mattress, bro, on the mattress. Bro, on the ceiling, bro. And it smelled like shit. Bruh. Yeah, I can't wait for my $100, Roni. I can't wait.
I'll tell you something. LeBron James is top tier in everything that he does.
Okay, Puffy trial starts next Monday.
He's on his down years of the NBA and stuff, but he's still better than the average player. LeBron James got 5 to 10 more years if he wants to play that, but he got at least 5.
Why was he wearing a maid's uniform?
A what?
You ain't seen that sexy maid uniform LeBron was wearing?
Oh, come on now with the AI. Come on.
It ain't AI, bro. And then he had a skirt and a matching purse and this other.
That's bullshit. You caught up in the Illuminati. That's Illuminati work.
Dude, this was not recent. This was like a few years back.
You really think
everybody was AI? It ain't AI. Okay,
that's AI. Oscar De La Hoya got caught like that for real. They got pictures of him like that, but
they're all like that, bro. They're all like that. All of them.
No, ma'am. Sorry. No, ma'am.
Not at all. Okay. Roni Boo for the win.
10 out of 10. Let me tell you something. There's no way on earth LeBron James would even, stoop to that type of level of humiliation.
Okay, think about this.
You can see pictures, man. You could put anything. You could make people fat, skinny, whatever.
It was him, bro. It wasn't. It was him. He took a selfie. But anyway, think about it like this. When LeBron came on the scene in 2005, he was close to Jay-Z and Foxy Brown. Okay, and then he got in the inner circle with Puffy. He was a kid back then. He looked up to them. He wasn't the star.
Goddamn musician. What the fuck are you? Listen, LeBron played ball.
Okay, can I Google? Let me Google. Hold up. Let me Google for you. I ain't making this shit up. LeBron. You could do it. Jay-Z.
Nah, I'm not doing this shit like that.
Foxy Brown. Pick 2005. LeBron was a new booty back then. No pun intended. I'm looking at it right now.
New booty when they're rookie.
And he's always been Diddy's little boy toy.
You kidding me?
Ronnie Boo for the win. Hold up.
I looked up to Diddy in some kind of way. LeBron James, one of the only few
See,
people.
look up. You can't look up to Diddy. You got to tell him no. Okay, I just sent that to you. I just sent that to you. Click on it. Ronnie Boo for the win. Come on,
LeBron James. I do not believe it is. This is all cat, LeBron.
You did not hear him say, "Ain't no party like a Diddy party."
I mean, Diddy got good parties. What are you talking about?
You're not that naive. Come on.
Listen, are you serious?
Ronnie Boo
Are you
for
serious?
the
In
win.
2005, XL magazine featured a cover of Jay-Z, LeBron James, Kanye West, and Foxy Brown. The cover was inspired by the President Carter cabinet theme, captured a moment before these figures rose to even greater fame.
Ronnie Boo for the win. I bet you they had a train that day after that photo shoot. I bet you they did. I bet Kanye sucked his dick. I bet you that day, allegedly.
Damn.
Hell yeah. And they say he's a bottom. He's a bottom.
Where do you get that vision from?
Did he turn them in? Turn them on? Turn them out.
Where do you get that vision from?
It's not my opinion. It's not no vision. It's just, word on the street. I'll say it like that.
Word on the street, that's a goddamn lie, too.
No, it's not. I believe it.
Let me tell you something. LeBron James would never even,
Why do you think that? You don't know LeBron James. Why do you think that?
It doesn't make sense.
It make sense? He hanging out with Puffy all the time. You can't hang out with Puffy all the time. And
when have you seen him hanging out with Puffy all the time? You heard him make a comment about a party that he had.
Hold up. Let me Google. Hold on.
Yeah, he made a comment about a party he went to that Diddy threw.
For the last 20 years. He been partying with Puffy for 20 years.
Diddy got the best parties.
They probably scrubbed all those images. Hold on.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not. Why would I waste time? I don't even care about LeBron like that.
Shit.
But I'm telling you what I know.
You don't care about LeBron. You saying some shit like this?
I'm not making this shit up though. I bet you that. Allegedly.
LeBron, please.
That's been his close friend for a minute. Go look at that maid's outfit. That is not AI, bro. And then there's a couple of them.
I wouldn't dare.
Click on that. Click on it.
It's not up here.
Click on it. Scroll down. Scroll down about 2 or 3 rows. Keep scrolling.
As far as it goes.
No, not that one. I just sent you something else. I just sent this. Not that. I sent something else to you right now. Ronnie Boo. Listen, there's this footage that nobody was supposed to see. Somebody recorded him at a Puffy party. It wasn't the, how do I say? Like, it was somebody recording that was not supposed to be recording. And you'll see that nigga was twerking and all that shit.
Man, look, anybody putting them fake videos out there, making them videos.
It's not
LeBron,
fake. It's not fake. It's Puffy and LeBron at a party with some other dudes.
Jay Green, what were you saying, brother?
I said, I'm a Michael Jordan over LeBron James type of guy.
Yeah, but you ain't gonna hate that hard on him, though.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
But like I said, if that does come out, I'm going full Killmonger on y'all.
Shit,
Is that your key?
Yeah, let me tell you something. I'm willing to, go out the furthest of the way to say that that's bullshit. Anything negative about that particular guy, it's just not. It's not there. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, people go to parties all the time. That's the problem with this shit. Motherfuckers so desperate to party with Diddy, they doing anything they can to do it.
Ronnie Boo, click on what I just sent you.
LeBron ain't got to do that.
Click on what I sent you. Click on what I just sent you right now. Please. Listen, you got to remember, before these people were big, they were just regular dudes looking up to. They were looking up to Jay-Z and Diddy. Click on that. All right, now click on that party. And they are closer than close, but not just click on the video, please, when you can. Okay, click accept. Just click on the red thing. God dang.
No. I don't be agreeing. I'm clicking. That should be getting information and shit.
Oh, okay. Let me find another one then. But that's the video.
No. I got, but there's no video up here.
Yes,
okay,
it is.
Okay. This what
click on that. I wouldn't have
this
seen
what you
it
talking
too.
about?
Click on it.
What's the problem?
Joe's video is messing up, but I seen it working. Okay, it's not functioning.
On, sister? I don't think you know what you're talking about.
I will not.
I saw nothing out the ordinary.
Well, all I'm telling you
One
is
more for the good guys. One more for the good guys. LeBron James, the greatest baller.
I'm not gonna debate you about it. I'm just gonna let it come out in the wash.
Ronnie the greatest. LeBron is the number one baller of all time.
You could delete it. I mean, take that off. That's your
video.
Wait. Your video thing ain't showing it properly.
Those are some serious allegations. Those are some serious allegations.
I'll just let it come out in the wash, and you're gonna owe me $100.
Yeah, those are some serious allegations.
$100. Yes.
$100. Tell you something.
Hey, I'm just telling you, man. I'm just telling you.
LeBron,
I ain't make this shit up, bro. I didn't make it up. You got to remember, when LeBron first came in the game, he was the young kid. He wasn't the king, whatever. He was a regular kind of rookie kid coming in. He looked up to them, and he would do whatever they told him to do or whatever they wanted him to do. And if he was drugged up, I mean, did he really have a choice?
I'll tell you something. LeBron James never had to go that low in life to do nothing. He's been having his way since middle school. So whatever you thinking about LeBron, you can forget about it.
They like it. They are gay. That's all I'm saying. They think it's fun.
That's out of pocket.
I would say in the league, about 60% of them dudes is gay now. They've been turned out. Oh yes, about 60%, maybe more.
If that's the case, why is that dude dead? That wide receiver dead out there in LA. Why is he dead? If it's so many gay people in there, why people scared?
I mean, it's still frowned upon. It's still frowned upon. It's not like accepted. They are turned out. Now, if you come too public or you come threatening to tell or whatever this shit is, then that might be why. Here's how another reason I know. This guy I used to date, he was playing for the Colts. And he told me about this shit years ago. He told me about this shit way back in like 2006, 2007. So, and I had a friend who played on the Falcons too. Yup, I was kicking with a dude from the Falcons and a dude from the Colts. And they told me all kinds of shit. They told me back then that the games was rigged and all that shit. All of it. But, allegedly. People don't be one to believe. You have selective belief. Like you believe whatever, but when it comes to people you like, you don't want to believe it.
Back in the 90s, you didn't know what that shit mean. You didn't know what they was talking about in the magazines.
Woo! It's a wow world. That nigga look like a fat
What they was talking about in the magazine. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying.
Can't believe that song. Suck my cousin's dick. My cousin's sucking dick. Oh God.
Get my cousin. Yeah, when my cousin reading dirty magazines. See two niggas kissing, we ain't know what that shit means. We start reenacting all the pictures we would see. Get my cousin head. Get my cousin head. Get my cousin head. Get my cousin head. Shit hard.
I gotta roll a joint on that one. Hold up.
You know these niggas about to judge me now.
I thought I was going to bed. I'm smoking right now. Hold
Pictures don't help me, it's just put me in a trance. I'm talking about euphoria, I'm not talking about a man. Told her don't leave me, cause I need you by my side. As long as you don't leave me, then I'll probably be alright.
That's the worst song I ever heard in my life. I gave my cousin. I don't want it in my head. Oh no, it's in my head. It's in my head. That shit catchy as fuck. Remind me to never play that around my children.
Listen,
Ever.
Kanye West got this. He got Dave Blunt produced his whole entire album.
This Fat Demon?
This dude right here.
Yeah, Fat Demon. He produced this whole album or wrote for him?
He wrote the entire album, wrote it.
Okay, my cousin. Where the hell is Big Sean?
Oh, come on.
Why he fall off the planet?
They fell out bad.
I like Big Sean, man. So we just can't hear from Big Sean because Big Sean didn't want to suck Puffy's dick. That's why.
He didn't want to go to the next level, huh?
He did not. That song is all in my head. And you know some weak ass motherfucker gonna try to suck their cousin dick now. Swear to God.
So you think this song influenced incest?
People are dumb and they really are sheep. People are sheep.
I'm saying you think this is an incest influential song?
It's satanic in that. Yes, I think so. Inverse, yes. I studied hypnotism and mind control a little bit back in the day. Just a little bit.
Well, we just can't.
Can't put down the cup.
Think about
put down the cup.
Who would enjoy that song? Who would enjoy that?
I'm talking about let's enjoy it. Look at him eating this cake. Oh, that cake.
This nigga wrote a whole album?
This who wrote Kanye West album.
Fuck out of here.
Yeah. If you listen to his new album, it sounds just like it. He basically wrote and did the album and Kanye West just sung over it. That's how he did it.
I cannot. He can't even wipe his own ass, bro. I get my cousin. Infamous, it is catchy, ain't it? My God.
From power forward to power bottom. LeBron James.
He is a power bottom, baby. I'm sorry to tell you. I'm sorry to break it to you.
Hey, she freaked out with that one now.
Roni, I'm gonna send you a link, bro. I'm gonna send you a link or two in your text, like your phone. I'm gonna hook you up. I'm gonna send it to you later, not right now.
Listen, okay.
Oh,
listen. He eating all this cake right here. All this cake.
The whole cake, bro.
The whole cake. It's just his album went. He got 1 million views on YouTube or something like that. He sold 1 million records. It was one or the other. He got 1 million views or sold 1 million records.
Oh, the head song already?
No, not that one. But this was his original song. And so he was in the hospital. Dave Blunt's
that's what he looked like.
Yeah, that's him, Dave Blunt.
I've heard of him, but I didn't know that's what he looked like.
Yeah, this the one told Snoop Dogg, "Get off my dick, Snoop Dogg."
Oh, here we go. Oh,
But
he was
then
the
I'm
one that.
promethazine.
So he was the one at Kendrick's show. They Not Like Us. That big fat dude. That's him. Okay.
Oh wow, I didn't know. I didn't see that part.
At the performance, at the live performance in L.A.
Oh,
He
what
was a
happened?
big fat dude, and I was like, "Why that big fat dude on the stage?" And that's him. I
Oh,
didn't know
Dave
he
Blunt
was.
was with Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah, I didn't know that he was somebody.
Oh wow.
But yeah, he's a big fat dude. That him, looking like a fat Buddha demon. Damn, that song's still in my head. I don't like that. I don't like it. I know there's gonna be kids at school singing that. I gave my cousin head. I just can hear it. My 8th graders, they already vulgar as fuck. Damn.
Yeah, they definitely gonna be. It's gonna be like this quiet song or something. Cause you gotta think about it. Kanye West got kids too.
I'm sure his kids don't appreciate that shit. Can you imagine your daddy come talking about that shit? They may not know, but they may.
Mm-hmm. No.
Are they gonna strike you for playing this shit?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, maybe now that you said it, they might, right?
I cleanse and purify that matter. No, they demonetized
dang.
me last week, SendáRoni. They demonetized me, but I think that's because I had Tasha K shit on there without no commentary.
Yeah, you don't ever do proper introductions when you introduce a when you do like when you just play a video. You don't get a name of the it's on the YouTube, man. It's ways that you come on
You
and
gotta
with the
give
show.
proper credit, right? Credit.
Yeah, you gotta have proper context before you do a
Yeah,
review.
I didn't do
on
that. Yeah, I didn't do that with the Tasha K
Yeah.
shit and some other shit. I didn't do it. I deleted the. Well, no, they took them off. I didn't even delete them. They took them off, and then they gave me this fucking ass letter talking about, "Hey, we took your shit off, and you gotta fix this shit if you want your monetization back." So I'm like, word. So I deleted some of them, and then they deleted some of them.
Yeah, Kanye West had this guy do his entire album.
Wow. I like that he gave him a chance. He probably got life insurance on his 600-pound ass, though. Don't get it twisted. Wouldn't you? Shit. Nigga, 600 pounds. The fuck?
And then, and then he got these crazy, these crazy, song names and stuff like that. He
Well,
goes,
I subscribe to you on X, by the way, SendáRoni, for the win.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna follow you back. He got Hitler, Ye, and Jesus, Bianca, Jared, WW3, World War III, Virgil, Nitrous. Like he's pretty much like Cosby. Oh, yeah, I get it. He's at that level. He's at that level. It's over. Like he's not the same.
Shit, I thought I was twisting my hair tonight. I'm about to smoke this joint right now. Ooh, let me let you hear it. Let's ASMR. Here we go.
So, what y'all think about the Shador Sanders prank call
from the dude? Oh, I think it's just some. I mean, you could take it one of two ways. You could either be like, "Oh, that's some kid shit. They just on some prank shit," or you could take it like they really just trying to get in his head and fuck with Dion for all that bullshit he was saying.
Well, shout out to everybody tuning in. Hit that like button, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button. We got 108 on X, man. Salute to everybody. Hit that share button, hit that like button.
Ain't
Say
no
what,
kid
Grant?
supposed to have that number. Ain't no kid
What
supposed to
happened?
have that number.
Which one?
That's a number that the one that calls you their phone. Only NFL executives supposed to
Oh
have that
yeah,
number.
yeah. No, yeah. Nobody. Look. So allegedly, so this how it go down. The Falcon, the defensive coordinator for the Falcons, his son and his friend sneaks in and steals his information book with the numbers up there.
Well, of course he's gonna see that. I don't believe it. He's gonna see that. I think he put him up to it.
Dang.
Which is a big
Nigga, look.
lie. That's a big lie. But they always cover for themselves. That's why I'm saying white folk cover for themselves. Black folk, no, they just out in the fucking wind. For the win. They out in the wind. They ain't even try. They ain't even trying to protect some of these people. Well, they trying to protect LeBron because of the season. They don't want to. They got a lot invested in this last season. They ain't gonna let everybody know LeBron is the bottom until after the season is over. Then they'll tell all this shit because they know he ain't coming back next year. Trust me. He already getting bad press. Didn't he have 0 points?
Hold on. So if LeBron's a bottom, what was Michael Jordan? What was Michael top? What was Michael Jordan, top or bottom? Which one was he?
I don't know if Michael Jordan was involved in any of that.
Yeah, he
I don't
wasn't.
know. But I do hear about LeBron.
I don't know if Michael Jordan was involved.
You trying to compare?
But you know LeBron is, but you don't know Michael Jordan involved.
Look, Michael Jordan
We know that he wasn't.
Right.
You trying to compare self-proclaimed greatness to real greatness.
Yeah, that's a straw man, the fucking debate, Roni. Cut it out. There ain't no comparison. First, there was generations difference, okay? And I'm telling you, LeBron was hanging out with Jay-Z and all these niggas, dick-sucking ass Kanye, and fucking power dick pushing.
Let's look
Puffy.
at LeBron James. Let's look at the playoff. Let's look at the playoff career
He's
rankings.
not king either.
Games. LeBron
ain't.
James is first in games. LeBron has played more games in the playoff than anybody else.
So
minutes. LeBron has played more minutes in the playoff than any other player. Points. LeBron has more points than anybody ever to play in the NBA playoffs. Field goal. LeBron has the most field goals than anybody else. Free throws. He has the most free throws than anybody else. Defensive rebounds. He has the most defensive rebounds than anybody ever to play. Steals. He has the most steals in the playoffs of the NBA in the history of.
Listen to this. And he gives Diddy head. And he gives Diddy head. And he gives Diddy head.
There is no comparison. LeBron and Michael Jordan are two different players, and Michael Jordan should nowhere near be mentioned with the greatness of LeBron
Puffy's
James.
in his head, though. Puffy's in his heart and his head, bro. It don't matter. That nigga likes to get squash by Puffy, allegedly.
Man, you like you seen a tape or something. Like, where are you getting this?
I'm telling you, that Forno fan be breaking that shit down. I'm gonna send you some stuff.
Hey, you gotta be kidding me. I wouldn't read no shit like that. Don't ever send me no shit like that.
Okay.
LeBron.
It's not a porno. It's a podcaster who breaks all this shit down.
He's a liar.
James to be
He's
first
not
in all
lying.
of those categories.
This nigga was twerking for Puffy at the party.
He's
His
only
big ass.
able to match the number of finals losses to
Shaq
Jordan's
too.
finals wins.
They don't start out like that. They just get turned out. They get turned out.
All right, let's go to.
They do X, and then they don't care who they sucking or lucking or plucking.
Look, I didn't make this from power forward to power bottom. The LeBron James story. I didn't. That's not my publication. Not my post.
Check it out. We got Jax Albridge, son of Falcons DC Jeff Albridge, releases apology for prank calling Shadur Sanders.
Yeah, that's a grown ass man.
No, that's the father.
Hey, is this Shadur? This is Mickey Loomis here, the GM of the New Orleans Saints. How you doing? This is Mickey Loomis here, GM of the Saints.
How you doing?
Good. How are you, man?
Good. Been waiting on you.
Yeah, we have. It's been a long wait, man. We're gonna take you with our next pick right here, man. But you're gonna have to wait a little bit longer, man. Sorry about that.
That's fucked up.
What does that mean? What? What did he say? I don't know. How you gonna ask us what it means and you was on the phone? You heard that?
You said you're gonna have to wait a little bit longer.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Why did he call?
What the fuck?
Hey, that's I don't know what that was.
I will say,
It's
Deion
50-50.
Sanders' son is
But nobody got this number though.
It was private.
Did they just troll, bro?
Okay.
Man, he just got trolled, bro. They tripping now, fam. Now I'm gonna crash out, bro.
It is what it is.
Girly ass necklace design.
They said we're gonna tell you what the next bit, but you gotta wait a little bit longer. That's wild. You know what it is? It makes the story better.
Quarterbacks after the top two, with number one, everyone went one. Jackson Dart went late first. Now we get the third quarterback off the board. Saints in a zone
Who?
at the six. The weather Carolina the day favorable.
No, they ain't pick nobody yet.
Yeah, you would think so. I mean, I'm sitting there trying to read the body language of the people.
Yeah,
me too. I'm looking at Brandon Staley, the defensive coordinator. I'm going, does he look happy? Kellen Moore happy? Which one of these guys is really looking at Mickey Loomis going, hey, thank you for giving me the guy I wanted? You would think
with that ball last,
with quarterback
with the football,
Derek Carr's health situation would be something that they would want to impress. But wide receiver, the availability of their wide receivers right now, they have some health in wide receiver. Could that be a position that they
How long is this clip?
Kellen Moore, you're going to have his fingerprints all over that.
What'd they get?
They didn't say yet. Sure.
Let's get this with you.
What's up, Green Bay?
Nobody just told you.
All right. With the 40th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Tyler Shuck, quarterback.
Switch it up.
Quarterback. There it is.
Wow.
One of the most intriguing prospects.
Wow.
26 years old in September. He played parts of 7 seasons in college. Look at the reaction.
You got the phone, but who got that number?
From the dog.
They look at who number it is.
Texas Tech.
For say, go look and see who number that was. Jax Albridge. On Friday night, I made a tremendous mistake. Shadur, what I did was completely inexcusable, embarrassing, and shameful. I'm so sorry I took away from your moment. It was selfish and childish. I could never imagine getting ready to celebrate one of the greatest moments of your life, and I made a terrible mistake and messed with that moment. Thank you for accepting my call earlier today. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Shadur Sanders. Wow. So that was a message from the son. I mean, from the guy, from the kid or the people who made the call, the boys who made the call. That's a message from them. As you know, Shadur Sanders, top 3, if not number 1 prospect in the NFL 2025 draft, was sunken to 5th round. So not the 1st round, not the 2nd round, not the 3rd round, but the 5th round. Shadur was drafted by the Cleveland Browns, a team that his father spoke against him going to.
Shadur Sanders should have been drafted by the New Orleans Saints. Why? Because they drafted Tyler Shuck out of Louisville. Now, I'm not trying to do on Tyler Shuck. I just want everybody to know that. Or any other quarterbacks, the 5 quarterbacks that are drafted.
Robert Griffin.
They think Deion Sanders is an uppity nigga, so they tried to play a little joke on his son to get at him. That's what it is. He didn't mean no real harm by saying that about the Cleveland Browns. He was just saying, he didn't want, if you had a choice, you know what I'm saying? The Browns don't know how to develop quarterbacks, and it's hella cold and shit in the winter. He didn't get like the Florida team or, somewhere where it's not so damn cold. Got the goddamn Cleveland, and they don't develop their acts. But then Deion's his dad, and he could really do some stuff. He really could. He could really make the Browns ain't that bad now. He said that like 5 years ago when the Browns did need some fucking help. Shit.
All right, let's go to the art of dialogue. They taught him a great lesson. NFL Hall of Famer Chris Carter. Subscribe to art of dialogue.
All right. So what happened with Shedeur Sanders?
Well, a number of things happened. The number one thing that didn't happen was there was not a collusion message with the NFL owners.
Okay. What? Okay. A lot of people think that.
Because they wouldn't be able to keep a secret like that. And
so they might do it, but they couldn't shut up.
They wouldn't be able to shut up about it. But every owner is very, very selfish. Now, why would I do something to my detriment? Like if I need a quarterback and I think this kid is it, what he didn't realize is the guys that have fallen in the draft before, they all had unusual traits. Like they had some superstar qualities to them. Now, some other things happened that made them fall, but Shedeur and his family, they overplayed their hand. Them thinking that he was in the same evaluation mode as Eli Manning, they didn't play that right. Them trying to narrow the teams that he was going to go to, that didn't do right. Not working out the combine, that wasn't the right thing. His interview process, obviously he could have done a lot better in that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people left that meeting, felt he was very, very entitled.
Which meeting? Like, because they said Brian DeBall, Giants coach, had said he didn't like the meeting. He asked him, he had some book, was his playbook or something he was supposed to know. And
this is fully loaded. Everything here is educational purposes. Subscribe to Art of Dialogue.
Said he felt weird about it.
Well, the thing about it, they didn't draft him. It's not the tape. And he likes guys to be a little more open before he lets it go. And he doesn't have a big time arm. He's not a big guy. He's not overly athletic.
Mm-hmm.
So his measurables are not, say, first round measurables, but he played football like a first rounder.
But his tape's first round tape, but his measurables are not first round measurables.
Well, you don't play football all the time. You're a human being the rest of the time. And how you're going to be in the locker room, how he already came up with this line of merchandise, legendary, like he's already calling himself legendary. All those things are problems. Right now, he's working check to check, man. Like he's not going to get a big signing bonus. There's not going to be a big guarantee. Any day they want to get rid of him in the week, they can get rid of him.
Don't we think Shedeur is smart enough to know he's not at Jackson State and he's not at Colorado?
No.
You don't think so?
I listened to too many of his answers. I saw too many of the outtakes. I saw too many times he was working out with other players, and he said things that I thought were highly questionable for my franchise quarterback.
So like what?
When he was working out with Cam Ward, him and Cam Ward, the number one pick.
Yeah.
Hey, man, you want to cut a rap video together? No, I want to be known as a football player.
And he's like, what do you do for fun? He's like, I play football. Like,
why wouldn't you sit down with people? And something these kids never understand, even if you're a top 10 pick, you're in the NFL for a long time.
Yeah.
So your interview, your tape, people in the room that see you, someone can like you in the room. They might not draft you 5-10 years later, man.
You're looking for a guy, you're looking to trade, and they remember your interview.
Yeah. It's a swirl. This whole thing with Deion and the media and everything, like it's out of control. Like it did not help him. It helped him make money in college because he got, but it actually hurt him as far as him getting a job as an NFL quarterback.
You mean as Shedeur, his social media stuff with Shedeur?
Yes.
It hurt him.
Yeah. What else hurt him?
I know you've
let me tell you what he understands today.
Okay.
He ain't running shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what, they taught him a great lesson.
Okay.
Like you don't have this figured out. Your dad don't have this figured out.
Who's they? NFL,
Shador,
the world. No,
Let me stop right there. See, when he said they, he contradicts himself because initially he comes on saying there was no collusion. There's no way somebody's that hyped and publicized that there's any kind of mishap to where he drops to fifth when he's supposed to be first without being colluded.
Oh, you said they taught him. I'm just curious. Like,
well, the system.
Okay,
There's a system out there, man.
Okay.
Like you're going for a job interview. So for his job interview, he was so concerned about what his outfit was. His necklace was over $100,000. Like he hadn't even convinced people that you're the face of our franchise. Matter of fact, he had convinced people that they were better off going in a different direction, even with people who had lesser talent. That's the rub he put on the people.
Yeah.
That's the case. That's a bad interview, bro.
No, it is the case. He didn't get drafted right. It's no speculation. Like, we're through the draft. We threw 3 days. He threw away at least $30 to $50 million. At least.
He's like his father. Fruit don't fall too far from the tree. He's lucky he got drafted at all. He didn't have to get drafted at all. And they really would have been ashamed.
So what do you think about Deion Sanders? You don't care too much for Deion Sanders or something?
Not that much. I remember him in his heyday. You know, I didn't really think he was all that. He was okay though. I mean, he's a dope artist. I mean, athlete, but the arrogance, I don't like all that. He's super arrogant. But his son is fine. Yes, he is fine. I mean, like I said on my podcast earlier, he needs to be more concerned about what's going on with DeAndrea, his daughter. You know what I'm saying? She be needing help. His sons is okay.
What about his daughter?
She with that rapper. He always putting her through shit.
No, they broke up.
Because he cheated on her. That's what I'm talking about.
He cheated on her.
Then he cheat on her? Something messy.
Let's go to SendáRoni TV. Media sources say Shador Sanders hasn't been selected in the first 3 rounds.
We finally get home and get settled. 2 nights before we finally get home and get settled. 2 nights before pro day, I get bad dreams. So that's how I know, like, the devil was trying to work on me. So then, the first night, I have horrible dreams, bad dreams. I wake up hard for me to go back to sleep, and I'm like, why all of a sudden I'm having a bad dream 2 days before pro day? Like, why? Out of all days, why now? You feel me? So that's like kind of how I understand, you know, and even with dad, and anytime greatness and all that stuff is about to happen and all that stuff, then you see the devil try to like play his games, you know, and try to distract your mind, get you off, throw you different curveballs in life and all this different type of stuff. So night before pro day, same thing, get another bad dream. But I was prepared because I just went through it the night before. Then I'm just thinking like, why? It just don't make sense. Like, how am I continuously getting bad dreams back to back? And life been the same every day. And one of the most important days of my life. Isn't that wild, bro?
It is.
I had no control, bro.
Yeah, like, you want to tell us what happened? You remember?
Yeah. All right. So I think the one before pro day was I was dropping back and it just felt like the ground was like marble, and I got on cleats, so like I'm slipping, fall. You know what I mean? Like doing my drop back, slipping and all that. Then, like, we just take a break. You know, kind of like how we took a break and we walked down to the other end for like red zone or anything. It was like similar to that. We took a break. We walked down. Then it was just like 2 people walk towards me like super fast. And like I couldn't like say nothing, I couldn't run anything, you feel me? And they just attacked me. So like, you know, when next day I get on the field, you know, I grip the turf a little bit harder.
Yeah.
I make sure I got.
Nobody got that number but coaches, strictly for that reason.
No, it's all.
No, but the thing is,
It's supposed to happen,
but the thing is, why get mad? Because this, they want you to have a certain type of reaction to it. They want you to feel her music. You know what I mean? They want you to feel bad. They want you to feel all that. But I ain't tripping.
You said nobody got that fucking number though.
Nobody has a number.
That shit.
It's all good. Nobody has a number. Y'all talking about star 67. How you gonna star 67? Nobody got the number.
Trash music. Trash.
Nobody got that number but coaches, strictly for that reason.
It just pissed me off.
No, it's all. No, but the thing is,
It's supposed to happen,
but the thing is, why get mad? Because this, they want you to have.
Well.
This nigga 25 years old. That nigga got 5 broken legs, 2 broken shoulders. What the fuck? 25 years old. That nigga got 5 broken legs, 2 broken shoulders. What the fuck is he gonna do for me? What the fuck can I do with a nigga that's almost 30 years old? That nigga been in college for the last 10 years, bro. I can't do shit with that. You going from fucking Jalen Hurts to Tyler Shuck. This bitch ass nigga going from Beyonce to fucking I ain't gonna disrespect that shit like that, bro. I don't got shit for these niggas. I ain't recording no songs. I ain't got no tweets. I ain't got no positivity. I hope every nigga associated with that fucking team have a terrible life. Terrible fucking life. Fuck these niggas, man. Fuck. This nigga 25 years old. That nigga got.
Way to go. Say it one more time for me.
This is Mickey Loomis here, GM of the Saints.
How you doing?
Good, how are you, man?
Good, been waiting on you.
Way to go.
Yeah, we have. It's been a long wait, man.
No, for sure.
We're going to take you with our next speed right here, man.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Let's be legendary.
But you're going to have to wait a little bit longer, man.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Let's be legendary.
Way to go. Say it one more.
What is he gonna do for me?
Damn, this shit crazy. I didn't know he said that. I guess that's what Chris was talking about. Let's be legendary.
So this is the thing. This is why I don't believe that they broke into his office and stole the information on that bullshit. If this guy is a defensive coordinator, I can pretty much guarantee you that he was not in Oxford, Mississippi. And his son was not in Atlanta, Georgia. These things, that sensitive information is supposed to be held close to the chest. I believe that he gave him that number. Y'all boys want to have a little fun? You gotta think about it. The Saints and the Falcons hate each other. He's the Falcons defensive coordinator. Everybody in the NFC South is hoping and praying and wishing that the Saints don't take Shedeur Sanders. Look at the other 3 quarterbacks in the NFC South. Tampa Bay got Baker Mayfield, who has new life. Bryce Young is in Carolina. Atlanta has Michael Penix Jr. So they're not about to have no 3-to-1 nigga to white boy ratio in the NFC South, in the South, period. I'm a Saints fan. I think the Saints should have taken Shedeur. This fucking Tyler Shuck dude, he's fucking garbage. He been garbage. But Tyler Shuck went to the combine and threw at the combine. I think that Deion Sanders has the right to be arrogant because of who he is and what he did.
Right.
Shedeur Sanders doesn't it doesn't spill over. You haven't done anything yet in the NFL. And as far as at Colorado, yeah, y'all turned the program around, but he got a lot of individual accolades. He won the Golden Arm Award. I think that's something that should have gotten him drafted in the first round. But you can't not throw at the combine as if you're Cam Ward. Cam Ward was a Heisman finalist. So that's a totally different tier of quarterbacks. You know what I mean? Cam Ward didn't win the Heisman, but the guy who Shedeur was throwing the ball to did win it. And some people will argue that, that's just like whatever. But Travis Hunter was doing more than catching balls. He was catching balls on the defensive side too.
That's right.
So,
and he was taking dirty plays and everything. They was trying their best to knock him out the he was taking dirty plays and had a good attitude about it. He didn't do nothing outrageous or nothing. He had a good attitude.
And you know why that is? Because the difference is Travis Hunter is the one that come from nothing. He didn't have a Super Bowl winning Hall of Fame dad. And Shedeur should not be punished because he was born to a Super Bowl winning Hall of Fame dad. He shouldn't be punished because of that.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this too, though. I'm gonna go somewhat with your story because at the end of the day, if he felt like he was really gonna be first round and all that, how come he wasn't at the draft? You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Travis Hunter was at the draft. Eric Ward, Hunter, everybody, all them guys was at the draft. If Shedeur Sanders was, if his team was so confident about it, how come he wasn't at the draft? That just don't make sense. He had a concert. He was gonna do a concert once he got, he was about to do his own thing. I guess, he had to slow his roll or something. I guess that's what the statement was or whatever. But it is ironic that everybody who felt like they were supposed to be first round wind up being at the draft.
Usually, you get a special invite if you're going to be selected on night one.
Is that how they go?
Yeah. You can't just show up to the draft. You have to be invited.
Oh, so that should have been his first sign right there then.
Yeah, and those first first rounders are aware that they're going to be drafted in the first round a month or two before the draft. But another thing that I found out, Shedeur didn't have an agent. So it's like when you have an agent, you got somebody that's going to, speak on your behalf. No. You got somebody that's going to, yeah. He didn't have an agent. An agent is somebody that's going to speak on your behalf. He's going to put out those little fires and shit. and Shador felt like he didn't need an agent. I think as great of a father as Deion Sanders has been, he led his son wrong in this process. I think this has the potential to be a really great story because the quarterback room in Cleveland is shit. So if he is who he says he is, he's going to get the opportunity to showcase that. I would have loved to
Yeah.
have him in New Orleans, but like you've had a lot of quarterbacks who were great in college and went to the NFL and were complete busts. I mean, if you look at what was it, 97, 98, the guy who beat Marshall Faulk out for the Heisman, he ain't threw a fucking pass in the NFL. But the Miami Hurricanes had won the national championship that year, and he was slinging that bitch in Florida. He got to the combine, and he was a total bust. He got drafted, but he ain't throw a ball outside of preseason. So, NFL executives are aware of that. Look at Johnny Manziel. He was electrifying at Texas A&M. He got to Cleveland, and he didn't last long.
Yeah, that's the whole thing about that. Like Cleveland always drain the life out of play. Cleveland ain't been shit since Jim Brown. So I don't know how in the hell they got, you know what I mean? Like I just don't get it. And I know it's personal because Deion was speaking against him going to Cleveland. Just so happened his fate falls to Cleveland. It's crazy.
Like, you have to look at the NFL ownership. 90% of NFL ownership is motherfuckers who were here when segregation was still a thing. I'm gonna say when segregation was a bigger thing than what it is now, because it's still a thing.
Mm-hmm.
So they see this young nigga, this young confident. They understand the difference between confidence and arrogance. But if they could tip the scale from one side to the other because it's a very fine line, then they're gonna tip it. And who's gonna be there to rebut what they say if you don't have an agent, someone who deals closely with these team executives? They understand that Shador is not arrogant, but at the same time, they understand that Deion is. But Deion has every right to be arrogant because, I mean, look at the tape. He brought championships to two different franchises. Not alone, but he was a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the biggest deal was, or the biggest deal breaker was, Shador was acting as if he was guaranteed to come in and change the whole trajectory of these different franchises. And I get what Dion was trying to do with the Archie Manning shit, but Eli played for Ole Miss in the fucking SEC, and I don't care what anybody says. The SEC is the hardest fucking conference to compete in the United States. And you'll have people that say, well, the last 2 years they didn't win the national championship, but the past 2 years the SEC has had the hardest schedule. Only a harder schedule was another team in the SEC.
Because I've noticed in a lot of them interviews, you know, they were pretty much saying like, you know, Shador is not Dion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Dion already talked his shit and backed it up. And Shador hasn't grown a pass yet as an NFL quarterback. So that, you know, and you're not Cam Ward. I don't think that Cam Ward was that much better. But
That's what I was saying. I see, yeah, like, I mean, I think he was like more taller and in shape and all that kind of shit, man. But like, you couldn't deny Shador Sanders. Like, you know, he put it, yeah, like the shit he was doing out there was that was some football.
But Cam Ward played in the ACC.
So he must have been he must have been a tougher league.
Yeah. He's in a league with Florida State and Syracuse and Clemson. All of these schools
Oh
have
yeah. Okay,
that
yeah,
have
I'm a whole
recently
different.
won national championships. Ain't nobody in the Big 12 won no national championship recently. Let me make sure.
It's like 5 of them, but you got SC, AAA, triple S. How they go? A. I know what's levels in it.
There's, I mean, the Big 12 is Division One. You know, that's with Kansas, TCU, Texas Tech, West Virginia. It's some big schools, but I'm talking about motherfuckers who have been contenders.
But Jackson State wasn't on that kind of level though. Jackson State was what division was that? You remember?
That's the SWAC.
That's the what?
SWAC, and that's the SWAC. The SWAC is a FCS school, so it's Division One, but it's a tier system. So FCS schools hardly ever beat FBS schools. So you have the football championship series. They actually play a bracketed playoff, which is something that just entered into the FBS, the football bowl series. But I think Appalachian State did it to Michigan some years back. James Madison recently beat a FBS school. Old Dominion beat somebody, but Old Dominion is now an FBS school. So this is shit that happens few and far between. It's like that, the blue moon shit. When an FCS beats an FBS. Colorado struggled with an FCS school this past season. North Dakota State or some shit, or whatever that was. They struggled with them. That's the shit. That's the shit when everybody pulled to hit the ticket when an FBS school played FCS. When they be giving up 40 points and shit like that, the point spread be 40, and they still beat them by 50. Or the point spread 50, they beat them 62-0 or some shit like that. So, I mean, they look at all of that. So, yeah, you went from an FCS to what they call a Power 5 conference.
Shannon Sharpe came out of what?
He came out of a small school. He came out of FCS.
Yeah, Savannah. I think Savannah, right?
Yeah.
Jerry Rice came out of Mississippi. I think Jerry Rice came out of Mississippi. One of them small colleges out there, Jackson or some shit.
So let me tell you the last team out of the Big 12 to win the national championship. Texas, who's now a part of the SEC. The last one after Texas, Oklahoma, who's now a part of the SEC.
Who was it?
Texas and Oklahoma. The two schools that transferred to the SEC from the Big 12.
But you got so what league is Virginia Tech in and all that?
Huh?
I said, what league is Virginia Tech and all them guys?
I'm not sure. I'm not really, you know what I'm saying, paying attention to sports too tough like that. But I am for the T part of it now. Just because they acted like messy little bitches. Yeah, they're like bitches. What do you think was behind that helicopter crash? Keep it real.
I think them people are suicidal. I think people need to realize there's suicidal pilots out there. They say the lady was warned by the co-pilot like dozens of times and stuff like that. Different like types of malfunctions going on that she started doing things, and she continued to go down. It's time people realize like you got suicidal pilots out there, man.
Damn. I know I said I was getting off there like an hour ago. On every photo this has been very entertaining. And Roni,
There was a Black Hawk pilot ignored so many signs. Black Hawk collision, you know.
Oh yeah.
I forgot what it happened. What was that? Virginia, Baltimore? I mean, not Baltimore, but New York or something. I think it was somewhere on the East Coast, but yeah, she runs into one of the passenger planes. You gotta look at all that. So, Green, you think you don't feel like this was some colluded? You don't think it was nothing like that?
Me? I don't
No,
know.
I was talking to Green. I was talking to Johnson. I was asking him, does he feel like the NFL, was on some funny business?
Of course, it was collusion. It was clearly collusion.
What do you think the main situation was with that? Him, his dad, or what do you think? Who do you think the shot was really at?
I think it was the collective of him and his dad. Like, I can see, and I'm pretty sure that you'll agree with it, that Deion Sanders was a better football player than Archie Manning. However,
It was way better football player than Archie Manning. Archie Manning wasn't like that compared to him.
however, we cannot say that Shador is better than Peyton and Eli. Yet, we can't see that. Both of them have 2 Super Bowls. Both of them are guaranteed first ballot Hall of Famers. And both of them played in the SEC. Like, people from other conferences are not gonna like that or want to agree with it. But I mean, we gotta be real. We gotta be real. Like, look at Florida, who was not even a thought in basketball, just won the basketball national championship. The competition is different. It's just different in the SEC. Like, you could say UConn beat South Carolina in the championship, but after how long? You know what I mean? South Carolina won last year. LSU won a year before that. Then South Carolina won like 3 or 4 years before that, straight. Then you had the year when Duke men and women won it the same year. But it's tough. It's tough. And I know that the Big 12 is a well, I'm gonna say used to be a strong conference, but your 2 strongest teams left and went to the SEC. Texas and Oklahoma.
Frank White, salute. Texas, Oklahoma. Huh?
Yeah.
That's like, that's out there. Maurice Claret.
Yeah. So you know you had Texas. Vince Young won a national championship. Oklahoma. No, Oklahoma was the most recent from the Big 12 that won the national championship.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they won a couple. I know Bob.
Well, you gotta look at it like this too. See, people not talking about this. Check this out. Once Deion Sanders came in, Nick Saban started to fade away. So a lot of people didn't like that.
No.
A lot of people didn't like that. So you got to look at
once the NIL came in, it just so happened that these two things happened at the same time. So it's like this. I finished college, like I'm not playing college sports anymore. But the NIL is something that has always been going on. It just wasn't legal. But players have been getting paid for years, decades. This shit ain't brand new. The only thing that's brand new is legal now.
it's legal
Like,
now.
yeah,
Mhm.
like
Them
25.
them NIL contracts, and see, think about. I'm gonna cut you up. Think about this. Shador Sanders made $6 million last year alone in his NIL contract. It's off of college. He could have stayed out there, made another $6 million. He goes to the draft, get played out of $50 million. Now he's gonna be making four. He's gonna be making like 4.5 million for the next 4 years. For the whole that's his like the whole thing for 4 years. Like 1 year he made 6 million. Now he doing 4.5. Now he doing 4 years for 4.5 million.
Especially because you don't have an agent. But you got to look at it like we know you're good, and we know that you have the potential to have a really good NFL career. But the NFL, when it comes to a nigga, is the state of Missouri. You got to show us.
Show me straight, man.
And not throwing at the combine was a bad idea.
Yeah.
I'm all for black empowerment and a man being confident in the person that he is. But I think, first of all, the elephant in the room, people don't like Deion because he's a nigga that talked that shit, but he backed it up. And that's the biggest thing. You know, Deion stole Travis Hunter from Alabama. Travis Hunter was the number one motherfucking prospect coming out of high school. Travis Hunter was not supposed to go to no motherfucking Jackson State. He was supposed to be playing in the SEC. And Deion Sanders took that. So a lot of people didn't like that, especially SEC coaches. And like the whole Aflac commercial thing with Deion Sanders and Nick Saban was in the wake of Nick Saban criticizing the NIL. Because even though he's been paying players for 20 years plus, now that it's legal for everybody else to do it, that takes away some of their leverage. Like, look at it. This year, 79 players from the SEC were drafted. And all of those players give back to the school. They give back to the system that paid them while they were in college. But now it's like some players are like, fuck that system. You got the transfer portal that's going on now. You got all of these all of these companies that are giving advertisement deals to these kids. So now that it's legal, the old system is kind of out the window. Yeah, you probably can make more NIL money at an SEC school, but some guys would be like, "Fuck $1 million, I'm good. I don't need to. I go to the school that I want to go to and get paid." Because a lot of kids don't want to go to these fucking SEC schools because they know it might be 2-3 years before you see the field. A lot of people want to play now. Unless you're a 5-star talent like a Travis Hunter. Like I think it was 28 years ago when Charles O'Bannon from UCLA filed a lawsuit against the NCAA and EA Sports for using his name, image, and likeness.
Who did this now?
Either it was Charles O'Bannon or Ed O'Bannon. It was two brothers, last name O'Bannon, that played basketball at UCLA. And one of them filed a lawsuit against the NCAA for using his name, his image, and his likeness. That's where the whole NIL shit come from. That lawsuit that was filed almost 30 years ago. Matter of fact, let me look
I know them teams. A lot of them teams was getting money with the video games and stuff like that.
But
see,
it's not just the video games.
Merchandise.
It's the jersey sales. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it's my name on that jersey.
You know, Bronny James had the #1 selling jersey.
It was Ed O'Bannon. Oh, so what he did, he didn't file on his own. He filed on behalf of all of the big sports, the football and the basketball players, Division I football and basketball, men's basketball players. Challenged the organization's use of the image and the likeness of its former student athletes for commercial purposes. See, they were still making money off that shit. Like, you could go buy a fucking North Carolina jersey right now. And you know, Mike got his money because he got everything, you know, under his name now. But what about the other guys? And that's what it was about.
You know, Magic Johnson said Nike came to him first.
Nike went to another guy before they went to Magic Johnson, who's supposed to be a billionaire right now. When they offered him stock because they didn't have the liquid assets to pay him at the time. And had he taken a stock option, he would, I think they say 2.4 billion is what he would be worth now. But he said at the time his agent said he can't pay bills with stocks and all type of shit. And they took the money instead of taking a stock option. Because, you know, back in the days, Converse was the only basketball shoe. Adidas wasn't around yet. Reebok wasn't around yet. Nike was new on the scene.
Yeah, they definitely done changed the game.
It was 3 or 4 people that Nike went to before they talked to Michael Jordan. And Jordan grew up being an Adidas person. He liked the forums and shit like that. But Nike gave him something that Adidas and Reebok wouldn't give him. They gave him a shoe with his name on it. And the rest, you know, as they say, is history. Then another thing Nike did, Jordan shoes were illegal in 1984. Nike said, wear the shoes and we'll pay the fine. The fines totaled for that season, I think about 1.2 million, but they were projected to make 4 million from the sales, and I think they ended up making 32 million in 1 year, and shit went crazy.
Johnson was the first one getting that NBA check. I think then Michael took it to another level.
Who that?
I said Magic Johnson was the first one to get a real check from the NBA, and then Michael Jordan, you know, he elevated the game and took it, you know, and you know, they start getting money.
Yeah, they gave him a $25 million contract for 25 years, so it's $1 million a year. And everybody was like, you ain't gonna play for 25 years. But then, you know, Jerry Buss, once Magic stopped playing, he became an executive with the Lakers organization. So he was still working, still getting paid after he was playing.
Mm-hmm. He still got major pull with the Lakers. I think he stepped down from one position a few years ago, like about 10 years ago. He stepped down from some position. Like I forgot what it was, but
He stepped down. He said if he couldn't bring a championship in the first year that LeBron was there, he'll step down. And that's why.
That's right. Then LeBron came and won it the next year or something like that.
Yeah. He said I should have gave myself more than a year.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that was they had a stacked team though. He was just really believing in them younger. I think he was just trying to sell them younger players that was on that team a dream on that. You know, because once LeBron really got in, he rearranged that quick. Ball and Ingram went to Ball and Ingram went to the
Pelicans.
The Pelicans, yeah. Ball and Ingram went to the Pelicans. Pope went to the Nuggets. I think Rondo retired. Yeah, Rondo retired, then came back playing with the. No. He came back with the Lakers. Then he got traded to the Cavaliers or something. He got traded to the Cavs. But some people feel like Shannon Sharpe said that if a prank call deserves an ass whooping, what do sexual assault and hitting your wife deserve? You know, a lot of people, they go back and forth with, different views and stuff. But man, it's, touch the subject to be crazy. Let's see what else we got here. Let's look and see what kind of news we have here. Yeah, it was definitely some type of collusion in that. Cigar Sanders would definitely not have been, in that type of situation.
It's unfortunate that everything ain't just balanced out, man.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to Law and Crime Network. Handyman tortured woman with nail gun, buried her under cement. Subscribe to Law and Crime Network. Here's my review.
For nearly 25 years, with 19 years as the coroner, and this is the worst case I've witnessed.
That is a coroner shaken by the story we're about to tell you. A former pastor who was also convicted of child sex crimes is now in jail accused of a horrific murder of a woman who was found encased in concrete under a shed. That is according to police, who also say that she was tortured before she died. We have the latest on this investigation and the lie that police say the suspect allegedly told that broke this case.
In our line of work, we see many things, and this investigation is one you cannot unsee.
We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. Before we get to this story, let's talk a little true crime news. The Law and Crime Docket is your one-stop shop for trending stories, thrilling body cams, and an exclusive look at brand new shows and podcasts from the faces that you love. Sign up for our Docket newsletter by scanning the QR code that you see here, or click on the link in our description and the pinned comment right under this video. At the beginning of June, we'll pick 10 new Docket subscribers and we'll send them a Law and Crime hat. Winners will be announced in the newsletter. Okay, let's get to this case, and you will quickly see why the coroner in Thurston County, Washington says it is the worst case he has seen in his decades on the job. This is the face of the man who police say is responsible. His name is Jeffrey Ziz. Ziz is facing charges of first-degree murder, kidnapping in the first degree, and unlawful disposal of human remains. And this is his alleged victim, 82-year-old Marcia Norman. She lived alone in Thurston County, Washington, and Ziz was her handyman. The last time anyone spoke with Marcia Norman was on April 1st. On April 4th, a couple days later, after Marcia hadn't been heard from, the local sheriff's office got a call from her family that she was missing. Her son said at 82, she was very coherent, and it wasn't like her to go missing. She had never done anything like this in the past. Deputies found her medication inside her home along this quiet road in a community south of Tacoma. April 1st. According to the planner that the medication was in, was the last time she had taken her meds. Deputies also found by accessing her Apple ID that she had plans to have dinner with someone on April 1st. And that someone was her handyman, Jeffrey Ziz. Ziz was already convicted of a heinous crime and had a humiliating fall from grace a couple years ago. Ziz used to be a pastor at a church in North Thurston, Washington. That church has scrubbed him from their social media, but he does still have an X account that he hasn't used since 2012, but he does have a handful of then tweets. And you can see he plays the part of a pastor talking about God. Like this one he puts out that says, quote, "What does the Lord require of you but to do justice and to love kindness and to walk humbly with your God?" And then he has this one which reads, quote, "Amazing grace, excellent wife, wonderful children, honorable profession, extraordinary neighbors. I almost feel guilty. Hashtag too much blessing for tweet." In 2022, Ziz pleaded guilty to charges including second-degree child molestation. His victims were between the ages of 12 and 14 and reportedly members of his family. Ziz reportedly only served 11 months in prison, though, because he was released under a law in Washington state called the Special Sex Offender Sentencing Alternative, meaning the court determines your level of risk to a community, and then you can be released on conditions into a treatment program instead of being behind bars in prison. One of Ziz's conditions was that he couldn't leave Washington state. This is a law and crime legal alert. Did you know that children are being diagnosed with serious conditions like type 2 diabetes and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease? And research is potentially linking ultra-processed foods to these outcomes. Our partners at Morgan & Morgan are stepping in to help. This is a law firm that has a lot of experience going up against big corporations, and they want to stand up for families who deserve justice and hold these food companies accountable. So if you know someone under the age of 21 who's been diagnosed with one of those conditions, like non-alcoholic fatty liver disease or type 2 diabetes, go to forthepeople.com/food. Also, you can scan the QR code on your screen. So now you have a little context on who Jeffrey Ziz is, and it is certainly concerning at this point for deputies and Marsha Norman's family that he was the last one to see her. According to court records, Marsha had struck up a friendship with Ziz. Now, it's unclear if she knew of his past, but she let him use a shed on her property to do odd jobs, but also store equipment. Deputies say when Marsha's family was asked about Ziz, they told them a story about a creepy interaction that Ziz had with this 82-year-old grandmother. Deputies say that Marsha's son told them one time his mom woke up in the middle of the night and Ziz was standing at the foot of her bed. Marsha then told Ziz to leave and they needed to keep a professional relationship. So you can see the red flags that are building up surrounding this handyman, Jeffrey Ziz, in this investigation. Deputies say when they went to interview Ziz at the place that he was renting, they noticed his red truck parked outside. Ziz allegedly told police that after having dinner at Marsha's house on April 1st, he went home around 9 p.m. and didn't leave until the next morning on April 2nd around 6 o'clock in the morning. That was a lie, according to deputies, because a camera system spotted Ziz's truck driving overnight at around 3 o'clock in the morning. Ziz allegedly admitted to that lie, but said he went back to Marsha's house to get equipment that he had left. Notably, for that trip, though, his cell phone didn't show movement, as if he knew that that is something that deputies would look at in an investigation. Now, another part of Ziz's story was the Ring doorbell on the place where he lived. It did not show him leave. He didn't have an answer for that one, according to deputies, but when deputies then went to his bedroom, they noticed the window had a frame that was bent as if it had been removed by someone perhaps looking to get out of the window and not go through the front door where they
So now we're into the Law and Crime Network. Handyman tortured woman with nail gun, buried her under cement.
they would be caught on a Ring doorbell camera. At this point, Ziz continues to deny any involvement in Marsha Norman's disappearance, but then deputies get a search warrant and they made a shocking discovery. Here's the Thurston County Sheriff at a news conference. This video per KOMO TV.
On April 5th in the evening, Jeffrey's house and room were searched and items were seized, which included a 5-page letter which meticulously planned out a burglary and sexual assault of a woman who was referred to as his customer.
We have yet to see that 5-page document. Deputies haven't released it to the public. We do know during the course of the investigation that Ziz admitted to having romantic feelings for the 82-year-old Marsha Norman. On April 7th, 72 hours after detectives first responded to Marsha's home, and nearly a week since anyone had heard from Marsha Norman. Jeffrey Ziz was named a person of interest in her death, and deputies say that he had fled Washington State, which violated the conditions of his child molestation conviction, so they put a warrant out for his arrest. His roommate told detectives that Ziz took his truck. While law enforcement looked for Ziz, they also traced his last known locations, and they were brought to a job site where Ziz was building a shed for someone who he had met through Marsha Norman. That person told law enforcement that Ziz started building a shed on April 2nd, a day since the last time anyone saw Marsha. Here's what the Thurston County Sheriff said they found next in this video per KOMO TV.
On April 9th, with the help of numerous entities, the Thurston County Sheriff's Office lifted up the shed with power equipment, and TCSO detectives began digging. And at that point in time, we located human remains about 18 inches underground in a shallow grave with concrete poured over the top.
An autopsy confirmed the body they found beneath that shed was Marsha Norman's. Deputies say her wrists and ankles were wrapped with long Velcro straps. They say that she was possibly bound before she died. Here's what the coroner said about her cause of death in that same news conference.
I take no pleasure in delivering the following message because it's going to sting. The immediate cause of death for Marsha is combined blunt force and penetrating sharp force injuries of the head. Other significant conditions contributing to Miss Norman's death were multiple blunt force injuries to her torso and extremities.
Ziz was eventually taken into custody in Missoula, Montana, which is a more than 8-hour drive from Marsha's house in Washington State. Here's KOMO's video of him facing a judge there. He was held on a warrant initially for leaving Washington State as a violation of his conditions related to that child sex crimes conviction. He's now back in Washington State, where he is charged with murder in the first degree, kidnapping in the first degree, and unlawful disposal of human remains, and he is being held without bond. The victim in this case, Marsha Norman, was someone who her family called mentor. The Norman family released a statement saying, quote, Marsha was the one that brought us together. We are thankful for the efforts of law enforcement, the Thurston County Sheriff's, Missoula Police Department in their handling of this matter. We are fully with the investigation in an effort to come to a resolution regarding the manner our family is grieving and looking for ways to honor her memory. Marsha was an engaged member of her community and family, full of life with plans for the future. She is loved by many. As far as a motive for a case this horrific, officially it's unclear. But the Thurston County Sheriff said if he was to guess at this point, it's because Jeffrey Ziz, a former pastor, turned child abuser, who many say was released with a light sentence for that crime, now an accused murderer, is a, quote, violent person. Joining us now to talk more about this case is Professor of Forensics at Jacksonville State University, Joseph Scott Morgan. Thank you, sir, for taking the time to be a horrific case. And it was stunning to me where the local coroner in Thurston County, Washington, who'd been in the coroner's office for 25 said it was the worst thing he had ever seen. When you hear a coroner, and as well as anybody, and what you see on a daily basis, but for a coroner to say that, what's your reaction when you hear that?
Well, it's one thing when you hear cops say things like that, but when you're using the measure of coroner and the things that they have been subjected to over the course of a very long career, by the way, 25 years, it kicks it up to another level. That means that what this individual saw at the scene, that, by the way, has to assess everything, take it all in, and remain as not emotional as possible, because you're trying to delve into the science. But it so struck this individual to the point where it's very assaulting. And I don't, you never recover from these sorts of things as a medical legal practitioner, those things that hang in the back of your brain. And I think that this is probably going to be one of those cases, Chris.
And to look at the science of this, because it will be important. And you think of Marsha Norman, she was a grandmother, just so many things about her that people should be thinking about in this case, but the science will be important when this case goes to trial. And she was found underneath a shed, in some ways in concrete. And then there was a horrific discovery of what the cause of death was. How do you go about the autopsy process of gathering all that information?
Boy, it is very difficult. I was actually talking with a friend the other day about this case, and I've had experiences with what we refer to as encasement, and it happens one of two ways from a forensics perspective. You can chip away at the scene and try to remove the remains from, this encasement that they have, or you can get, something like a skid loader and dig out beneath this mass of concrete, which contains this poor woman's remains, and load it onto the back of a flatbed, cover it with a tarp, and drive it into the office. And then you take hammer and chisel and you knock away every bit of this. And the reason this is important, Chris, is the fact that with a case like this, as difficult as the concrete makes it to work the case, it also kind of cocoons the body, and it holds on to some of this trace evidence that's left behind. There's no telling what is in there, and it's painstaking. So where this concrete has seasoned on her body, remember, she was not encased in this concrete for for a protracted period of time. But the fact that she was, when you remove those chunks of concrete, you can actually take things away from the body. So you want to be in a controlled environment, like in the morgue, where you can catch everything that might come off the body. Another piece to this is going to be able to try to understand what we refer to as the PMI, the postmortem interval. And there's some literature out there to suggest that encasement like this can kind of retard that process to a certain degree. And timing is everything, as I know that you're well aware of. When did he make contact with her? When do we believe that he perpetrated this crime? Did he encase her at the scene? We can only assume that he did. And was there a lag between getting her in the ground and transporting her out there, that sort of thing? So to say that this case is complex would be an absolute understatement.
And part of it.
Yeah, for him to do all that, a nail gun, cement, it got to be something deeper than just, some job or something. This has to be, a real critical situation to where he's willing to risk everything, for a situation like that. That's a lot. That is a lot.
It too, which is perhaps the most horrific part of this, and it's hard to find words to think about when the coroner was talking about the cause of death being two things, and it was blunt force trauma and some sort of instrument, a sharp instrument in the head. I know there's probably a more scientific term for that, but how are you able to determine a cause of death being those two things?
Well, that's a great question. And one of the things that you're going to want to do with a body like this, and let me just step back just for a second, or drop back to this idea of encasement. You need to try to figure out a means to x-ray this before the concrete ever comes off of her. Okay, so that you can appreciate the body in its natural pristine state in situ, which is just a fancy term that we use that means in place, because it contextualizes everything. So if she's got injuries to her head, I want to try to understand, first off, are these antemortem before death, or are they postmortem after death? Okay, so if they're postmortem, that means that if she's got blunt force trauma to the head, then there's not going to be any hemorrhage in that area. However, based upon what the coroner is saying, it sounds like these are antemortem injuries, because he's saying that this is a causative factor in her death. So therefore, you would have to have hemorrhage in that space in order to compromise her ability to survive. And the sharp force instrument is kind of interesting. As gruesome as this is, I had read through some of these documents. and they're referring to him being armed with a nail gun, Chris. Now,
Yeah.
that would qualify as sharp force to a certain degree, and it's got more ballistic characteristics, obviously, than, say, if you're talking about a knife or a hatchet or something like that. But if it's a penetrating injury like this, and it's done as a result of driving a nail into someone's head, that's something that we would refer to under the classification of sharp force injury as a puncture wound. Okay, it's not the same as a bullet.
And knowing that, and again, it's incredibly gruesome, and
yes, it is.
Just to know that the cause of death was as terrible as deputies are saying and what the coroner is saying. But that science is important, because there's going
Yes,
to be
it
a
is.
prosecutor who's going to try this case, and if Jeffries did everything that the deputies say he did, like, this is someone you do not want to ever see the light of day ever
No.
again. How does the fact that, that science that the coroner's taking, how does that factor into this not just being a murder, but what was torture before this woman passed away?
Yeah, we're delving into the realm of sadism. Not Satanism, but sadism. When you get to this point, and I think one of the things relative to the physical assessment of her remains is going to be, how long did she linger? Okay, because there are cases that I've worked in, that I've covered in the media, where you will have literally individuals that are subjected to torture, where you can actually see at a cellular level, you can see the repair beginning to take place. Okay. Had this been something that was going on, how long did he torture her for a protracted period of time before he ever, committed the coup de grace, where he put her out of her misery, and then decides to, sequester her remains? That's going to be a big part to this, because this is so powerful, Chris. When you take this case before a jury, and you begin, and the coroner gets up on the stand, the forensic pathologist gets up on the stand, and they start talking about what she suffered through, that is going to send a chill up everybody's spine in this courtroom. And the thing about it is, it's illustrated. You've got pictures to go along with this. They're going to see her body encased in cement. They're going to see, after the cement has been cleared away, they're going to see these insults to her head that she sustained. And nobody, and particularly this woman, didn't deserve this, Chris.
No. And it's just, you think of the preparation that you have for when this coroner is eventually going to be on a trial, to make sure everything is laid out correctly for the jury. How specific can you get when you think about lingering? If you were to say that this was a woman who was tortured for multiple hours, or a shorter period of time, I mean, how specific can a coroner get in figuring that out?
Well, a lot of it is going to be dependent upon the assessment relative to viability. How viable was she at any one given time? So if you think about, like, the blunt force trauma of the head, okay, how much did she bleed into that area? Now, when they say blunt force trauma, to me, that means that there might be a chance that you've got an underlying hemorrhage in the brain. Okay. Now, if you take that up to the next level, is there also a communicating fracture to the skull that kind of links to the underlying hemorrhage? Because you can have an insult to the head without fracturing the skull. So you're really walking a fine line here when you're trying to describe to a jury who, and I'm not being insulting by saying this, they don't have the same medical knowledge as a coroner / forensic pathologist. So you have to take this step by step. And, on an aside, that's the sign of an actual good witness, because there are a lot of people I know that are very, very bright, but they're not worth a damn on the stand.
Sure.
If you can have somebody that can take these complex scientific constructs and break them down so that, your local.
Yeah, that goes to show, when you're dealing with cases like this, how being educated in body and organs and things of that nature, you can see and understand what someone may have went through. This is a horrible way to go. Very sad situation.
Can't wait to hear what was the reason for this.
Your local carpenter or the dump truck driver or the lady that prepares the meals at school who's been called to go jury duty, they understand it. They understand it step by step, and that's the sign of a good expert witness on the stand.
I want to dive into that a little bit because obviously if you're testifying on behalf of the prosecution, you want a conviction in every case and make sure you deliver your point. But in this case, where it is so horrific, and if he is truly guilty of what deputies are saying, this is definitely someone that you don't want to mess this case up. What type of pressure is there when you do have, and it appears from deputies that you have him dead to rights at this point. There's a mountain of evidence saying that he's the person who did this. What type of pressure are you under as the coroner in preparing what your testimony is going to look like to make sure that you're communicating it properly to that person who, like myself, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a doctor, but if I'm a juror sitting there, I'm just trying to understand what happened.
Stay right in the middle. Whatever you do, stick with the science, because science is that compass that will point us true north every single time. And it doesn't matter how much hyperbole either side, whether it's the prosecution or the defense attorney, throws out there, to kind of, create this kind of theatrical environment that happens in court many times. The facts, the science that the facts reveal here, trust me, are going to be enough. There's no reason to embroidery this in any way. If you're the person doing the scientific assessment, you sit there and you talk about what you observed. You talk about the measurements that you took both at the scene and in the autopsy suite. And then you talk about the physiology of death. Because this is going to be a big question in this case. How long did it take her to die? And one more part to this is, did she suffer? Okay, because if, let's just say that there is trauma to the brain, did it impact an area of the brain where it would have rendered her unconscious? Okay, now if you have a forensic pathologist or a neuropathologist that gets up there and they talk about, no, she would have been awake and alert at this point in time. Well, that kicks it up to another level at that point in time because there's an awareness that goes on.
And then just lastly, I know you're not a psychologist or a profiler, but you have been involved in a lot of cases in involving people. Jeffrey Ziz may be at a completely different level with what he's accused of. When you manner of death, what does that say about the suspect in this case and the type of person you're dealing with if you're a prosecutor, coroner, detective, whoever it may be?
I think it begs the question, what was the purpose in inflicting this much damage to another fellow human being? And that's a question that should be asked and answered, by the way. What is the purpose? This is not like, as horrific as this is not like he took her out into the middle of a field and executed her with a gunshot wound to the head. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about, according to what the police have said, at his own hand, he inflicted this kind of trauma to this elderly woman. And so you can have an assessment, a forensic psychological assessment on him to paint the picture. Now, there's a real fine line that the prosecution is going to have to walk here. And let me just briefly break this down. I see this played out over and over again. It's almost as if the more horrific a crime is, there is at least from a perception standpoint, there's a possibility that you can say, well, this person is so mentally unstable. Obviously, and defense will argue this, obviously he had no idea of what he was doing. It's an out-of-body experience. Who in their right mind, and that's key here, would ever do this to a fellow human being? Well, it would appear that Jeffrey Ziz did. And I got to tell you, man, this is not his first brush with the law. So that goes back historically with this guy. This is just merely the crescendo, I think, in what has been horrible crimes that he has committed previously.
Yeah, he was convicted of sex crimes in 2022, pled guilty to those crimes. And certainly in this case, is facing a mountain of evidence pointing him in the direction of just being responsible for just a horrific crime. Professor of forensics at Jacksonville State University, Joseph Scott Morgan. It's always great to have you on Law and Crime. Thank you for taking the time to be with us.
Thank you, Chris. Have a good day.
Ziz is next expected in court on April 6th. Deputies are still looking for information on this case. They put out a flyer looking for people who saw Ziz's red truck pulling a trailer at specific times around when deputies believe he allegedly killed Marcia Norman. For On the Case,
Handyman from here. Let's go to let's go to Law and Crime Network. Florida mom had sex with family dog on video. Subscribe to Law and Crime Network. Here's my review.
And I just woke up and I have no idea what's going on. Look, we'll talk to. I'm just reading you the search warrant. Do you understand?
A young mother in Florida on body camera, and she'll later admit to engaging in sex acts with the family dog and more. I have the disturbing case out of Florida and what else White told police. Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. And just a reminder, we are now available on Spotify. You can watch us and listen to us there. So please check us out and follow us on Spotify. Samantha Lee White is a petite blonde from North Fort Myers, Florida. And she has a young child, which makes it really sad that she's on her way to prison. And she's going there for sex crimes against animals, specifically a dog. This case started in February 2024 when police and deputies went to her home with a search warrant. They were looking for electronic devices.
Yeah. Just have her get the child and then come down and then you can. So get the child first and then read it. I'll follow her in there. When I come get the baby, I'll follow you in there.
David, we're coming.
Ruger, shut up. Wait 1 second. You're walking too fast for me. How do I hear you?
So the officer follows Samantha White up to the second floor of the house, and there are already other officers there with the little boy.
You get Tinkle Star in your milk cap? Yeah. Can we put it back in your crib? He's just been hanging out. Just.
I want to grab a blanket.
Hey. Hey, buddy. What's this? How are you? For me, I have shoes. Yes, I can be out by the door. Okay. All right. Betty said people came to protect us today. Yeah. Yeah, that is your Betty. Can you go in here real quick, please? I don't know if that's gonna mess with anything. I just don't want him to run up the door. No, yeah, I hear you. He's the little one that you won't let me catch him. Is she over there? Yeah. Mama shoe. Yeah, Mama got shoe on, baby. Yeah, all the cars can protect us.
Oh.
Say hi, everybody. Yeah, there are no Mama's cars.
Watching this is really, really sad, knowing what we know now and seeing this child in the video because his mom is going to be arrested and is now on her way to prison. The officer then reads the search warrant to Samantha White.
I'm gonna, let's be over here.
Going back to
Yeah, right here where it's warm a little. All right, so I'm gonna read you this. We have a search warrant for the residence, okay? It's gonna be under agency case number with Lee County 24-06919.
The charges in Samantha White's case are concerning to say the very least. I looked her up on truthfinder.com to see what might come up. Truthfinder is one of the largest public records search services out there. White's name and address come back. It's the same house detectives searched in February of 2024. And all of the charges that she faced show up too. Truthfinder is really great because it will show you a person's past and current addresses, phone numbers, social media accounts, and of course, criminal and traffic records. If you want to try Truthfinder, you can get 50% off of confidential background reports. Just log on to www.truthfinder.com/LCCrimeFix. Log on and start accessing information about almost anyone. Samantha White is standing there holding her son as the officer reads the description of the house in the warrant. But then the officer tells her why they are actually there and what they think they will find.
This is what we're searching the house for. The law prohibits sexual performance by power controlled by Florida State Statute 827.071, subsection 5 of the Florida State Statute. The firm has probable cause to believe and does believe that the property connected with the above listed crime is currently being contained, stored, or concealed within the following location.
Pray for those tuning in. This lady has clearly been having some wild things happening on film at her location. Now the police is there to see what they can find. Subscribe to Law and Crime Network. Florida mom had sex with family dog on video.
Direction to locate, and this is just the address of how we got here. We're from the Lee County Sheriff's Office. We came from 147506 6 Mile Cypress, Fort Myers, Florida, headed towards Independence Circle. Basically, this is just the address of how we arrived here. And the following items is what we're going to be looking for. Images or videos of child engaging in sexual conduct defined in Florida State Statute 827.071.
I don't understand.
Hold on.
I can't have you read this right now. Okay. I didn't even think this morning. And I just woke up and I have no idea what's going on. Oh.
We'll talk to. I'm just reading you the search warrant. Do you understand?
Do
you want to?
I get an understanding.
Do you want me to keep reading, or do you want to look at it yourself?
I'll look at it myself.
Okay, just. Well, we're gonna be looking for electronics, basically. Are you okay? I know this is a pretty hard. I'm sorry, I made your money.
And that's what I just don't want because I can't give him to his dad, and I can't give him to anybody that I don't trust, and I just need a minute.
The judge I'll just read the final. You can look at it in a minute. The warrant was presented to the judge on the 14th, which was yesterday, who approved it.
So this is an investigation about child pornography, child sex abuse materials. This is very, very serious.
All right, questions? So basically, we're going to search. Yes. As soon as the house we're done, we'll turn it back over. We're going to talk to you about this.
Okay.
Okay. You have any questions for us?
At some point, I need a water and to use the restroom.
Okay.
Other than that.
Yeah, we can do that. All right.
And then at some point, I would also like to go in the little garden area just so I can set him down and he can play.
Okay. Perfect. So let me just coordinate with them and I'll be right back.
And when can I see my husband?
In a minute. Okay. We'll talk to you guys.
Okay.
And just for the record, this warrant was served at 7:47 a.m. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'll be right back.
I'll get to Samantha White's husband, John White, in a bit. But first, I'll tell you what police say Samantha White told them. The detective said that White told them that she was fascinated by a male horse's anatomy and would look up videos and photos of it online. White also told the detectives that she looked up videos of horses engaged in sex with other horses and with a woman. Police said this led to other revelations from White that she would only discuss with a female detective. Samantha White then admitted to having sex with her family dog. She decided to try it since the horse's anatomy interested her so much, but she told the detective the interaction with the dog wasn't her thing. Now back to the body camera video.
She started crying, so she didn't want me to finish it. I'm like, we're looking for electronics.
You told her she's gonna have the copy of it.
Yeah, I said this is gonna be a copy, and I told her that the judge who authored the search when I showed her the day and time.
Okay. The only other thing we're gonna try is we want to have her come in and get the dog. There's one little section we couldn't clear.
Okay.
So if we can have her either leave little guy or she can keep it with her. That's fine.
I have her
I just want to put him on a leash or let's just find. I'll go with you. Let's just see if we can find a spot once we reset.
Yeah, too late. I don't know how many times I had stepped on everything.
Ma'am, is there anywhere we can put the dogs besides that space while we're here, or like are they allowed outside?
I can let them out over here, and then they'll be trapped in there, and nobody
Will
else
that be
will have
okay with you?
access. Yes.
It'll just help us.
I just
speed
prefer
things up.
me.
No, we
to do
would
it.
prefer
I
you to
just
do it
don't
as
know
well.
how they would react.
Okay.
Everybody else.
Are you able to help do that right now? Okay.
I sure am. When we go in, is there a way I can just get a sip of water before we do that?
For sure. Yeah, we can do all that. No
I need to do this. I'm not using them.
So the detectives go into the house to get the family's dogs.
Do you mind if she holds the baby really quick while we do that?
I do.
Okay, that's fine.
No, that's okay. This will just need to be moved, and we'll have to close this behind us. Otherwise, the dogs will run right out this way.
Perfect. Okay. If you guys want to grab your breach, we're gonna close this.
Yeah, Mama knows a little
Feel you want to?
I don't think we need it.
It's yours.
I'm getting a glass of water before we do this. Yeah? Yeah, runny nose. It's okay, baby.
Or just gonna let them out in the front yard, or
Yeah, so they're gonna end up going right around this way, and they'll go right in the front yard.
Okay.
They are very friendly.
Yeah, we're not worried. We deal with dogs all the time.
Okay, one's gonna come right away, and then
That gate's closed, right?
Yeah, I think they just closed it.
They're gonna come this way, Jeff? They're gonna come right.
One's gonna come right away, Paul. Yeah, this is a wild one. I mean, these dogs. This been a hell of a few years for these dogs, man. Like, I don't know, man. I think some type of Greek, type of outer space dog is coming back to Earth or something. There's something going on with this. There's a lot of dog activity been going on past few years.
Hey, Chloe. Hey, Chloe.
Hey.
Outside.
Outside. Go outside.
No, you guys know not that way. Not that way. Stella, Luna, River.
The three dogs are removed from the house, and now the detectives have to make sure that Samantha White is out of the house.
Grabbing his bicycle, so I should say.
Yeah, that's fine. You need to use the restroom really quick, right?
Yeah, but
it's gonna be. Is it gonna?
I will be fine for at least another 10 minutes.
Okay.
Can we stay in here? Or is that a no?
She wants to know if they can stay over there. Yeah, I can stay over there.
You don't like that? We want to look at carpet. Okay.
And then that one comes from, and he's like, hey.
I did that clear. Oh, you did? Yes, it's good. Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you something. For somebody to be out fucking a dog on video, they real nice. Like, this some of the friendliest, freakiest shit I ever seen for them to supposed to be at a mom caught fucking a dog on camera now. Like, notice how they so polite and everything is all, man, this is crazy. I guess she's complying.
That day, Samantha White was arrested and charged with having sexual contact with animals. She was released the very next day after posting bail. Samantha's husband, John White, was interviewed by detectives. The police report says John denied knowledge of how his cell phone could have ended up inside the toilet bowl where it was located by detectives after John took an extended amount of time to exit the residence during the search warrant service and announcements of law enforcement. John advised there were pictures of himself, his wife Samantha, and Samantha having sex with a canine on his cell phone. The canine involved in the sexual acts with Samantha is their chocolate male Labrador retriever. John believes there are 1 or 2 files depicting Samantha engaging in sex acts with their canine sometime in the end of last year, 2023, or the beginning of this year, 2024. John stated that day of the incident, Samantha and he were drinking and the canine was being annoying. John does not recall who mentioned engaging in sexual acts with the canine, but believes it would have been Samantha. And Samantha had apparently told the police that she would sometimes think about this stuff when she was drinking. The report says that John White admitted to recording Samantha engaging in the sex acts with the dog. John White was also arrested and charged with filming and possessing images or videos of animal sexual activity in February of 2024. Then last July, he was booked into the jail again after being charged with several counts of possession of child pornography. At the same time, Samantha White was also charged with possessing and transmitting child pornography. Then earlier this month, Samantha White pleaded guilty to 3 counts of sexual activity involving animals. Those child pornography charges were actually dropped. She was sentenced to 3 years in prison and 3 years probation after her release. I want to bring in Dr. Daniel Bober. He's a forensic psychiatrist to talk a little bit about this case. Dr. Bober, I've talked to you a little bit about bestiality before. I mean, it's a really touchy, kind of gross subject, but we have a woman here who's been sentenced to 3 years in prison. And when the police went to her door, she apparently readily admitted that she had a fascination with, certain parts of animals' anatomy. She discussed horses, she discussed dogs, and the investigation kind of unfolded from there. They went there with a search warrant because they had some information about her possibly having some child sex abuse material, things like that. So where does this come from? Where do people develop these fascinations?
So just some clarification on some of these terms. So zoophilia is classified as a paraphilia, which is an atypical or deviant sexual interest. So the zoophilia is the sexual urges or sexual fantasies about animals. Now, that in and of itself, believe it or not, is not a mental illness until there is some level of distress or impairment or some negative consequence. Bestiality is the illegal part. It's the behavior. It's having sex or sexual relations with animals. And so that's the part that is illegal in a lot of different jurisdictions. A lot of these types of behaviors are more studied often in men than in women. But we know that people who have paraphilias very often will have a history of childhood sexual abuse, where they have distorted sexual development and problems with normal boundaries. Very often they suffer from emotional neglect. In terms of mental health disorders, we can see sometimes they can suffer from psychosis, personality disorders, antisocial behavior, borderline personality disorder, problems with attachment, problems with boundaries, obviously no regard for the rights of the animals or the way it's affecting the animals. And sometimes they have problems with impulse control or ADHD. A lot of us have fantasies, but that doesn't mean we have to act on them. So those people have trouble controlling their impulses. They have an inability to exercise, and they will often act on these deviant fantasies. And of course, there are people who use substances, and so the substances will lower their inhibitions, and they will act out these fantasies. They rationalize their behavior. They, basically say, "Oh, this is no big deal. The animal is not being affected by it." They minimize the harm, which of course we know there's tremendous harm. And then a lot of people who have social isolation and have trouble attaching to other human beings will sometimes do this. So there are a variety of factors that are at play that can make this occur.
So the zoophilia is when you're just thinking about it and fixating on it. It moves into a crime and becomes bestiality when you actually act on it.
Correct.
Well, they say she acted on it. I guess she was sentenced for having sexual interactions, relations with 4 dogs. And this was discovered, I guess. There were videos of this, some other things. There was some mention about her husband, who also has been charged in this case, but his case is pending. He has not been sentenced yet. The phone being found in the toilet tank, things like that. So, I mean, she's going to prison for 3 years for this down in Florida. 3 years sounds like a really long time. And she's going to be on the animal abuser registry. So she, obviously this had to have been pretty significant for them to sentence her to 3 years in prison. Plus she'll be on probation when she gets out.
Yeah, I mean, harming an animal, a completely defenseless creature. I mean, I think we've talked about this before. I mean, I have 2 myself. I think you have dogs too.
Yes.
So for someone like me, I find it particularly offensive. These animals, they're so special. They're really like our kids. And for someone to come after them, it's really a very similar type reaction. So I can see where someone would sort of hit them hard with a sentence to send a message that this is not acceptable behavior, especially when you're preying upon creatures that are totally defenseless, totally innocent, and obviously can't speak and defend themselves. So it's a pretty horrific crime.
When somebody goes to prison and they're sentenced for something like this, I mean, 3 years in prison, plus she's already, I guess, been in jail for a time too. I kind of think to myself, well, she's going to be in prison for a time. There are programs in prison. There's programming that you can take part in. I guess she has a choice. Do you go to prison and you do your time and then you just get out? Or do you make some use of your time in there and then you get out and you're on this animal abuser registry and you're on probation? I mean, how do you treat something like this? Like, how do you get better? So when you get out, you don't kind of go back to the same behavior and do this again.
So as I touched on before, there's a complex psychological picture of someone who would engage in this type of behavior. So someone like this that I look at, I would say, they would need what we call cognitive behavioral therapy or trauma-informed care. We need to look at the factors that led to this type of behavior. I would want to look at that relationship that she was in with her husband prior to this occurring. How much did he play into this? Was he someone that encouraged it? Was he more passive? Was he complicit? I would want to know a lot more about her background to think about what would be the best way to treat her.
Mm-hmm. What's really concerning about this too, when the police went to the home to execute this search warrant, there was a child in the home. I mean, she's holding a child while the police are there. So we don't know exactly everything that happened in that house, and you never know what happens behind closed doors at somebody's house. But there was a child in the home when this activity was going on. Again, we don't know where the child was located when it was happening. But that's a pretty grave concern too, that this type of behavior, sex with a dog, sexual activity with a dog involving both parents, apparently, allegedly, is happening with a small child in the home.
Right. And at the very least, the child was present under the same roof when this was going on. And at the very worst, the child was involved. And I actually think back to the beginning of my career. I was actually involved in a child custody case that had this type of, believe it or not, this type of activity in it. And this could be terribly, terribly traumatizing and deeply compromising for a child and for their development. And it's obviously its own form of trauma, abuse, and neglect. So the fact that the child is there is, all the more concerning.
Let's hope that the child wasn't anywhere near this. When they first charged this out, she, in July of last year, she had been charged with an additional 3 counts of possession of obscene material, including depictions of child pornography. So it said depictions of it. It didn't go any further in describing it in the counts. But then she ended up pleading guilty to the counts involving the dog, both felony and misdemeanor counts. So they must have dropped those other child depiction charges. I'm thinking maybe she was searching around on the internet for those types of things, but possibly. That's concerning, though, too, because if there was child pornography related stuff involved here, I mean, even looking at that stuff, that's very concerning.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you said before that seemed like a pretty stiff sentence. Well, I guess it really depends. For some people, it's a very stiff sentence, and for some people, it's not enough time. But there's indications that some of these tendencies may have gone into kids as well. And so this is a very, very mentally ill woman who needs a lot of help, and who certainly is a danger to society, pets and people alike, and really is going to need some significant treatment.
Yeah. I mean, 3 years. I mean, I don't know if it's stiff enough, obviously. I mean, they agreed to this sentence. So, I'm just hoping she gets out and doesn't do it again.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, Dr. Daniel Bober, as always, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. It's just a horrible case. Hate to have you on to talk about something like this, but this is unfortunately the world we live in.
Absolutely.
Samantha White will be placed on the Animal Abuser Registry. John White's case is still pending, and he's in custody at the Lee County Jail. And that's it for this episode of Crime Fix. I'm Ian.
Yeah, shocking case. Every day, you hear wild instances now with these dogs and their owners. Let's go to Law and Crime Network. Rich wife vanishes after military husband discovers affair. Subscribe to Law and Crime Network.
Well, it's finally over, and as predicted,
I did come in before he did.
Right, Andreen did defeat me, and she is so excited.
Andreen meets Andre McDonald in Jamaica in 2009, where the two quickly connect and fall in love. Andre, a U.S. Air Force major, brings Andreen to San Antonio, Texas, where they marry, have a daughter, and build a life together. Driven and ambitious, Andreen earns a finance degree and launches her own assisted living business, Starlight Homes, which quickly grows into a multi-million-dollar success. With her achievements, she even gives back to her home country through charitable work in Jamaica. It seems like they were living the American dream, until it all turned into a nightmare. Business and philanthropy aren't Andreen's only strengths. She's devoted to her health, too.
Yeah! Come on, Dream!
Despite her already busy schedule as an entrepreneur, mother, and wife, Andreen also has a strict gym regimen. According to her friends and family, she never misses a workout. That's why when she doesn't show up to the gym or work the morning of March 1st, 2019, people notice. Her employees are the first to question the sudden change in Andreen's schedule when she doesn't come into work. They call her Jim only to learn that she never showed up there either. They immediately alert Andreen's friends and family, hoping they know what's going on. Andreen McDonald's mom, Maureen, tries her daughter's cell phone. When she can't get a hold of her, she promptly makes a call to the Bexar County Sheriff's Office. Her daughter, she tells them, is missing. Word spreads fast among people close to Andreen. One of the first people notified is her husband, Andre McDonald, who had recently arrived at work at the Lackland Air Force Base after dropping their daughter off at school that morning. When Andre hears his wife is missing, he goes straight home to look for her. Then he quickly walks back out the front door. This time, he drives to a local hospital. Maybe his wife has been injured in an accident or needs treatment for one of those intense migraines she gets. Security footage shows Andre walking up to the reception desk at the hospital. He allegedly asks the employee if they had recently admitted anyone by the name McDonald. The employee confirms there is someone named McDonald at the hospital. She even gives him a room number. Then Andre does something strange. He leaves. Apparently, Andre rushes back home because he left his cell phone at the house. He tells investigators he needed to let Maureen know he'd found her daughter. When her family follows up, they quickly discover that Andreen is not at the hospital, and she still isn't answering her phone. They know she didn't run off. Andreen was too loving of a mother and too dedicated to her business to just up and leave her life behind. Andreen is missing.
I will call it what it is. It's a missing persons case under very suspicious circumstances. Friends of the missing person, Andreen Nicole McDonald, 29 years of age, reported to us that earlier that day, she did not follow up on her normal routine, namely going to the gym, which she did religiously, going to work. She didn't show up at either one of those places. They did encounter another person that does live in the house, Ms. McDonald's husband.
On the day Andreen is reported missing, law enforcement arrive at the McDonald residence to speak with her friends and family. What they find just outside the home is disturbing and very telling. Right in Andre and Andreen's yard, investigators see what appears to be a large burn mark in the gravel pathway. Nearby, they also find several items that look to have been burned. They have a few simple questions for Andre McDonald. What had been burned there, and why? And where does he think his wife disappeared to? But he isn't talking.
Deputies came to the location, spoke to Mr. McDonald as well, and we weren't able to get very much information. In fact, Mr. McDonald asserted his rights and retained the use of an attorney. What we can tell you about this is the circumstances surrounding it are somewhat troubling to us. There is literally no sign of her anywhere. What we do have in our possession is her purse, her wallet, her keys, what we believe is her cell phone. It's possible that's an older cell phone. Anything that typically you would expect somebody to take with them if they were going to be leaving.
Luckily, Andreen's friends and family fill investigators in on what had been happening in the days and weeks leading up to her disappearance. On February 16th, Andreen had thrown Andre a party for his 40th birthday. People close to the couple thought they seemed to be getting along, which was great news given their complicated history. Through the investigation, Bexar County detectives learned that not all of Andreen's trips to Jamaica revolved around philanthropy. Some of them were for love, but her husband didn't know that. Not until the summer of 2018, when Andreen came home from Jamaica with 2 new tattoos. One was the initial A tattooed on her hand, the other a very specific date. Andre became suspicious and decided to do some digging. In a social media search, he discovered that one of his wife's ex-boyfriends had the same tattoo. And just like that, the deep meaning behind Andreen's new ink is revealed. Did you know that your personal data is being harvested and sold online by data brokers? Anyone can buy your personal details. When this happens, you're at risk for a whole host of things like identity theft, becoming the target of phishing scams, potential stalking, and honestly, a ton more. And that's why I'm so happy to tell you about our sponsor, Delete Me. Delete Me helps keep your personal info private. I use Delete Me, and honestly, it's crazy what I found. They found 1,047 data brokers with my personal information and very quickly removed my data from 215 total listings. That myself would have taken me a full 8-hour workday. And they're going to keep monitoring the sites for you to make sure your info doesn't end up back on there after the first removal. Using Delete Me has given me peace of mind about my family too, because if someone buys your data via a data broker, they can see info about your relatives too. So right now, you can get 20% off Delete Me and protect your personal data. Go to joindeleteme.com/investigates and use the promo code investigates at checkout. That's joindeleteme.com/investigates, promo code investigates. While on a trip to Jamaica in 2017, Andreen had rekindled a decade-old romance with her teenage love. The A on her hand wasn't for Andre, but for her ex, Aubin. And the date? That was Aubin's birthday, the day, month, and year. Andre was angry, and understandably so. He allegedly threatened a divorce until Andreen promised to cut Aubin off, never to speak to him again, and never return to the island where she grew up. If she wanted her marriage to last, she would also need to cover up those tattoos. She agreed, and by Andre's 40th birthday, the power couple was back to normal. Or so it appeared. But a closer look at text messages exchanged between Andre and Andreen the evening before her disappearance tell investigators a different story. Apparently, Andre discovered that his wife had opened a new business without his knowledge, which caused a heated argument between them. He later told law enforcement that he left the house the night of February 28th and went to a gas station to cool off. Security footage from the gas station corroborated his story. While he was there, the couple continued to argue via text message. In one text, Andreen even threatened divorce. Andre told investigators that he returned home after the gas station and didn't see Andreen for the remainder of the night. He said he believed she was sleeping in a separate room. By the next morning, Andreen had vanished. The story of the alleged affair, along with the strange burn evidence found outside the McDonald home, leaves detectives with a chilling notion of what might have happened to Andreen McDonald. Right away, they begin working to execute a search warrant on the rest of the residents and the vehicles parked outside the home. In the meantime, they are determined not to let the U.S. Airmen turn suspect out of their sight, especially because Andre is done talking to them. He's lawyered up, and detectives aren't getting any more details out of him.
Early this morning, surveillance was set up on the residence. They observed Andre McDonald. Our investigators observed Andre McDonald get into one of the vehicles, depart the location. They established moving surveillance vehicle and followed it to a gun shop here in the city of San Antonio, where he was observed by an undercover officer that went into the store, observed buying a handgun and ammunition.
He hurried out of the store with only the ammunition. Deputies tail Andre as he leaves the store and meet him outside his home, where he is detained over concerns that he could be experiencing a mental health crisis. While Andre is in custody, the investigation pushes forward. The community bands together with law enforcement to search for Andreen.
We're going to be doing a search, of course, with volunteers. We have a small army of volunteers. I heard today about 200 folks, along with about 100 search and rescue and law enforcement folks. So this is a huge undertaking.
While the search for Andreen takes place around San Antonio, detectives also conduct another search on the McDonald residence. By now, the FBI is involved in assisting Bexar County with a forensic analysis of Andre and Andreen's vehicles. At the home, investigators discover garbage cans containing clothing presumably belonging to Andre. There is also blood on a light switch, clear evidence that a violent altercation had taken place. Lying on the floor of the back seat of one of his vehicles is another suspicious piece of evidence.
Once we made entry to the house, we found some things that really quite disturbing, pretty indicative of what I believe that we're going to find. And the evidence consisted of a shovel, an axe, some heavy-duty trash bags, some work gloves, and 2 5-gallon containers of gasoline, and a burn pit, portable burn barrel. It led us to believe that these were implements that were going to be used to dispose of a body, quite obviously to us, which really tends to drive home the point to us that we believe that Andreen McDonald is no longer living.
Inside the McDonald home, investigators find a torn receipt showing it's no coincidence Andre is in possession of those items. He had purchased them all together, just after 11 a.m. on March 2nd, the day after his wife was reported missing. And if that wasn't enough, there was also this. More security footage proving that it was Andre who had purchased the items at a nearby hardware store. If detectives are right, Andre McDonald was planning to dispose of his wife's body all for under $50. Because the receipt has been ripped into pieces, investigators believe McDonald had attempted to destroy his paper trail. Bexar County has all they need to obtain an arrest warrant. Andre McDonald is charged with 1 count of tampering with evidence and booked at the Bexar County Jail on March 3, 2019.
So we're hoping that for the time being, he's either going to be here or confined to his residence if in the event that he does make bond, which will allow us to keep investigating.
Andre remains in jail until April, when he's released on bond. In the months to come, search efforts in San Antonio continue, as does everyday life for those close to Andreen. Her friends and family continue sharing her story, going to work, and caring for her young daughter. Her successful business, Starlight Homes, continues to operate, though nothing feels the same. As the days drag on, so does the investigation. Things might have slowed down, but the case is still far from cold. With Andre walking free, police are even more determined to find Andreen, dead or alive. In early April, investigators get a call that human remains have been located off of Highway 211, approximately 50 minutes from the McDonald residence.
This afternoon, about 3 o'clock, we received a call that there had been a hiker out in this area, walking through the woods, through a wooded area, and happened upon what he believed to be human remains. He called for deputies to arrive. Deputies on scene, once they arrived on scene, looked at the remains and determined that they were most likely human remains based upon appearance. Heavily burned human remains.
The skeletal remains are found in a wooded area and consist of a human skull and several other bones. The fact that the remains were heavily burned leads investigators to wonder if it could be Andreen who the hiker stumbled upon.
The medical examiner is on scene right now. They will be taking possession of the remains. We will be keeping possession of this crime scene throughout the night. And then tomorrow morning, bright and early, we will resume the crime scene search of the area, utilizing the FBI's CSI capabilities, and then, of course, the rest of PCSO CSI.
By the following day, the medical examiner's office reports that there is a major height discrepancy between the burned remains and Andreen. Andreen was tall, but the bones found off Highway 211 belonged to a woman closer to 5'2". The medical examiner is confident that the skeletal remains do not belong to Andreen McDonald. It's a sigh of relief for one San Antonio family and one of despair for another.
We now have another family that we need to try to identify this other victim and try to bring closure to another family who has yet to be identified.
After the false alarm surrounding the burned skeletal remains, the case loses steam. Detectives have another case to break, and still no body in Andreen's case. It's not until July 2019, about 5 months after Andreen was last seen, when detectives receive another phone call that puts the case back in motion. A man looking for cow bones on Speck Road, about 6 miles north of the McDonald residence, stumbled upon some bones in the brush off the side of the road, but they didn't look like animal bones to him. Investigators secure the scene, just like they had done a few months before, but this time, the autopsy results aren't so surprising. The medical examiner concludes that the remains belong to 29-year-old Andreen McDonald. Andreen's cause of death is determined to be homicidal violence, including blunt force trauma. Proud to be bringing the case to a close, Sheriff Salazar wastes no time in telling the public who is charged with killing the millionaire mom for whom so many Texans spent months searching.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for coming. It feels good in a certain sense to say it, that the search for Andreen McDonald is officially over. We found her. Here a few minutes ago, we took Andre McDonald into custody for the offense of murder. He's been placed under arrest and is now, as we speak, at CID, speaking to deputies.
4 years later, in 2023, Andre stands trial. His plan is to plead not guilty, claiming self-defense. And it might have been believable. After all, Andreen never missed a day at the gym. And she was strong. She could deadlift upward of 300 pounds. But Andre was strong too. He'd undergone intense training as part of the U.S. military, and when the couple had their fight at the end of February, he was angry. Despite his plea of not guilty, the mountain of evidence against him made many people confident that Andre would be found guilty. Then, 3 days before the trial was set to begin, Andre McDonald drops a bomb on Andreen's family and the prosecution. He has a new story to tell. Andre allegedly told his mother-in-law, Maureen, and his sister-in-law, Cindy, that the argument he and Andreen had the night of February 28th turned physical. According to Andre, he used his foot to get Andreen off of him, stomping her. He admitted to killing his wife. But at trial, he claims it wasn't murder. Experts on the stand tend to disagree with him. They deny the plausibility that stomping Andreen could have caused the fatal injuries to her skull. Multiple forensic experts believe Andreen was bludgeoned to death with a blunt object. One forensic scientist with the Bexar County Crime Lab also notes that the hammer inside the McDonald's home had Andreen's blood on it. When Andre takes the stand on trial day 6, he has a ready explanation for that.
Plan then was to just hit this body, the wife of your child, with a hammer. That was part of your plan.
My plan was to hit the person that basically, in my opinion, caused this whole circle. And I was pretty upset with that person at that time.
You thought it was her fault, right?
It's absolutely her fault.
Other disturbing evidence comes out at trial, like the way Andre dumped Andreen's body in the brush. She was stripped of her clothing, burned, and abandoned.
You go to Spec Road and you locate where you dumped her body. She's still naked?
I'm pretty sure she was.
You were there, sir. Was she still naked?
Yes, sir, she was.
What did you do with the gasoline?
I poured it on her and then I used the lighter and set it on fire.
Where on her body?
It was on top of her body.
Where on her body?
It was all over. I just throw the gas all over and lit it.
How did you light it?
I used the lighter with a piece of paper and then threw it on her.
After Andre's chilling testimony, the jury deliberates for 13 hours. Occasionally, a long deliberation period can be a sign of a hung jury. But not this time. The jurors come back with a guilty verdict, but not for murder. Andre McDonald is found guilty of the lesser crime of manslaughter in the death of his 29-year-old wife, Andreen McDonald. He is sentenced to the maximum possible sentence for manslaughter in Texas, 20 years. Including time served, that left Andre McDonald eligible for parole after just 7.5 years. Following the verdict, Sheriff Salazar addresses the public once again regarding Andreen's case.
Although ultimately it's no secret that the verdict is not what we had hoped for, and at the risk of speaking for the family, I do say so. I would venture to say it wasn't what they had hoped for. We obviously respect the jury's decision. We certainly respect the court's actions and decision. So we will live with the result of today.
Also forced to live with the results of the court's decision is Andreen's daughter, who was 7 years old at the time of the trial. At Andre's sentencing, she shares a victim impact statement.
This letter was written by Elena to Andre McDonald. You killed my mother. You took away my life. And you broke my heart. And you hurt my feelings.
Andre McDonald will be eligible for parole in 2030.
Salute to everybody tuning in. Hey, hit that like button, hit that add button, hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button, hit that share button. Let's get the content out, run it up. Subscribe to my channels, SendáRoni Television, SendáRoni TV, SendáRoni Sloscru, Worldwide SendáRoni Frappuccino Time, OG Smokelink, my lovely co-host, number one moderator, pardon me, the Kitty Frappuccino Show. Make sure y'all go hit that channel up, subscribe to that. You understand? Salute to everybody that came through. Deuce, Tamiko Show, Jonathan Green, Point Real, Frank White, Infamous Truth Teller, Hassan Tyree, Stay True, Black Dog, everybody tuning in, man. Salute to y'all. Boss Claus, what up? Caramel for the win. Mocha Bird, yeah. Shout out to everybody that showed love, man. Came through, stepped up tonight. You know what I'm saying? We're going to get it cracking again later on. Glad y'all could make it. Salute. Oh yeah. Subscribe all channels. SendáRoni Television. The Cash App. Money sign Roni Boo 1. Don't forget.
Feeling like Jesus, trying to run 2 million up like peas. These niggas rats, why they always cheese? I want me a rollie with a dime that's free. I gotta keep a Glock over shit, get grease. I want me a bitch that don't really need me. INDEPENDNT. That's what the bitch gotta be. Put on a stroke, gotta pay a finder's fee. I ain't choose the gang, but the gang found me. Always praying to the Lord, have mercy on me. I ain't think I always have to have a 30 on me. I'm the MVP, put a jersey on me. Got that boomerang, I ain't Eddie Murphy. Strike 3 niggas out, yeah, it's a turkey. I fuck with addicts, don't fuck with perfect. Front about you with a water.
Feeling like rich, homie, I'm the man of the year. Walked in with 2 cups, I'm the man of the year. I ain't playing with these niggas, giving structure to my bitch. I be pimping on my hoes, I'm the man of the year. I'm feeling like Equal Dollar, I'm the man of the year. We gon' get the Benny clear, I'm the man of the year. I'm the man of the year, I'm the man of the year. I'm the man of the year. I'm pimping like I'm dumb. I'ma stop at the store, sell me an onion. Go and get some backwoods in the back of Funyuns. Let a nigga play me sweetie, he gon' meet the honey bun. I ain't ride with it, got a 100-round drum. Hit that nigga with the drink, he go ba-da-ba-dum-bum. Hit it with the daddy smoke, I got the little baby sprung. Gotta keep that thing on you coming from where I'm from. Gotta keep that thing on you when you coming from the bird. I been jugging it finessing, get that boy and got that girl. She been moving up the ladder cause the pimpin' in the word. They be shooting around here daily, why the fuck you acting scared? Hey, I got a scope, it'll knock down the bear. Got a new BBL, make a nigga stop and stare. Sending packs in the mail, use the next day air. I send the bitch too, I put it in the air. Yeah, feeling like rich, homie, I'm the man of the year. Walked in with 2 cups, I'm the man of the year. I ain't playing with these niggas, giving structure to my bitch. I be pimping on my hoes, I'm the man of the year. I'm feeling like Equal Dollar, I'm the man of the year. We gon' get the Benny, I'm the man of the year. I'm the man of the year. I'm the man of the year. I'm the man